Okay, we're here watching YouTube. So
Yeah.
see what
YouTube.
Sorry, I got four people talking to me, two on the screen, two off the screen. So sorry, I'm like
no,
trying to
no
have four
worries.
conversations.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like we'll just go through some of these, see what's on. That's it.
Predominant in society doesn't determine morality. I mean, slavery used to be legal and it was common. So whether people say that it's okay, the question is it?
So I mean, who would you rather do it with? You know, the girl on the left or the girl on the right? You know, I would pick the girl on the right. You know, that's just me. Right. I know a lot of people that well, the girl on the left is skinny, you know, and all that. But yeah, I don't mind
Skinnier, I guess.
I don't mind a little bit of you know, I just don't like the demeanor. I like the sort of mousy white girl, you know, or like whatever. You know, I don't know. You know, the other girl looks more like Athena, like she might be Greek. You know, like Greek girls have like interesting bodies and stuff. I don't know, you know, right? Even if they're like heavier. So yeah, so it's interesting.
So the frequency of it, of people saying it's all right, does not mean it's moral.
But like, would do you value a 2-year-old's life more than a 6-week fetus?
I
Like, if you had
don't
to
place
save one.
value on one over the other. They're both equally valuable.
See, that's a great answer. Like, like, see, the girl on the right's already making sense. So my intuition was way correct here. It's crazy. You know, right? It's like you just walk into a room, right? Like one of them is capable of being a mother, and the other one is not. So I mean, that's pretty interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. A thing that doesn't even have a brain yet to me is just not
A
something.
thing. She said 2 weeks old. That's a thing to her. Did you hear what she said? That's disgusting. She called a 2-week-old person a thing. That's fucked up. That's just fucked up.
That I personally value, and I would rather value, like I said, most of the women having abortions already have children, they have people in their lives, they have their own life.
Most?
I value.
Yeah, but just because you have one child doesn't mean it's different from the child you're having. Like what? Like because you already have children, so you don't, so you could just abort some now. Like what?
Like citation needed on that. Most.
Yeah, like you know, that doesn't even make sense.
That a lot more. So yeah, something with I don't know, like what is it dreaming about darkness? You could say, oh, there's some brain waves occurring. That's just
You
not.
could literally say the same thing for a person. You know, like in their like sort of worldview or whatever. There's nothing to distinguish like people from stuff. So it's like, what, you know, exactly is she, you know, like trying to like say like, you know, like we don't know the inner experience of anything. You know,
Well,
like
it's
this is
like, what's the logical conclusion if your worldview is that we're just a bunch of amalgamated mechanisms that happen to evolve together? Then what's the point of life of anybody, much less born or unborn children?
right. Like your inner experience is deeply subjective matter, like according to you. So it's like I don't understand like why, you know, you would evaluate like, you know, the inner experience of a 2-week-old is more or less valuable than the inner experience of a 6-year-old. I just I don't know.
And like your brain doesn't fully mature until you're like around 25.
Right. So are 25-year-olds more valuable than, you know, teenagers? You know, like what?
It's like, why is the brain the main criterion?
Right. It can't be. Right.
Something valuable to me. It's not even really about morality. Like you can say, you can have the moral belief that it's wrong to kill fetuses, and that's totally okay with me. And I'm not going to force you to get an abortion. But there are people out there who do need abortions. And like I said, it also hinders the safety of women.
Yeah, that's shifting the goalposts. Like
Yeah.
saying like whether they should be allowed to do it, and then it should be an exemption in case of medical, like issues. So like, what? It's like you do understand those are two completely different claims, and you just said there's nothing morally wrong with a woman killing a fetus, which is just like that doesn't even make any sense. Like you should have, put somewhere in that sentence if it's her own. And just like I
Oh,
don't know, it's kind of weird.
Medically and socially in domestic situations. So I just value all of those lives more than something that can't even think, doesn't know what's happening, hasn't been alive for more than a couple weeks. So that's where I would base my laws off of, because I'm not forcing anyone to get an abortion if they don't want to.
Well, it doesn't really matter if you're forcing someone. Like it matters whether it's morally okay to end the life of a child that is moving towards developing into a fully developed human being. You're putting conditions on the value of that human. And when you do that, that condition can change based off of society. So it's
Right.
important to establish what makes human life worthy of protection.
Right.
You said, oh, well, it might just have some brain waves. So are you saying that intelligence,
Yep.
so someone who is less intelligent
Great.
is, I mean,
Damn, this chick is getting
ergo Malthusianism.
yeah, she's getting her ass
Well,
whooped. This ghost
but
chick
this
is
is
getting
funny
her ass
though.
whooped.
But see, this is what's funny about this is like when you go to most debates and you try to, or most like forums and you try to say this stuff, people will automatically like shut you down, and that people like this is pretty amazing that people are even willing to go this far into it because, yeah, it's pretty funny. She put it on that because then she's like basically put into her corner. So like, are you a eugenicist now or what? So it's like it puts her in an automatic corner of like,
Right.
like, are you promoting eugenicism? Or it's like it totally turns the tables on them. So yeah, I think this is a really this is the way I like to debate too, like where you just basically like take one example of what they say and then extrapolate it out. Like, okay, well, if you take these set of principles and you apply it, universally, then essentially that means that you're into eugenics. Like a baby is less intelligent than a human, so than a fully developed person. So therefore, the value we can make a value proposition about this person. It's kind of like weird. It's like capitalism as a morality or something, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of capitalism or capitalist theory in the way Judith Jarvis Thompson defends abortion. She basically says the baby is property of the mother because it's housed in the mother, right? So she compares the body of the mother to an indwelling, like a house, and the baby is being sort of like a tenant, in that house. It's kind of weird.
up on the chopping block. Someone with extreme disabilities, are they disposable as well?
I would argue in the womb, potentially, depending on how severe of the disabilities. I am okay with mothers or parents in general making that choice if they have a severe disabled child that they know is going to suffer long term. That is not something I am opposed to preventing.
You notice she's not directly answering the question either. She's
Yep.
not. She's not saying that intelligence has more value than non-intelligence. She's not emphatically stated anything of the sort. She's not saying that no, they should have exemptions in case of medical issues, which again, she's changing the goalpost. It's like nobody's talking about medical issues. We're talking about the value of human life, lady. And she just asked you a direct question about the value of human life, and you can't answer it. It's like the moderator should step in if he has half a brain, but he clearly doesn't. This is the problem. They can't have a sane discussion because they're going to go in loops because the moderator's too dumb to see that she's stonewalling the conversation.
And terminating. Again, like morally, you can be against that. I don't really think morals have to do with this so much as like people like to say, though. I think it's more about the rights of the pre-existing people. I'm sorry, what was your first point? I was going to respond to that too, and I'm forgetting.
Oh my God.
I
Like, oh my God. How dumb is this chick?
That's pretty cheap
It's like,
tactic there. Oh,
yeah,
I
not only
forgot.
did you,
Please tell me.
yeah, not only did you not respond to her question, but you forgot a major point that she made. It was just like, it's like incredible. You know, I'd be like, are you listening to anything I'm saying, lady?
said that because you said not having enough
Oh,
brain
intelligence.
activity. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, of course not. Intelligence is not. I'm not suggesting to start eugenics and to start deleting people who are already alive and who don't have a certain IQ or something like that. Again, these are beings that I don't even know if I would consider them beings. They're literally just forming cells that aren't they don't have personhood, they don't have personality, they don't have any of these factors that we consider value when we are talking about human beings, in my opinion. And other people might have a different opinion based on, usually it's religious.
Again, she's asked her if intelligence is the sole basis of value, and she stated that, you know, according to her, the fetus doesn't have any of these things. That's not even the question. No, that's not even the question again. You know, that she's responding to something totally different, right? You know, this is the problem that they're having is like, it's like she's just missing point after point. It's like none of what you're saying is answering the question of if something has more intelligence, has more value than something that doesn't have intelligence, right? Because you claiming that the fetus does not have intelligence, which you can't prove, right, doesn't answer the question of whether you value intelligence more or not. So this lady seems to be struggling to listen to the points that, you know, this you know, just Greek lady is saying.
Justification. So, and I don't believe that should be imposed on everybody else.
Okay, so you mentioned eugenics. That's exactly where I was going with this, actually, is everything that you are saying sounds like eugenics. It sounds like we get to.
Well, there you go, Neurojack. He called it. This is crazy. Neurojack called the conversation. Yeah, interesting.
Determine whether someone gets to be born based off of whether they're going to be convenient. So instead of having compassion as humans, which I
And
don't
I'm barely listening.
think
That's the
that
funny part.
most people.
Right. That's funny.
I mean, this is what Speakeasy's got going on this like abortion debate. Like, come on, dude. Abortion debate.
Yeah, predictable shit.
It's like
In
lame
your
shit.
situation,
right? Like totally lame, like stepped on topic, like two chicks debating it to make it even more just gimmicky.
and would say that a Bible is a requirement for that. Now, Christians like myself might say yes, but you're on the other stance of things. So you don't think that the Bible should determine any of this. So where does that compassion play in when it comes to human life? You're essentially saying that because this child might be inconvenient, that we can end their life so that they don't continue on. And you said that they're a clump of cells. Well, technically, we're all a clump of cells. I myself.
Well, I mean, she could just very easily point out right now that God isn't that much against killing babies in the Bible, but that's a whole nother story.
in a clump of cells. And I forgot the last point. Sorry.
No, I did the same thing. That's why I'm laughing. It's not eugenics, because eugenics is the selection of a certain, like, specific quality that we don't want to breed into society anymore. So this isn't like based on this is just based on the mother's individual choice. It's not like the government coming in and saying, "Oh, this child is this way and this can't be born." If it's before, like, do you know what I mean? That's not
So it's personal
eugenics. It's just
eugenics.
abortion
Like
care. It's
this
just
chick's retarded.
reproductive.
Again, she's not directly addressing what she, is challenging, right?
Rights and choices, the freedom to make them, which we have the option to do. So again, like this, I believe that there's more harm that comes from banning abortion than not. So that's my stance as, I guess, like at the consequentialist or whatever. I see more real life harm from banning abortion than from making it illegal.
So you said that more harm comes from ending abortion, but you realize 1/3 of Generation Z has been aborted. I would say that's quite a bit of harm. I know that you don't morally distinguish it as being harmful, but can you at least admit that that's a lot? 1/3 is quite a bit.
We have the highest population on the planet that's ever existed at any point in time. So it's gonna seem
What?
alarming, I guess. But no, that it doesn't bother me. I think there's plenty of people still around. So
Okay. So you're not bothered by picking and choosing who lives based off of their potential and convenience, because most abortions are elective.
yes.
Damn,
And 90% of them.
that was pretty crazy, dude. So this chick is literally
Well, I like.
a feminazi.
Yeah, I like this argument. She's basically becoming the reincarnation of Margaret Sanger right on screen. So
Pretty much.
Yeah, she went totally feminazi there.
Them use vacuum aspiration. Were you aware of that?
No, that is not true. In recent years, they have been over 2/3 are medication abortions.
I just looked this stat up right before.
This was in 2023, according to the, I can never say this, the Gut Matcher Abortion Provider Census and Monthly Abortion Provision Study in the US.
Okay, so that's alongside, hold on, increasing use of medication of abortion, dominant method. So the most dominant method is vacuum aspiration. Let's see, what year is this?
All right, this is getting pretty boring. All right, Zertis is done. Let's see what Axis Rat Blood is doing. Oh no, wait, he's done too. Well, I need to refresh this page. A lot of these live streams are old.
Yeah, the sidebar is definitely doesn't refresh. It's not in real time. It's like it'll keep
Yeah.
channels on there that look like they're live when they've been done for like an hour ago or something.
Okay, let's see what this dude is doing. Counterpoints. Okay, fuck that dude. Actually, okay, let's see what American Zombie's talking about. This is usually a good channel.
science like this. So it shows that something existed before that was technological, that could have been what was used to build the current modern stage of the planet. Gaia says false gnosis is more dangerous and zombifying than ignorance. Exactly. There was somebody that had mentioned something like that, because believing in something that's fake, you think it's real. That's why that comment is a perfect way to put, like, to kind of relate why evolution, why the religion of evolution is worse than regular religions, like open religions. At least they know that it's a religion, it's a belief. So the fake knowledge, to believe in fake knowledge. So it's not really ignorance, like how you're saying, like when some people will say, oh, ignorance is the worst. No, ignorance, you can at least stop ignoring and acknowledge something. Say, I ignored the fact and now I'm acknowledging the fact. But believing in the fake knowledge, the false gnosis, that's a very important thing to look at. To say, if you don't know, that's not as bad. That's not as dangerous as thinking you know, when it's what you think you know is definitely wrong.
100%.
Yeah, that's just 100% true. No lies detected as usual. American Zombie, keep on trucking, brother. There's like 2 channels out there that actually make sense, and this is one of them.
That's like the main thing I'm concerned about, right? That's why I try to lean towards skepticism.
Nah, I like this guy. Yeah, I agree. I think skepticism is better than being overly sure. But I like American Zombie too, because he's one of the only channels that went on, and like in the first 5 minutes I think we both blew each other's minds. So I was like, all right, cool, this is a cool guy. Like he said some shit that I never heard before, and I said some shit he never heard before, and I was like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, we got Brown's boy in there. That's cool. The Porch Sessions. Let's check this out. Let's see what they're talking about.
Our evolution to NetSuite has been
oh my god! All right, super long commercial here.
Oof.
It's like 30 seconds long almost.
That's the worst, when they don't let you skip.
15 seconds long. Oracle NetSuite. Okay.
Oh god, another one.
Oh, it looks like we can skip this one. All right.
Hitting people about 400 and some change, a lot of change, that are in these sanctuary cities. That it literally says, oh, fuck, it fell. Oh, god damn it. In all sanctuary cities, there's been 482 fucking lawsuits against the Trump administration that have put blocks on them from doing their job. Not only that is that these sanctuary cities are not good for America, period. I don't care how you look at it. Anytime you allow a foreign invader to come into your city, abreast of anything, and they can't hold them accountable for anything, you give them everything. They come here based off of our fucking, what do you call it, our support system, and you keep allowing this to happen. And then when someone tries to stop the situation, you file lawsuits against it, just like they filed lawsuits against the motherfuckers about the fraud in fucking Minnesota, where he said, fuck it, I'm going to cut all this shit until you verify this shit is true. You know what?
Not only that, Tom, but a lot of these jobs, man, that these immigrants are taking
are literally put out there from other immigrants that are here in America that gives them the job.
No, what it is is a lot of these jobs, because like they're getting into skilled trades and shit now too. And what they're able to do is they're able to basically do these skills.
It's a controlled dialectic, honestly, is what I'm seeing. It's like they let these people in so that they can do other programs that abuse people's rights. So you have people like shooting ladies in the head in the middle of the street and stuff, and everybody's supporting it. It's just a controlled dialectic, it seemed like, honestly.
That avatar pic there in the bottom is kind of like, I guess, trigger.
Right.
Trigger worthy.
They're trying to race bait
certain people.
Yeah, they're trying to race bait people with
this. That looks like something Neuro would do. That one.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It does. Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's not on panel right now.
Oh, he's not. Okay.
He disappeared.
this is a show that I've seen.
Where is Sean at? Is he around?
He's not in the chat. I haven't seen him yet, so hopefully he joins.
Hit him up, Anthony. See if he wants to join. He goes by Grey Wolf, so.
Is my mic or audio working, by the way?
Yes, you're good. Loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that. Just wanted to check.
I'm sorry. Did somebody say something? I don't think their mic.
By the way, this is an open panel where 195 people are watching. So I've been told to go on this show to like promote the channel, but like
I mean, paranoid chilling. Oasis paranormal. Never mind.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, I'm still trying to figure out like what exactly do they want to talk about. All right, so I'm just trying to, because it says here, open lines, paranormal cryptid encounters. Okay, well, you know, maybe Lorp should call in here. All right. And he can promote the machine lives. He could say, like, hey, go check out the machine lives or something. I don't know.
I don't think I've heard
Mine as well.
There's a really famous triptych artwork of Takayasha with the skeleton. It's a very popular Japanese work you guys have probably seen, but she is the daughter of Taira no Masakado.
Oh, Taira no Masakado. Who was that? Who was she's a princess, right?
Is that an Asian girl?
Hmm?
She's a princess, right?
I guess
I'll never cam on.
Let's just pretend it's an Asian girl because we're on Neurojack, I guess.
Or like what region, what part?
I'm from down south, but I live in Appalachia right now.
Oh,
Nice. Probably not an Asian girl.
That's kind of cool.
Where are you from, Drake?
A lot of creepy
Southern
stuff.
California, the capital of the loudest noise and lots of traffic.
California,
like
man. I
LA.
tell you, we were driving from Sacramento from San Francisco to Sacramento, and it was stop and go traffic out in the middle of the countryside.
Welcome to California.
Never seen anything like that. Not in Texas, man. You don't drive from
No, I've been
Austin
through
to
Texas.
Houston, and yeah.
I got to go back there and run into you guys sometime in the future, but I've got a few events I want to try to catch this year out your way.
Yeah.
I went to Cali in 2010, and San Francisco was the nicest city I'd ever been to.
Like, this is just chit chat so far, so I'm not like. Seems like there's a lot of hi this, hi that in the chat. Hi Gary, hi Randy, hi Harm, hey
I guess
Brent.
they got started, maybe.
Hi Linda Webb, hi Takayat. Here, hold on. 54 minutes ago, so.
Dang, that's a long start.
So yeah, so I have no idea what's going on here. It looks totally just
Mentioned
like-
some kind of artwork, and like that was it.
it's like a channel that's like, I think that channel used to be popping. They developed a huge following, and now they're just opening it up for people. I have no idea what's going on.
And more than just like, oh, this is
What
black and
the
white.
hell is going on here? What the fuck? Why is this happening? Can anybody tell me? Like, what? This is bizarre. Why would she call in? Why would she call into the fucking ball? It's like, yo, okay, this is gonna be a bizarre interaction. Like,
Thinking.
Right. So once they tell you everybody's got to wear a mask to stop the spread, and they're all caught on hot mics and private videos saying we're doing the mask as a show, it's not real, and they don't engage in it. And Fauci and others wrote up a paper at the NIH saying that the majority of the cases during the Spanish flu era, because we've done this before over and over again, it's the same thing, same script, same responses, same deductions after the fact, right? 5, 10, 15, 20 years later, some of us get a clue on what it always was. Fauci himself, the man in charge, wrote up a paper about the Spanish.
this is hilarious. This is gonna be hilarious because I'm pretty sure that the Fox believes in the Fauci ouchie and all that stuff. So this is gonna be really weird.
But what's also funny is that Paul's kind of recycling the same talking points for the last 5 years that we've all already know. So it's like, it's not really gonna like change this person's mind for sure. Like, you're gonna have to be way more creative than that to change.
But like,
someone
he's
like the
kinda
Fox's
right.
mind.
Yeah, in defense of him a little bit, he's kind of right because it's like if you can demonstrate, because I still look at my parents like stupid. Like I'm like, you are so stupid. You actually took that shit. Right? Like I still look at people like in
Ruh-roh.
my family
Oh
and
yeah,
other
for
people.
sure.
I'm like,
No, I get you.
you guys are dumb enough to take that shit. Like you're actually a dumb motherfucker. Right? And I actually think like I can't get rid of that thought for some reason. So I'm like,
No, well, I agree, but also I think it's like it's one of those things where like I could put myself in the frame of mind. I couldn't at the time. Like I felt the same way, but then after as time goes on, and I think there's something about having a kid and like worrying about them being sick or something too. Like you start to see like okay, like I kind of understand where people are coming from, but it's also like yeah, it's still really dumb that people fell for it. But I think the mask thing, like if people believe that there's a sickness and they think well the mask might like somewhat prevent it or something, and like because like here's the thing is like I've noticed like you can show people the clips that he's talking about like where they're on a hot mic admitting like they don't actually believe in this, and I've never once seen somebody say you know what that's actually a good point. I've never one time seen somebody say that. So that's kind of what I'm trying to say is like nobody's ever said you know what that's a good point. Maybe I should rethink what I'm saying, right? I've never seen that work though. That's all I'm trying to say.
yeah,
Like I think you
Because
just have
like
to hit them on the morality.
the psyop, I guess, had magic toward it. People just got psyopted. But what was I gonna
I'm not
say?
saying
Like,
this
yeah,
really against.
the masks were pretty much useless. Everybody has a bacterial field around them that extends out. So like the
True.
6 feet thing may have had some merit to it, but the masks themselves, it didn't do anything.
Well, it stops you if you're coughing from coughing on other people, and like maybe right. Like I think that might be like the most.
The
But
thing
this is
is,
not against
like
you or Paul per
most,
se. I'm just saying like in general. You have
but
yeah.
weird.
Go
Like
ahead.
they could have called those people quarantine. Like you could have said like,
Yeah,
oh, these people
no,
are in
no, it
quarantine.
doesn't. They test. Sorry, I'm playing DMZ at the same time. They tested a majority of the masks that were being used by people, and it was proven that with the technology that they were using to see the spray, almost all of the spray went in or underneath or around the mask. It actually did not contain anything, so that was myth.
that and most people weren't even wearing the mask properly. Even if it did work, they weren't even using it properly. They weren't. You pretty much have to like seal that shit on your face for
Yeah,
it to
dude, I had to wear that shit on
even
the
a
train.
possible.
Right when me and Abby were coming to like Michigan and shit, and fucking weird. Like my shit, like I could not breathe when I was wearing this fucking thing. I felt like I can't fucking breathe well. And so I don't know. So I never wore that shit. But the one day I did, I was like, this is highly uncomfortable.
It's
And so
hella annoying for people that have glasses because it like your glasses end up just fogging up because your breath is being deflected
yes, that's
upward.
right. Yeah, you can't
It's
wear
like it's
sunglasses
so
with it.
fucking annoying.
Yeah, it's really dumb. Yeah.
Flu, claiming the majority of the deaths of the Spanish flu were found out later to be caused by the mask. They're the same people who encourage people to wear a mask again this next time around, knowingly, after they wrote up the conclusion that the first time the majority of the deaths through pneumonia were caused by inhaling one's own bacteria over days and weeks and months. So to expect me to believe in more, trust in more people who in black and white wrote that they had an understanding of why this happened the first time and was really bad and proceeded to do things the same way, if not worse, to me indicates that there's foul play there. Right.
So I hear what you're saying about that. One of the things about that report is that Fauci was talking about how you can't just make people wear masks all the time, like in a hospital setting, for example. And Spanish flu was a good example of that. But that doesn't also mean you can just suddenly let the cases of something pandemic explode just because you're afraid of what might happen with masks. There's nuance. Not every solution is, again, black and white. And so you have to understand the nuance of these things. I have a question for you. Did you, when this was going on, did it feel like a punishment or something to you maybe?
Gonna like
I
psychoanalyze
guess
them
you
now?
could say that. Not really a punishment. It just seemed like a
Right, weird question.
another push that we see every so often, every 10, 50, 100, 1,000 years, every so often there's a push.
I think what she's trying to get to, or what they're trying to get to is like that this is like something where, he feels personally slighted. So it's something about his feeling about how the world's against him, and that is contributing to conspiratorial thinking, right? So I get the feeling that is the direction that sort of
I
the
hope
Fox
not,
is
but
going.
yeah, that's what it seems like.
Yeah.
For certain people
By
in Greece.
viruses to infect humans, because that's what they do,
Again,
right?
it's like saying the drugs now are killing everybody, so we have to interfere with everybody's rights to stop the drugs. You still haven't figured out that in order for government to take over the people, their property, and their rights, they need an enemy, and an enemy that can't be defined or pinned down is the best one. It's the Taliban, it's the drugs, it's terrorists, it's sovereign citizens.
But
it's
I would
diseases in
say
the
that's all
air.
false equivocation. Okay, so
You can say whatever you like. I have
everything
my
I've
belief and my
argued-
understanding, and it's historically sound, and I'm not going to change it because you want to use the word nuance over and over again. It's pretty cut and dry and clear.
Everything I've argued applies best to a pandemic situation, and definitely does fall apart, especially when you're asking that much of people for most other situations. If you're asking people to stay at home and not have a social life because the Taliban might be out there, I totally agree with you. However, there are very specific ways to present. If let's say the virus is there are very specific ways to spread it because there are very
just really quick, I want to say
specific ways
this:
the
like,
virus spreads.
by the same token, couldn't you argue that technology is like something that is an actual threat, but it's hard to pin down? So therefore, like, does that mean that we shouldn't address technology? See what I mean? That would be another angle to look at it from, right? Like, is that one of the things that they have in their psyops that they're going to do, saying like, we need to deal with this technology, and then they're just going to give nothing but bad solutions to deal with it because it's like this enemy that they don't actually want to or can fight against or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting.
And you can definitely see a difference in places like China or even places with stronger mask mandates and how many people just died alone.
According to who?
People whose job it is to actually keep track of these things.
No, he who counts the numbers will decide what the outcome is. It's like
Then why
saying
didn't
that
you count the numbers?
because I again have a pretty simple and straightforward acceptance of what is here, and I don't believe that I can.
Well, that's what's weird. It did feel like people were just getting sick like normal, and then there wasn't really a real thing going on. So there was a haunting feeling that was happening. Right? That this
It's
is all
like,
just
why didn't you count the numbers? Like, how is Paul Enslaved going to be capable of counting any of the numbers accurately?
right.
Like, come on.
Right. And how would we even verify that the people whose job it is to count them are doing it in the best way possible? Like, we can't. Like, we can't do either of those things. So I mean,
overwrite nature and what's supernatural and do it better than it's already been done, right? This is again the same cultures in society who literally push poison on everybody in the aisles at the grocery store. And I'm supposed to believe that all of a sudden everybody had a pandemic overtake them and decided to be beneficent and benevolent and try to save everybody from themselves and what they've created. This is hundreds of years, thousands of years long, the traditions and practices that have gone awry and created a completely corrupted and diseased culture and society from top to bottom, mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. And you want to isolate the argument to one moment in time where your argument still doesn't apply. So again, these are the same people who pre and post pandemic have not done anything about all the poisons in the air, the food, the water, and everything else, because they're so interested in prolonging the lifespan of the individual and the collective. I'm not buying it. I think it's extremely naive and foolish. And I think the alternative perspective makes a lot more sense. If you want to take people's rights and property, you say that there's an enemy lurking around every corner and it could be you, and you get the collective to gang up on them and dictate to them. And if not, they get punished. Pretty simple. It's how collectivism has and will always work. And you obviously bought in when it comes to the pandemic.
Maybe
I
that's
never buy
why
in
the Fox
with any of these
asked
events.
the question, because he
might be
did
done.
say punish there. Maybe he said it. Maybe you said it earlier.
I see.
That
What
would
you're
make
saying, by the way,
sense.
Yeah, right.
it would make sense if we still didn't if we didn't get those rights back, or let's say they actually did take a bunch of property, except that didn't happen. As soon as the virus started to disappear, they started lifting those things. I'd also argue that most people are actually benevolent. There are some malevolent actors out there, but typically it's hard to be malevolent in any sort of institution that's filled with benevolent people. Not saying it doesn't happen, but you usually have to find loopholes, or you have to accumulate some sort of concentrated power, like in the form of capitalism, which we can always get into if you want. But in this specific scenario, I think too much of this happened without people being able to plan ahead for it, and too much of it had a necessary response for us to do nothing. For example, if there's a raccoon, let's say your grandma's sleeping in
Yeah, I think they are technically right, because if you look at how the system operates, you won't necessarily see evil people in the system that are doing all these evil things. So see, because some of it's just intrinsic of the problems within the system itself. So it's like you're not really going to find
Fox,
like, yeah.
Oh no, I was just gonna say this Fox person is really good at debate because it's really hard to argue against what they're saying. Like it's yeah, it's pretty, it's
Well, in this particular instance, I'm kind of curious as to what this person thinks about the alphabet agencies and all the kind of Machiavellian things they've been into, to put it lightly, I guess.
Yeah, you would have to like show this Fox like all this bad stuff happens
Like,
throughout history, and
you
then they'd only
know,
believe like half of it.
I lean towards Paul, you know, because they're poisoned. They've poisoned people.
Right.
They poisoned San Fran. They've poisoned certain groups. They poisoned blacks. You know, it's like
Right. It's like
they
how much more
done all this
leeway?
crazy shit. The MK Ultra. Like, come on, like, you think that it's all benevolent? Get out of here.
well, I think I think it has to be. I think you have to put it like this too. Like you have to say what I would argue against you and Machine. I would say, well, you know, if you want all this technology, all this like quote unquote free, all this, like you're gonna have to crack a lot of eggs to make the omelet. So it's going to be necessary regardless. So like you can be upset with it, but you can't really imagine it would be any other way either, right? And I think that's kind of like. And I think if you put that to the Fox, they would have to like admit, like, well, yeah, exactly. Like, I think that's how you would catch them up, essentially.
And it's also like you have what do you do with all the psychopaths that seemingly rise to the top? So that includes government, that includes business, that includes religion, like, and they're supposed to have the powers. So, you know, why do you think we had this the cough thing? You know, because Paul's right. You know, it's the boogeyman. Like, what better than a virus? Because the virus doesn't have like a religion. It doesn't have an ethos. It doesn't have a pathos even. It's just a virus. So, you know, it's the perfect scapegoat.
Well, the other perfect part of it is that it makes everybody more reliant on the system too, because no one person or one organization can fight against it. It has to be
Yeah,
a
like
systemic
how are you going to argue against
thing,
a
right?
virus?
So,
Yeah.
right. So the
there's
thing
a
is, like,
raccoon out there.
I think that's where they're kind of talking power, because it's really about the system itself rather than some individual power.
And without people being able to plan ahead for it, and too much of it had a necessary response for us to do nothing. For example, if there's a raccoon, let's say your grandma's sleeping in the back porch on the patio, and there's a raccoon out there with rabies, that might be natural for that raccoon to want to bite your grandma and give her rabies, but you're probably not going to let that happen if you love your grandma. And so a lot of these people in government also had people that they cared about who, if they did something wrong, that would fuck up the people they care about.
Again, the presumption is that one has to be completely in on the fraud or the malevolence that's taking place, right? I argue that the best enemy of the people is a willing dupe who just goes along.
Yeah, that goes more to what me and Red were saying. It's like, it's like people went along with it. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're directly evil, but yes, they are complicit in the evil that's happening. And that's all you really need for great evil things to come about. Right.
Along to get along, who won't question because their tenure, their position, their status, and their title will be threatened. This is part of any collectivized endeavor. You don't have to officially say it or put it forth, although many times it is. But usually in a group, there is a consensus. And when that consensus is known, it's adhered to because every individual consciously.
And I will point out that this is a much higher level of discussion than is going on at Speakeasy. It just seems like, pretty evident that these two are much higher caliber intelligence, that are operating on looking at a system from a bird's eye view and not dealing with the, sort of nitpickery of what you would prefer, right? And all this.
Or subconsciously believes that their position will be threatened if they don't go along with consensus reality. It's literally the cornerstone of the Milgram experiment and many others, where they took people into a collectivized environment, told people to do harm to other people, and they did it, resulting in what the individual thought was the death of other people, simply because they didn't want to be admonished by the experts and lose their position in a group or a society or a community. So there doesn't have to be a direct conspiracy and agreement for there to be consensus reality and for the majority of folks to adhere to that consensus reality for fear of exile or being ostracized.
And sure, you know what, that I at least agree with you. There is some nuance to the Milgram experiment and how far it can actually be taken, but it showed us that that can be a thing. One of the issues, though, is I think, crap, I lost my train of thought, but like there's definitely an issue with believing that just because some people might do something malevolently, or even that there's that, people can be duped. Like the person who's least likely to be duped is somebody who understands how something works. So if I understand, for example, how economics work, I'm probably not going to be financially scammed very easily. If I understand how law works, I'm not going to be scammed in the courts. I'm not going to need a lawyer as much. And if I understand how a virus works, you can't come around and tell me you want to do something that will take everybody's rights away unless there's a very good reason that makes sense with how viruses work, that this is how we would prevent this. So the reason I'm skeptical, yet again, is because all the signs point to it being more likely that you've been duped and to believing that this is a huge, offense to your rights and freedoms and stuff like that. When again, if you had to go through the virus, and even worse, if you had died from getting the virus, that's a much bigger affront to your freedoms and liberty, because our number one freedom and liberty is the freedom and liberty to live.
Again, that's a perspective. I don't contend that just staying alive here longer, again, it's a flawed premise, because I'm here to tell you I'm still here. I didn't take any of the shots. I got whatever it was. That wasn't like any other sickness I've ever had. It lasted longer and had a different component to it. Didn't feel natural either. And I believe what Fauci put forth the first time when he said that natural immunity is the main type of immunity. So that's the understanding that I stick to. I didn't need to.
By the way, I remember getting a sickness like that too, that lasted maybe 1 week, and there's a lot of yellow phlegm involved in this one illness, right? Which I could look at the yellow phlegm and I could think this seems to be much more of a bad sickness, and then I noticed like all my family and everybody else was getting sick around the same time. So that did happen. Whether that was just mental, energy, just negative energy of people just reporting that there's this great illness going around, so people got sick way more than before because of some type of nocebo effect. You're right. That is highly plausible. That
I mean, it might be
yeah.
part of it might be mental, but it also might be a frequency thing.
Right. Like it was
Because people were getting sick that had no contact with, like people on ships were supposedly getting sick and they had no
Yeah.
contact with, either continents while they're out in the ocean.
I get it
So
from
it
him
makes me
because
think
it's
it's like
based in
some kind of frequency thing.
Yeah, it seemed like it was like less like 15 like it wasn't as much as 15% worse than a normal illness, but maybe like 5 to 10% worse. But that
For
could just be
certain
chalked up.
people.
Yeah, but that could just be chalked up to like a nocebo effect. And so
in common
Right.
sense and intuition and instinct that this place is created by someone or something. It's as perfect as it's going to get. Our body has all these different types of means to fight off bacteria and viruses. The best thing to do would probably be to support one's immune system to be able to do its job when necessary, not to put foreign contaminants and biologicals into the body that might take away from the process and the ability to do such a thing, especially when we were told that the vaccine was not a vaccine because you could still get sick and have to keep taking more, and people who didn't get it could get you sick. That's not a vaccine. So again, this has all been proven. The people who developed this crap have come out and admitted it's mRNA, recombinant DNA. It's a precursor of luciferase. It's most likely a spiritual thing before it was ever physical. It's
That's all
about getting.
ridiculous. No,
I
that means
understand
that means nothing.
I understand that you don't want it to mean anything and you don't like how that comes across, but that's just what it is. And I don't need it to be one thing or the other. It's pretty simple.
No, that was pseudoscientific mumbo jumbo. The reality of
I don't.
it is
Scientism is not the end all be all to the paradigm that I use to view reality and make a decision.
you got how immunity works wrong by.
It might be yours.
He dunked the fox. So I knew that was going to happen eventually. But yeah, I said, yeah, so he dunked the fox for claiming that scientism is a be all and end all. Which it does, like, it's interesting, right? The fox is seeing that the scientific consensus should place a lot more value above other things, right? Like moral, spiritual, right? Political realities or, undertakings that we may think are favorable at the time, right? Saying that, well, scientific consensus and a global scientific consensus where nations should change their own policy procedures based on this, right? So, yeah, I mean, if you don't think the scientific consensus is the most important thing, yes, that would change the scope of things, right? So,
but it's not mine. And this is precisely the idea that you're going to make your reality and what you believe everyone else is by choice or by force, right? I'm not into that and I'm not a part of that. So you're free to believe whatever you want to believe, as am I. So if I want to say that I have a belief or an experience that it seems to be that there are forces here, principalities in high places that are working through men and women to create realities, you can say it's nonsensical and crazy. At one time, I would have said the same thing. The more that I live in this reality, the more I come to believe that it's not only possible, it's probable. You're not the arbiter. You don't get to decide everybody else's experience.
Well, I think there are people who are better at determining objective reality because they actually do tests to see if what they believe aligns with reality or not. That's called empiricism. And I think, for one thing, it's pretty easy to understand how somebody who doesn't understand how something works is more like.
So that's a bold-faced presumption, right? That reality is based on empirical observation, right? That's just a
metaphysical statement.
Yeah, it's just a bold-faced presumption, right? Like there's nothing to back up the claim that, that we can test reality merely through empirical observation. That's a huge assumption.
And even if it were true, like, it's still pretty difficult to get it accurate to the degree that a lot of people want it to be accurate.
Right. Like, I don't think cold hard empiricists are actually claiming that they're discovering reality through their observations. So I think she went a hop, skip, and a jump beyond their claims. All right.
That it's being used in a way that doesn't make sense. For example, trying to put out a virus in this particular way from China and trying to make it spread all across the world. That's really bad epidemiology, especially when this thing has a basic reproducibility number that kills more people than it should if you actually want it to spread to everybody. Another issue is that you got how immunity works wrong. Going back to the rabies thing, have you ever noticed that like animals don't have a natural immunity to rabies? Do you know why that is?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Because you can't necessarily become immune to everything. Viruses can evolve to evade your immunity, and that can actually make them much more dangerous. Or your immune system just might not even notice it's there for whatever reason. And I'm sure you don't want me to get into the nuance of this all, but just saying like, oh, I'm sick, my immune system can take care of this. Well, not if you die. There's no point in having an immune system if you're dead. So I think you're playing with fire, and this is a particularly dangerous fire because it relies on what you don't understand making sense to you, and things that you don't understand shouldn't make sense. That's not how information works. That's not how reality works.
And I think I could make the same equivalent statement on the other side to you, that you're playing with fire by taking other people's tests and scientific anecdotes and experiments and making them the whole of creation, and then generating a solution based on that and trusting that the solution is what they say that it is.
But that would be a false equivocation again, because again, I'm deferring to people who do actually understand how it works and are less
according to you and them. If I ask everybody on the street, they know how everything works according to them and their group. It doesn't mean they actually do.
It sounds like you've set yourself up with a framework where you can pick and choose what you want to be true based on what you already believe, kind of work backwards from your conclusion.
Well, there's true objectively and there's true for me. I don't know objectively what's true about these diseases, where they come from, how they work, what they are. You claim that you do based on other people's work. I don't believe you have a firsthand experience or understanding that can be communicated to anybody else.
By the way, like, the Fox just claimed deductive reasoning is false, by the way. said like, you have a conclusion, then you work backwards from the conclusion. And it's like, and she just said, well, that's just wrong. Oh yeah, and by the way, empiricism is right. So that's kind of weird that they just emphatically said it. It'd be pretty easy to throw all that under the bus and say that even science throws all that under the bus, right? You could use Karl Popper, because you could use a number of, you could use Thomas Kuhn, right? You could use a number of ideas that scientists have came up with that shows you that these are just paradigms.
These are all belief systems. So yes, we have to draw the line between.
Right, and Paul's right on the money, right? He said it's a belief system. It's just a paradigm, right? That's not, it doesn't determine reality for you.
In objective truth, what is versus what we believe or don't believe that it is. You have a belief and a lack of belief. I have a belief and lack of a belief. You can claim your beliefs and lack of belief are founded or stood upon some infallible practice known as scientism. I don't accept the claim. Simple. And there's a mountain of evidence from the beginning of time to show whether it's AIDS, whether it's the what's the other the Spanish flu is another example. The polio was another example. The DDT, all the way down the line. For hundreds and thousands of years, people in power positions have been claiming to know what's going on, have the evidence to prove it, and have the solutions to stop it. And somehow,
yeah, he hit it out of the park with the DDT example.
Yep.
That is just, they just literally poisoned everybody, even little babies, for no fucking reason, just because of a scientific consensus.
Some way along the course of our experience, many people who engage in those solutions wind up regretting it or having extreme side effects. So I don't know how we're going to discount that. All the people who got the shots, who were dyed in the wool collectivists, who now regret what they've done and have come up with a bunch of health problems they didn't have before they took it. And there's a good amount of evidence to show came from those supposed solutions.
Beep boop.
So it really just comes down to gambling. I'm willing to take a gamble. 717, just give me 1 minute. I'm willing to take the gamble that my intuition, my instinct, and my ability to experience trumps what the authoritarians tell me is a solution for a problem they most likely created or allowed to exist. Because that jives with everything else I've seen in history and with collectivism, is problem, reaction, solution. These people and this spirit are masters of creating problems, causing destruction and discontent, and then providing everybody with a supposed solution that actually makes everything worse.
So I'm going to wrap this up so you can get to your
dialectic.
next call. I know it's just call-ins, not panels necessarily. All I want to say is that
just hold on. I'll go to you if you can. Just mute up. I want to finish with the Cosmic Fox.
All right, no problem. All I'm going to say, and I will leave after this, that way you can have your last word and move on, is that I think that this is dangerous thinking. It's a sort of thinking that could have killed a lot of people during COVID. I don't know you personally. I don't know if that you would have done that or not.
Oh, that's disingenuous.
You don't have the right to be a public health hazard. There is objective information out there, and we can find it through testing our assumptions.
As if you're an authority to say that? Like, come on.
Yeah, like weird sidestepping over most of the points he made. Yeah.
That's
like
all he has
there's
after the DDT comment.
Yeah, like, yeah, you know, it's like, okay.
Oh, you're dangerous.
You're dangerous because of your beliefs. Well, you know, we could have all said that to you like 10 years ago, and you wouldn't like it very much.
Monster under your bed, that's currently your reality, but guess what? You can look under your bed and find out that there's not a monster there. And then that becomes objective reality.
That's
so
even more
it's not out of our hands. It's not something we can't figure out. You could have learned this stuff if you wanted to. And
I think maybe the gays have a special like love for Fauci's, right? So like they have like some because of the HIV thing, right? So they got
wasn't Fauci a part of that? Wasn't he involved in that too?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Shit, son, this is getting crazy.
Yeah, so it gets kind of weird.
That makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Because you know, like there's people like I've talked to, like gay people that are extreme, right? That think like it's fine to live with AIDS because there's treatment for it. And I'm like, whoa,
what the fuck?
What's wrong? What's wrong? You don't want a black man with AIDS to make you hamburger?
Yeah, it's just like like their idea is that you could just have butt sex, and if you get AIDS because of it, that's fine because like there's treatment for the AIDS. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, so you just don't care if people have AIDS? And it's like, you know, like I don't know, I could be saying it wrong, but like, you know, I could be like doing a comical version of their beliefs. But this is what I've heard, dude.
It or not. Instead, I think you took the path of least resistance, which makes you more gullible, because anybody who doesn't understand how something works and wants to believe something else to be true probably will. And so all I can say is that if you want to better navigate with actual accuracy and precision, what is a conspiracy against us as a people, which I think is a good conversation to have, versus what is something we actually need to do, it comes down to you want to understand, you want to know the enemy, you want to understand these things. Other than that, I just wanted to say, by the way, leave on a nice note, I do like the name of your channel. I think it is true that proper instruction motivates people. So good on that, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Cosmic Fox. So I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to just respond quickly. I think that we've already kind of taken this through. I'm going to bring USA up real quick. I want to respond to the caller. We got a lot going on. I never got to many articles, if any. So I think that this...
Yeah, pretty much on point there.
Can't believe I'm actually agreeing with Paul Enslaved. Is this like an alternate reality or something?
Well, that's the thing is like most of the panelverse people like OTW and you know, like a lot of these guys, right? Even Jack Talcott, like they understand like maybe 60 to 80% of the conspiracy stuff, just because they're on the alternative side of things and they talk to like weirdos all the time. Right? So it's interesting. Like they mostly agree with a lot of that stuff. They're definitely way more sort of paranoid about the way the system works than people like Cockboy Hotline or Made by Jim Bob. Right. So I'll have to give them that. Right.
Speaking of Jim Bob, did you want to look at that, at least
Oh,
some
yeah.
of that debate?
Yeah,
Or
we could go to that. Yeah, let's get up in this. Does physical
the Jim Boob?
Yeah, let's go to that. I guess that's what we'll do for the rest of this. Oh, look at this. Castrup. Yeah, Castrup debated physicalism versus idealism many times. So those would be like some level up debates in terms of just looking at Jim Boob's retarded ass.
There it is.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is on.
Yeah, I'll give Tacos the views instead of Jim Boob. Yeah, we'll skip his gay ass song though. Nice try, Tacos. Not getting us with this fucking trash music.
What, has he got like an AI song now
Oh
too?
yeah, you betcha.
Rut-row.
AI metal trash.
There was something I wanted to say from that last thing, but I kind of forget.
Anything? Also, let's get some introductions. I always forget to do the introductions. Jim Bob, you should do a quick introduction for yourself, and then Leo Phileas.
Swoop and the flippity floppity floop. Anyway, on a serious note, yeah.
And Leo Phileas.
Oh yeah, watch this. This dude gets like really cringe here.
Yeah, it's your boy Leo Phileas in the his house, open the flippity floppity floop. It's your boy Leo Phileas in the his house, open the flippity floppity floop.
That's clippable.
It's your boy Leo Phileas in the his house, open the flippity floppity floop. Anyway.
Oh man, just
Fucking
total
cringe.
The whackness spreading like a plague.
It is cringe, but I think his hardcore evolutionism is probably more cringe.
Yeah, like, and then Jim Bob sipping that same fucking gay ass Sprite looking drink. Like, you look like a sweet boy with your cut
trying
off
to look like a lumberjack.
sleeves. I know, like a gay lumberjack. Like, what the fuck?
Total clown.
Sipping them sweet Long Island iced teas that he's got there. Come on, dude. Like, what is this, like, sweet little green and yellow, like, the shit comes in a can. So it's like, just what are you sipping on there, bud?
On a serious note, yeah, I'm Leo Phileas. My channel is called Leo Phileas.
It's the same fucking weird drink he's sipping on all the time. So maybe this is like product placement, like, just what is this?
Occasionally post content. I'm hoping that by this spring I can get some stuff in my schedule with work and other things that I do a little bit more solidified and start posting a little bit more regularly. But I do post to my channel. I focus mainly on philosophy. The areas would be metaphysics, philosophy of science, metaphysics of science, philosophy of physics, and then I do a lot of content related to both cosmology and quantum mechanics as well. I'm no expert, but I think I know enough to know what I'm talking about. It seems that I know what I'm talking about. Some experts have told me that I know what I'm talking about. So you should go check me out if those things interest you.
Perfect. Thank you for the amazing introductions there. I'm waiting for all right, we got the clock up here. Sorry about that, just resetting one of these timers. We've been doing a bunch of open panels. So
by concrete, we mean material. Justified true belief is when a person asks no.
So he's going with justified true belief.
Oof.
Which is just dumb. Like, it's like, I don't know, dude. It's like, there's no discussion of like Gettier and like, any of this crap. It's like so weird, right? Like, he's going with justified true belief, like not Plantinga, like not anything else. You know, like we just did a whole thing looking at Plantinga yesterday. You know, I mean, you know, there's so many better options than justified true belief. I don't know. You know,
Is he going with that to so he can use the tag or what?
pretty much, yeah.
Figures.
That a proposition P is true if and only if all three of the following conditions are met. S believes that P is true. Obviously, you have to believe something first to know if it's a justified true belief. Two, that it is in fact true, that you test it in some way that it is true, and it's justified in believing it, that it's true based on supportive evidence and argumentation or whatever.
Like, does he not? He doesn't understand justified true belief because he said you have to believe something in order to know it. That's not how it works. You know, you could believe something without knowing it, know something without believing it. And Plato literally shows you how those two things are different. Right? But I don't
Putting
know.
the cart before the horse, I guess.
Right. So he doesn't understand how this concept that he's employing works, and he's clearly reading like some sort of AI explanation.
Script.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Else. And so there are some key aspects of this view that have some major problems. One is if knowledge is synonymous with justified true belief, then justified true beliefs are concrete in nature. That is to say, their ontology exists as material in the world physically. Two, a method is required for coming to justified true beliefs, which includes evaluations and propositions. This is a problem because evaluations and propositions under physicalism would also be concrete. They'd either be a collection of materials or concrete items, some mechanistic thing in motion that's happening. That's how that would work inside the brain. Another aspect of the problem is that if justified true belief exists as a concrete matter in the brain, then false beliefs also exist in the brain as concrete matter. How does physicalist or physicalism itself delineate between a false belief and a justified true belief if both share the same material status in the brain? That would be to say that one material grouping, justified true belief, has some unique quality to it, aboutness, that is distinct from the false collection of beliefs. If it's the same category, you need some sort of methodology to figure out which.
Yeah, now this is going to get really confusing because the guy then argues that non-physical things do not exist, including concepts.
Wait, non-physical things don't exist?
Including concepts.
Well, then his God doesn't exist. His God's non-physical.
No, I'm saying that's what Leo Philus says in response.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
no,
that's weird.
No, he's saying that non-physical things exist as concepts. So he's using dualism, right? Just simply put, he's just using dualism, right? He's saying there's non-physical things that exist, which are ideas, which doesn't make any fucking sense. And the guy's response to it is that non-physical things don't exist, including ideas. Stupid.
Oh,
Retarded.
brother.
Yeah. So this is gonna be so spoiler alert. It's gonna be really stupid.
A doozy.
Yeah, because you can't. Because what the kid's response should be is, how do non-physical things interact with physical things? That should be the main question he goes to. The kid never gets to that question. You know, and then Jim Bob keeps asking him, how are you arguing for things that you don't think exist? Which doesn't make sense because he's arguing in terms of his physical brain. Right? So it's like, you know, it's like, of course, he's not saying that nothing exists. Right? So Jim Bob uses like slippery slope, and then the kid goes along with it and just goes, yeah, I don't think like language and all these things are real things, which is retarded. It's like, of course they're real things, you fucking
As in they
moron.
have ontology.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's like instead of saying like ideas are just another aspect of physical reality, right? Like he could have easily said that. He doesn't say it. He just goes, well, they don't exist. which then confounds Jim Bob to say that all of the premises for his debate don't exist because they're just merely ideas.
Wait, so you already watched this debate?
I watched the first hour of it, and then they I think
okay.
opened up the panel or something. So I've watched a great portion of it, honestly.
So pretty much the whole thing.
I don't know how much longer they go past the hour, but yeah, they could go 2 hours. So then I would have only watched about half of it. But yeah, I have seen a great portion of this debate.
I think they go for 2 hours.
Retarded.
I think it was for 2 hours. So yeah, which I think because I think I told you, I was like, that seems like ridiculously long for this.
Yeah,
topic,
it gets retarded. Yeah, it gets very retarded, as I'm saying. Like it's literally just how I outlined it, because I've seen it before, and like I said, it's like the whole discussion of being and becoming, like on my show, Parmenides versus Heraclitus. The whole thing could have been solved if they looked at that problem. All right, it's like weird, all right, because you don't want to say ideas don't exist. That makes zero fucking sense. Nor do you want to take a weirdly dualist position, because then you can't connect non-material things with material things, right? So since he's
correspondences, bro.
Right. So this is the thing, is like he's not saying anything to that to connect those two things, right? So yeah, so both of them have an intractable problem in my view, but yeah.
One's true, which one's false if it's just pure material. My opponent might say, well, that's easy. We just test them with reality. Well, first of all, reality is a metaphysical term. Reality is a concept. So concepts, do they exist under physicalism? If so, where is the material called a concept? But further, when they say I'll test them with reality, being that would be one of the criterion for justified true belief, the act of testing itself is a concrete set of objects in the world occurring mechanistically in the brain, which would include an accurate test and an inaccurate test. So when I ask someone, how do you determine a set of matter that's true, called knowledge in the brain, called justified true belief, as material in the brain, from the false one, he says, well, we'll test it. But the problem is there's inaccurate and accurate testing. So you have the same problem. Inaccurate testing and accurate testing would also happen in the brain, in the material brain, as material product of just the brain happening. So keep in mind.
So it's clear that Jim Bob's more right, but still he's using a sort of slippery slope, to deny the existence of brain states, right? That would then, encounter sets of ideas or beliefs which he's admitting they don't exist because everything exists as sort of coming from a physical source, right? So yeah.
Find that the phrase test with reality invokes an abstraction called reality. As I said, the abstractions must also exist. Now, I don't know if my opponent will say, well, they do exist, but they're not material or they're not concrete, which would be,
is reality just an abstraction? I'm kind of having trouble wrapping my mind around that, right? Because both of them would be arguing for what is real. So neither of them are saying that, I think both of them would agree with the statement existence is. Right? So none of them are denying reality, right? Or saying that reality is just an abstraction, right? So I think he's using too much of a slippery slope to kind of like, say, well, physicalists don't believe in any ideas, right? They don't believe conceptual things exist, right? But they clearly do. They just think they're products of the mind. All right. So
did they at least try to come to an agreement on some terms anyway? Or they just argue past each other the whole time?
It seemed to me it's more, the latter than the former, but you have to come up to your own, come to your own conclusion. But I think, to me,
they never ever define their terms before the debate starts ever. I've never seen them once like define
terms. Because that's kind
of
the debate, That's the real debate. or the foundation that for the debate. Anyways.
Yeah, I would argue you can't even have a debate unless you agree on some of the terms, at least, that you're discussing. I mean, there's literally no debate unless that happens. I would agree. I would say.
Like they need to at least define the word knowledge, the term knowledge, at the very least. Otherwise, there's no point.
Contrary to his position tonight. So if abstractions do exist, they must also be concrete, which is definitely.
Well, that is kind of does physicalism make knowledge impossible? So what they're literally arguing about is knowledge, right? The existence of it within physicalism. And so it is an interesting prompt for sure, but and it's definitely stolen from those Castrop debates, honestly.
Definitionally a contradiction. We have at least, to my knowledge, we have two ontological categories: material and abstract, conceptual and real, as they would say. So if knowledge, if it's concrete, is a material in the brain or a collection of material in the brain would also be identical to the person acquiring the knowledge. We say, hey, can we acquire knowledge? In this case, justified true belief. But if the person acquiring knowledge is identical to the knowledge itself, being that if a person acquires knowledge and knowledge is literally the brain, then the person...
See, now he's getting twisted up, because knowledge is a product of the brain. The brain isn't itself knowledge. All physical things aren't knowledge. Right, so he's like tying himself in a knot here.
Acquiring knowledge is acquiring their brain, which would be reduced to the brain is acquiring the brain, if you were to say it.
What the hell?
I know, he's gotten like too outside of himself. Like he's like gone into a philosophical coma at this point. Like it doesn't even
Well, I think he might be trying to lay a trap, but it's not doing a good job of it. Like he's actually putting himself at a disadvantage. But I think he's trying to lay a trap where he's gonna piss them off and then get them to double down and then do some other weird shit or something.
Yeah, because knowledge is a product of the brain. It's not the brain is knowledge because it's physical stuff. That would mean that all physical stuff is therefore knowledge, which no physicalist would say that. Or that's just ridiculous.
Properly. So it's a distinction with no difference. So what in fact is being required? It sounds like, to be consistent with a physicalist position, you'd say the brain is producing phenomena, and you're calling the phenomenon a true justified belief as opposed to a false belief. But the problem is that activity...
That's false. They wouldn't even use the term justified true belief to describe, the product of the brain, right? They wouldn't use that. Right? So, so he's applying a false definition of knowledge to something. He's saying like justified true beliefs can exist in the brain, but they never agreed that's what knowledge is. So he's applying a weird definition to something that exists in the brain, where I don't know if they would say that it's in the brain or it's a process of the brain, right? Because it sounds like Leophilus or whatever the fuck his name is says it's a product of the brain. It's a process that exists as the brain metabolizes, not the brain itself. So again, he's conflating two different things.
I guess he really likes lions. I don't know. Leophilius.
Yeah, does that mean you want to fuck lions? Like, what the hell?
I'm not sure. Maybe he was trying to go for Leonidas, but maybe just change it.
Yeah, maybe the kid's a furry. He looks like one of those types.
Maybe his name is Leo, so he loves himself.
I mean,
right.
Maybe he's a Justin Bieber fan. He's like, if you
autophilia
like
is a thing, I
music
guess.
that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. Come on.
Damn. I don't even know any Justin Bieber songs, but all right.
Is all just one thing. It is the brain.
I'll forgive you
so
for
there's
that.
no way
I'll
to talk about knowledge without referencing
Yeah, just fucking with you.
It as a category. But if categories exist, they must be concrete. If a category is concrete, then it's a particular concrete thing, not a category. How we understand categories is a collection of particulars that we conceptualize in a big folder called that's the category. I would say knowledge is itself a category, being that there are types of knowledge, even in philosophy, there are types of knowledge. Those types of knowledge would be in the folder category called knowledge. But that obviously is a problem under the physicalist view. So if a category is a concrete particular, then knowledge is a particular thing in a particular brain. So that is to say, every person who has a brain that has justified true belief has their own knowledge. It's a peculiar, particular knowledge. It's the only one of its kind. So it has no relation to other knowledge. It doesn't have a relation to other beliefs. There's no connection. There's no correlation between the two. They're totally in their own sort of vacuum. It's not full solipsism, I don't think, but it's kind of, it might entail it. It might entail it.
Yeah, I mean, the kid could ask him a very simple question now. Where does knowledge exist? You know, if it doesn't exist in the brain, then where does it exist, Jim Bob? Right? He's not answering where knowledge exists because he's saying, well, the physicalist thinks it exists in the brain, right? But he's a non-physicalist. So where does it exist for him? Does it exist in the mind of God? Does it exist in some ethereal realm? The realm of the forms? You know, where exactly does this knowledge exist? Because there's many different options. And then secondly, how does the mind of God or the world of the forms interact with the physical world? There's two questions that you would have to answer that have complex, highly complex means of justification just to back that up. You know, because you literally have zeros and ones. How the fuck do they interact? Right?
Many referent of knowledge as there are brains from that view. How could a physicalist say any particular concrete item or material event is more true than another? They can't, because the methodology they suggest using to arbitrate between true and false is also a new cascade of material events in particular brains. So there are two simple syllogisms I'll use tonight, which demonstrate that one, knowledge has no ontology under physicalism. That is to say, you can't point to where or how it exists if it is in fact material. Two, acquiring knowledge itself requires a physicalist to special plead for certain types of concrete matter doing certain concrete things. So the first syllogism is premise one: categories don't exist under physicalism. Only particular instances of matter exist. So if premise one is categories don't exist under physicalism, that's a conceptual thing, not a material thing. Premise two, knowledge is a category. Conclusion, knowledge does not exist under physicalism. Now, you couldn't really argue that physicalism can make knowledge possible if it doesn't even have an ontological status for it to exist in the first place. How would you know if knowledge is possible if it necessarily can't fit in the right folder called physical? You can't point to a physical thing called knowledge. The next syllogism is just as simple. Premise one: concrete objects, events, or we could call them states of affairs, are not truth apt. That is to say, when you look out in the world, things, items in the world, a rock,
30 seconds,
are not true or false. They just exist in the world. So now if we revisit my opponent's position, he's holding to the view that anything that exists is concrete.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's another trap here, because he said that, thoughts, which exist in the brain, cannot go out of the brain into a category called knowledge, right? When the Leophilius guy could simply just say, well, it's language. Right? Language is the way that they're transmitted. Right? So the thoughts exist in the brain. Those are physical processes as the brain metabolizes, and the language is how they're translated. And if you don't have the language to express your idea, you sure as hell won't be, explaining anything to anyone. Right? So you can't demonstrate your knowledge without language. And I think he would just say, well, these are just products of language. Right? These categories, and so on and so forth. And I'm pretty sure that is what he says. So, So I mean, that's a perfectly good answer.
Maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like knowledge is being defined as information in this regard.
Right, yeah. He is kind of like he's saying that physicalists reduce knowledge to information, right? So
okay.
And so there wouldn't be anything to distinguish any one piece of information from any other piece of information if it's just based on a physical process.
Nature, knowledge exists, therefore it must.
But then he's further claiming that you can't take the knowledge out of the brain. And I just don't, I don't understand why it has to be stuck there, right? Because you can't create a category for it, which they can. It's called language, right? So I don't know.
Be concrete. I'd like to know tonight, what is it made of? How do you know you're looking at it when you're just looking at the concrete world around you as particulars? So I'd love to figure this out tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, and then it'd be just that two concrete particular means of attaining to a piece of information would correspond to each other through language, and then they would invent a shared either experience or understanding of what they're viewing.
Thank you. And then let me reset that. And then Leophilia. Oh, you all right? Cool. Let me know when you're ready.
Damn, he just took a big old rip.
And you'll have 8 minutes.
You're
8 minutes.
So the question before us tonight is, does physicalism make knowledge impossible? Now it's not a major point in the debate, I don't think, but I'm just going to take impossible here to just sort of mean either lie.
Now this guy looks like is like stunted growth from playing video games or something like that. It's kind of weird. Like this is the kind of like this is the guys that look like they're like 12 years old when they're perfectly grown, right? But so this is kind of like weird that they always have Jim Bob and Andrew debate these kind of guys that are like grown-ups, but they're sort of like these stunted growth guys, right? Soy boys, right? So I don't know.
Logically or metaphysically impossible. One of those two is going to be the most broad. And that's just to say that there is no possible world in which it can obtain. So any possible way the world could be, something is impossible if it cannot obtain in any of those ways the world could possibly be. I think we also need to define some terms. So by physicalism, I just mean the idea that everything that exists is physical. And by physical, I just mean concrete. And things that are concrete are things that stand in causal relations, as opposed to things that are abstract, which are things that do not stand in causal relations. Like numbers, for example.
What's he do with retrocausality then? And nonlinear, it's like nonlinear shit.
Yeah. And so I want to go back to this point because I'm trying to figure out where he thinks these abstract entities exist.
In causal relations, as opposed to things that are abstract, which are things that do not stand in causal relations. Like numbers, for example, would be considered abstractum or abstracta in the plural, whereas electrons would be considered concreta. And this is because numbers don't cause things to happen, but electrons do. If they didn't, you wouldn't have electricity in your house. By knowledge, I just mean
among a lot of
justified
other
to believe,
things.
at least broadly. More.
Yeah, and I don't know. The Pythagoreans make some pretty good arguments, right? And I feel like numbers, if you think that physical stuff causes things to happen, then clearly there's mathematical proportion to that stuff, right? So you can't just have matter without form. You know what I mean, right?
He's basically saying that mathematical stuff is all abstracted because that's how we define, that's how we conceptualize those things. So again, it goes back to concepts not being physical or whatever you're saying.
Yeah, but it's like if you have two things, did one cause them to exist? Of course it did. You know what I mean, right?
Right.
You know, because it's like you can't have two without one, for example. So one does cause things, you know, it causes a multiplicity of things, for example. So I think in terms of Pythagoras, it would be like, yeah, I mean, one does have causal property, right? Because it's like, you know, one created all this shit. I don't know. You know,
The monad,
you know, so to speak, right? So like, it's like,
allegedly.
yeah, or like, is there not mathematical proportion of things? Was there not a set amount of energy within the universe when it started? For example, right? You know, didn't it not take this much time for things to get to where we are? 4 billion years or whatever, right? So it's like
14, if you want to say from the Big Bang.
Yeah, but it seems to be
And
that
like
there's
3 or 4 million for Earth specifically.
Yeah, like
But it
I
was
just think like
14 billion for the universe and like 3 million for Earth. I forget,
yeah,
something like that. Either way.
yeah. How do you get rid of the necessity of number when time is just one linear frame? I mean, like it's you know, like number would have to be necessary. All things would have to be in proportion to themselves. Or like I don't know, you know, like it's just you know, it's like you can't just like if you have matter, how do you get rid of form? It's just like weird, right? He's saying like form has no causality. It's just stuff bumping into each other. So the electrons, and right, is there not a set? Like doesn't one electron have a set amount of like weight? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Specifically, I would say JTB plus, that is justified true belief, plus a reliable belief forming process that includes no false lemmas, just to take it a step further. But I can work with just justified true belief. I think that's a fine way to define knowledge.
Yeah, but then it becomes circular, doesn't it? It's like, how do you know that's a reliable system to be able to verify the justified true belief? It just ad nauseum.
Right.
For the sake of this debate, and does physicalism make knowledge impossible? Well, I would say no, because I don't see any contradiction, and all it means to say that something is possible, at least broadly logically possible, is just to say that there are no contradictions in it. And I can't see any contradictions with the conjunction of both physicalism and humans having knowledge. So with that being said, no, I don't think it's impossible. At least it's not strictly logically impossible. Physicalism being true and humans having knowledge doesn't violate any of the laws or theorems of any sort of logic that I know of. And I would also say it's broadly logically possible. I can conceive of a world where we have knowledge like this world that we're in, the actual world, and a world, the same world, where physicalism is true, which again, I would say is the actual world. So I would say it's broadly logically possible. It's strictly logically possible. And I would also point to the fact that, at least with respect to the 2020 Phil survey, most respondents, particularly if you single out specifically epistemologists, are physicalists, and also think that there is some analysis we can do on knowledge. I also do think it's worth pointing out, however, that it's only a slim majority of epistemologists that think we can actually do an analysis on knowledge. There is a quite a large minority of epistemologists and philosophers more broadly, if you go look at the survey, that think there is no analysis of knowledge at all. So just to sort of point out that this what knowledge is and whether we can analyze it is still something that epistemologists and philosophers more broadly are debating. But I don't see any contradictions with physicalism being true and humans having knowledge, and so I'm not motivated to think that they are impossible, and I can just leave it.
Like, what a stupid opening statement. Like, all you've said is there's a consensus among people who call themselves epistemologists, right? But even they themselves are debating the meaning of these things. So although it's logically plausible in his view, it doesn't have to be for sure. Right. So I mean, what does the scientific consensus or the consensus of epistemologists add to this conclusion? I mean, I'm just curious.
There.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the introductions. Hang on for 1 second. Sorry about that. And yeah, so we'll be starting the 60-minute open panel. Open discussion, and it'll have up to an additional 60 minutes depending on audience engagement. You can super chat a question.
Yeah, I think Jim Bob definitely won the opening statement. I mean, that was a horrible opening statement from Leo Filius. He clearly didn't prepare. All right, so, I mean, yeah, so. And also, he's the one with much less subscribers, so it's kind of surprising that he didn't prepare. It seems like he's debating somebody who's much more notable in the sort of debate sphere, a guy who went to Miami and sat up on stage with the weird Wesley Willis or whatever the fuck that guy's name is, right? What's that guy's name?
I forget.
Wes something, I don't know, but yeah, that guy's. So this guy sat up on stage with all these celebrities, and now you're debating him, and you barely prepare your opening statement. I mean, dude, I'm just not impressed. I mean, that was just horrible.
Analysts, and it will be read to them for $5. You can do this with comments as well, but comments are going to be held till the end of the open discussion
he shot
portion.
himself in
They
the
also
foot.
retain the right to not read.
It's like, oh, I'll go even farther and say it's JTB plus.
Right.
I'll make it even worse for myself.
Right. It's like, good Lord, dude. It's like, he gave Jim Bob a lot of rope to hang him with, for sure.
Yep.
Read comments if they appear to violate YouTube TOS. I will jump into the conversation and read the question for you. Just try to keep them on topic somewhat, right? $2 super chats will be displayed on screen as well. Our panelists tonight are immune to mutes and kicks, so keep that in mind. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Mega bloodbath engaged. You have 60 minutes.
You're muted, and since I spoke last, if you've got any questions, go ahead.
Breakfast Talkers, do you do that live every time, the mega bloodbath, or do you record?
Yeah. I should have it recorded.
You should get an echo in there.
Was that bad?
Yeah.
No, it was good. No, I thought it was about a 6, 7.
Also
abstracta, right?
6, 7.
And most
button, and we'll get 50 likes, and I'll be.
They refer to abstracta, right?
Yes.
That and most people would call abstracta. From a physicalist view, do you think that exists, or that's just like an illusory linguistic term we?
Come on, DeFreak, what are you doing here? Studs? I mean, come on, dude.
I don't know what DeFreak is up to. He's always sending donos to
$2 super
tacos.
chats to the weirdest people. Yeah,
And I think he's a mod, maybe. I forget.
that's surprising. I would have.
Or no, he's not a mod. He's just a what do you call it? A member.
Yeah, this is a much lower level conversation than looking at just Parmenides or Heraclitus. So, the value,
used to refer to things that aren't concrete, but they don't actually exist.
Yeah, I'm a nominalist, so I would say abstracta do not exist.
Okay, and then would you say categories are abstractions? Categories
Yes.
themselves as anomalous?
Mhm.
Okay. Would you argue that knowledge itself is a category?
Yeah, I think knowledge can be understood as a category. I don't know if that's what it is necessarily, but
okay.
I think
But if
a category of beliefs that are
Mhm.
justified and true, or something like that.
Okay, so if categories don't actually exist under physicalism, and knowledge, you said, could be a category, but could it be anything? Could knowledge be anything other than a category, conceptually a category?
Probably. I'm not sure. I think it really just comes down to the particular approach that one takes in their analysis of knowledge.
Okay, because my I have a syllogism. It would be cool if you engage with it, maybe. So P1 is categories don't exist under this form of physicalism you're defending, right? They don't exist. They don't have an ontology, right? Premise 2, knowledge is a category. Conclusion, knowledge does.
So he shouldn't have said that they don't exist, because that's really confusing, right? Well, he should say that they exist as abstractum, so they don't have causal power.
Right.
So him saying that they don't exist just really is very confusing, right? And he should have looked at Parmenides or something like that, because he's not understanding what this means philosophically. It's like you can't just use things that don't exist, right? So I mean, he's creating an intractable problem for himself, right? So yeah, I don't know.
Does not exist.
Like, unless you're like working with the Tao, like you're not using non-existence for anything.
Under physicalism.
Well, under my view, I would say knowledge does not exist. I don't think knowledge is a thing in the world.
Okay, so that was pretty bad. It's like where do we go from here? Right? And Jim Bob's like, bingo. Right? Like, I kind of think like they set this up.
Possibly.
Okay, so if knowledge doesn't exist, how could you know knowledge is possible under physicalism?
Because it's a concept that we can talk about. Just like I don't think Santa Claus exists, but I think we could talk about whether it's possible that if Santa Claus could exist, which I think logically, yeah, it's possible.
Well, Santa Claus.
So now he's saying that things that are possible are things that we could talk about, even though they don't exist. Right? So he's saying, well, there's a category of things that are just, but see, if you put knowledge, right, which he's saying is justified and true in that category, then you can't finagle it, to just be like Santa Claus, right? Right. So this is the problem, right? So he's saying like, oh, you can do all this with something that doesn't, but you can't do all that, right? So,
Claus would be a material claim, right?
I mean, if he existed, he would be a material object, yes.
Right, but if knowledge is just because we have a concept of Santa Claus, but the referent itself would be a physical fat man who climbs down creepily and delivers items to children without our consent. So that's why I asked if the status of knowledge under physicalism is non-existent, that it just doesn't exist. I'm not sure when you say no, knowledge is possible under physicalism. When we say possible, are we saying it's possible to exist under physicalism?
When I say that knowledge is possible under physicalism, I'm just saying it is possible for an agent to possess knowledge even if physicalism is true. That there is no contradiction in physicalism being true in some agent in that physicalist reality having knowledge.
I guess the contradiction I would find, and I'd be interested to see if you could give an alternative, is P, knowledge is concrete, not P, knowledge is not concrete. So I'm not sure what under physicalism, what is it you're referring to in the world that's physical when you say knowledge is possible? If I said like some invented abstraction was possible, you said, well, it could be logically possible, metaphysically possible, but under physicalism, we're talking about it has to be physically possible for it to be in existence for physicalism, right? Like, could something exist under physicalism but not hold to what's necessary for you to refer to something as existing? Like can something exist in physicalism that's not physical?
I would say no, because then there would be a non-physical existing thing, which would just seem to entail the falsity of physicalism.
Right. So if knowledge doesn't if you admit that knowledge doesn't exist under physicalism, what is it that's possible when you say knowledge is possible under physicalism? What is possible?
Knowledge, like the concept of knowledge. I think that we can talk about the possibility and impossibility of concepts. I don't think that there has to be some sort of concrete object that's being referred to. Like in mathematics, there might be certain operations we say are impossible, or certain evaluations, mathematical evaluations that are impossible. But I at least me, you might have a different view with respect to mathematics, but I'm an anti-realist about mathematics. So I don't think that like math is a thing in the world. It's just this conceptual schema that humans develop. So we can talk about the possibility and impossibility of certain things in mathematics, despite that not referring to anything in.
So he's pulled a move exactly the way I described, right? Which he's saying that math is a product of language, right? So you could still use it to refer to real things, right? And it doesn't have to have a real existence on its own, right? So I mean, this is perfectly reasonable explanation. And so yeah, so let's see where Jim Bob goes from here, because he's gonna just keep on looping around and saying, well, you don't think ideas and concepts exist, even though he just said, well, there's a medium in which we can put them right to where their existence doesn't really matter for us to apply them to physical things
in the world, so to speak. So I think the concept of possibility and impossibility can apply to concrete things in the world, but I also think it can apply to concepts.
Okay, but under your view, if I swapped categories or knowledge with concepts, under your physicalist nominalist view, you'd also say that concepts don't exist, right?
Yeah, concepts are not things in the world.
Okay, so when I asked
again, that's just really stupid, right? Like, what do you mean they're not things in the world? Like, didn't you just say that we use them to refer to things? Right? You know what I mean, right? So he's like saying he's like concepts aren't things in the world, but where else would they exist? Right? If they don't exist in a non-physical space, yet we use them, so why wouldn't they exist in the world? It's just really stupid, right? Like, it's just like he's going too far with it. All right, like, I don't think he understands the implications of does not exist, right? And then, like, also, like, Jim Bob, where do your if the ideas have to exist somewhere, then where do your non-physical entities exist? Right? It's just
in what way is knowledge possible under physicalism? And you say it's possible in the way that concept of knowledge is possible. But then if I asked, how are concepts possible under physicalism? They don't exist. And so now you'd have to answer that. How are concepts possible under physicalism? What are you referring to when you say a concept's possible under physicalism?
Well, I would say a concept is largely going to be some sort of like mental map that an agent forms, and that's probably going to be rooted in the structure of the variety of parts of the brain that are involved in that. I know like the prefrontal cortex is a huge one in like belief formation.
Now it exists in the prefrontal cortex, something that doesn't exist in the world. See the problem he's having? It's like, what?
And I think maybe goal directedness as well. That might be a different part of the brain. But all of those features that play into us having beliefs, us saying that we know things, those are just patterns across the brain. So I would say that things like knowledge are just going to consist in that.
Okay, so concepts, you say, could be possible under physicalism, but they would be identical to sort of mapped out brain patterns and physicality in the brain.
I mean, I don't know if I would say identical to. The terminology I would use would be emergent from. And for emergence, I just take in this context to be that there is some sort of like higher order pattern or structure that results from a variety of lower order parts put together in a particular way that is not itself possessed by any of the individual lower order parts. Think of a puzzle. You get a puzzle of a red barn. The red barn is a picture that requires all of the puzzle pieces to be in a particular order. But if you took one of the individual puzzle pieces, there isn't a picture of a red barn on it. So that picture emerges from the structure of the puzzle pieces. That's sort of the idea.
Okay, so you're saying that concepts themselves wouldn't be identical to matter, but the thing you're referring to when you say concept, the referent is matter.
I mean processes, processes and structures occurring in material, in a material object, namely the brain.
Okay, because you would agree that if you said concept was concrete, that would be a contradiction, right?
Well, I wouldn't. Excuse me, I wouldn't make that claim. I think concepts are abstract.
I know, but to say abstract things are concrete would be a contradiction.
Oh yeah, that would just be that would be like saying married bachelor. So
yeah. So like it would just be false. So that would be if a physicalist tried to say concepts are matter themselves, they are matter, you would push back on that.
Oh yeah, I would say I don't know. I would just be like that. I just don't really understand how that would work.
Right. Okay, so and you also said that. Do you believe that? Because if I said
right, I mean it doesn't make any sense, right? If language is physical sounds and we need conceptual framework, right, that exists as a process in the brain, and then those two things come together to express ideas, how are they not physical, right? And how do they not exist in the world? Right? It just seems completely ridiculous, right? The framing that he's using, and it seems to be giving Jim Bob a way in to make his point about dualism, which he doesn't have to prove.
Right. It's very strange.
Yeah, it is
But
like it's
I'm just trying to think of this like it from Leophilius's viewpoint. You would have to, at some point, concede that conceptual abstractions would eventually get synthesized into some kind of physical medium because it's part of your memory, and if memory is physical, I don't know. Maybe I'm
right.
misunderstanding it.
No, it makes sense. I mean, I just what he's saying is completely strange. Either see, I feel like you got one guy who's like just using philosophy and another guy who's just using science, and they're talking way past each other.
He's trying to use just science, but he can't. There's metaphysical underpinnings to what he's
Right.
trying to claim.
Right, and he's clearly not understanding the implications of those like metaphysical underpinnings.
That's what these hard evolutionists don't seem to understand, or they just don't want to talk about it very much.
Right. It's just like this is like one of the dumbest conversations I've seen, But yeah.
Knowledge doesn't actually exist in a positive ontological way physically under physicalism. But if justified true beliefs then don't exist, because that's what we're defining as knowledge, you're saying that under this view, justified true beliefs don't actually exist.
Yeah, they're not things in the world. They're just emergent brain functions, emergent from brain functions. And then we have languages.
He
Point of
pretty much,
moderation on your
like he pretty much just said like truth doesn't exist, but this is what he's arguing for. Like it's kind of like
because truth is an abstraction to him, so
right?
It's not going to have any ontology to it.
Right. So it's like, so why does it matter? Like why like like nothing really matters. Like so I get like what Jim Bob's saying, but it's like I don't think this kid understands what he's saying. And then secondly, like all of these questions could be posed to Jim Bob that ask like, okay, if they don't exist in the brain, where do these ideas exist? And how come if you if your brain is fucked up, you can't have good ideas no more? Right. So yeah.
Screen, Jim Bob Leo is only showing his forehead, and then half the mega.
Is that change? Is that change sometimes? No, it's my deal.
I think it's because I was on there.
Jim Bob debates Leo's forehead.
I promise it's not visual rhetoric. I promise. Okay, cool. Thanks for that note. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess I would go into then that if justified true belief, the concept you're saying doesn't exist, would you also say that when you say justified true belief, that's a reference, but the reference you're pointing to, describing, did he just got booted?
He probably hit the wrong button.
That's fine. I'll just wait.
I think you might be right. I think they might have organized this beforehand. Because it's just so strange.
It's looking like it. Yeah, it's looking
it's
like
it's getting a softball basically to Jim Bob.
Right. And they know he's the big guy that's on the stage right now. Their channel's dwarfed in comparison to him.
It's like okay, if you, Leo, want to get more subs, you have to basically like toe the line.
Allow Jim Bob to win. Yeah.
Let Jim Bob say his piece or whatever, and then you gotta play the game.
Make him look smart. It seemed like something like that.
God's world. Do you reject / reinterpret the evidence from God's world or faith?
Let's save that for after.
Okay.
Sorry about that. My cat decided to step on my keyboard, and some things happened. So
okay, no problem.
This is a quick one. Do the Jedi exist as a category internally?
The Jedi, yeah, maybe the idea of Jedi.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
not on the Jedi side. I think they're all about disorder and rebellion, and they're kind of hippies. You know, they party with furries and stuff. So anyway,
oh yeah, Christian nationalism, bro. Like, retard, dude.
What
support the Sith and the fucking Empire and shit. You know, like we'll support the bad guys in the movies. It's just so gay. Like, you know, it's like, oh, nobody ever tried that one before.
What I was asking Leo is,
What? What are you gonna be, the Joker next? I mean, come on, man.
When you say justified true belief, that's a concept. You're saying the concept of justified true belief doesn't exist, but are you saying the referent for it is patterns in the brain too? Like it's like a set of like chemical neurons and things that you could isolate inside the brain, and you go, that's the justified true belief right there.
I think in some sense, yeah, we could say here's some activity that occurs in the brain, and we notice that this activity increases substantially when people are engaged in higher order thinking, belief forming, things like that. So we associate the activity in these parts of the brain with the belief forming and the recurrence of beliefs. God, of course, I'm going to blank on the word. But there's a word for a thing that's related to like beliefs and all that stuff. That there's a part of, I think it's the prefrontal cortex that lights up. And I mean, I think one could say, yeah, all this activity is a person's, say, knowledge. Like if somebody's reading something and it asks them to think about the fact that the sun emits electromagnetic radiation, we see all these parts of the brain light up. That is that person's, that is representative of the person's JTB, that the sun emits electromagnetic radiation. The knowledge that that's what the sun does.
And that you would consider that's a justified true belief happening in the brain.
I mean, I would say it's a process happening in the brain. I wouldn't say the process itself is a justified true belief.
Oh, okay. So under physicalism, what is it you'd point to in the physical to say that's the justified true belief?
It's those goofy ass games.
I think the brain functions. The brain functions.
The brain function. Well, brain functions exist, but brain functions. There are brain functions that you would argue are false beliefs too, right?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so then where would you, like if I asked you where is a justified true belief in the brain, would you just say it doesn't exist as the brain?
I mean, I don't think it exists as like a thing in the brain or at a part of the brain. I think it's just a resultant feature of a variety of processes, structures, and relations. I don't know if we could ever isolate it and say this particular pathway, just regardless of its size or how much of the brain it ranges over, that this particular pathway is some justified true belief. I think at best we could say that beliefs, justified or otherwise, true or otherwise, are formed and held and recalled through a variety of processes that occur in the brain. And that when we communicate and talk with each other, we call these things, the things that we believe or the things that we know.
So now he's just going to use Plantinga and just say like, well, if all of these things just exist as brain states, right, then how do you know if the information that's in there is true? Right. So he's just going to say, well, your cognitive functions don't necessarily lead you to truth. Right. So you can't get a correct answer just based on, correct thinking, if you will. Right. So.
Right. And then when we talk, that's also sort of like a downstream from the same, maybe not identical, but same in the sense that the brain is sort of cascading mechanically and causing us to make propositions that we also believe are true. Like when we make an utterance, do you believe that's deterministically caused biologically, neurologically from a physicalist view? Like, is there any intention? I'm asking. Is there any intention in physicalism that you're defining?
Oh yeah, so I'm a compatibilist with respect to ideas of like intention and free will. I think that there are antecedent determinative factors to the decisions that we make, but I would also say that decision making is something determinative. We make decisions based on those antecedent factors, and our beliefs, our aims, our goals, our desires, our experiences, all of these things are are those antecedent causal factors that are utilized to make the decisions that we make.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to justify anything except for compatibilism within religious understanding, because God's in control of everything and you have to make moral decisions, right? So there's no way you can like sort of fight against compatibilism in the, whilst having a religious point of view, right? It's just, it's sort of a slam dunk for compatibilism, right? So, right.
So like if I do an evaluation under physicalism, your view is that evaluations and propositions, now, do they exist under your view positively, or are they in the same category as non-existent knowledge and that stuff?
Yeah, I would put them in that same category.
That they're
not things
non-existent
in the world. Yeah, they're not.
They're
things
not.
in the
Okay.
world.
Okay. Evaluation from your view doesn't actually exist.
No, it's just like a thing that agents do.
Oh, it's like an event. Well, doing would be in the world, wouldn't it? Like if a brain did something, that would be an event in the world.
And he says, yeah. What an
If a
idiot,
brain
dude.
did something.
he says, yeah, he asked him, if a brain did something, that would be in the world, right? And the stupid kid says, yeah. Like this is the dumbest conversation.
It's just like a thing that agents do.
Oh, it's like an event. Well, doing would be in the world, wouldn't it? Like if a brain did something, that would be an event in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, the brain just it just sends out signals and it fires synapses and all that good stuff. I'm really oversimplifying it, but I mean, it's connected to the nervous system. All the signals go to the parts of the body and it does stuff.
Yeah, but it's like he just admitted that his whole thing is bunk by saying it does do stuff in the world. Like what? If the brain does stuff, that's physical, but its products are not physical. And they don't exist. It's like what? That makes zero sense.
We do things based on our evaluations, but the evaluation isn't something out in the world.
Okay, so far your view is knowledge itself, justified truth.
It's almost as if he believes in like a virtual space. Like it's like, it's like they're both like weirdly Platonic.
True belief doesn't exist. Categories don't exist. Abstractions don't exist. Concepts don't exist. Evaluations don't exist. Do propositions exist?
No, not as things in the world.
Okay, propositions don't exist in the world.
Like,
So
what is this list that Jim Bob is building, and for what purpose? Like, dude, do you not get it yet? Like what? Like, okay, we got this. This doesn't. Concepts don't exist. Knowledge doesn't exist. But it doesn't exist. All right. Like we get that the kid's an idiot, but it's like, where do you go from here?
it sounds like there's a non-existent category that you appeal to in operating in the world. So like when you navigate the world as a person, you actually assume things that don't exist in order to determine whether your beliefs are accurate.
I mean, yeah, I utilize a variety of different concepts when I think about the world and a variety of schemas. I mean, logic, mathematics, all that stuff. And yeah, none of those things exist. Those things aren't real. They're concepts in our head. If humans didn't exist, none of these things would exist.
Okay, so then when you say you're appealing to non-existent things to come to the truth of the matter about the existing things, what is the connection between non-existent things that would lend you the confidence to talk about existing things if your schema is actually non-existent?
Well, there isn't really there couldn't be a connection with something that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist for you to connect to it.
Right. So the mode and activity that you use to come to knowledge about the physical world, you use wholly, admittedly, non-existent things.
Yeah, I think everyone does. I'm an anomalist.
But how do you use a non-existent thing?
By thinking about them. At least in this instance.
But how could you think about something that doesn't exist?
The same way we think about Santa Claus. Or
no, but
if I said flying unicorns or something.
No,
like
no,
that.
no,
These
but
things
not.
don't exist. But we
I
can
know,
think
but
about them.
Well, Santa Claus is something. The reason we.
So he's now saying that all knowledge is based on, you know, some sort of fantasy device, right, that we've invented so that we can have a placeholder for our thoughts that don't exist. Meanwhile, we figure out what to do in the real world, right, which is partly based on deterministic, you know, preset, you know, brain states, right? So yeah.
Oh
So
boy.
this is yeah. So you know, so there's not much going on here.
Say Santa Claus doesn't exist is because the thing we're referring to, the referent, we're saying
definitely doesn't get you to knowledge, right? Like at all. So I don't know why he's claiming that this is proves that physicalism is compatible with knowledge. You know, Santa Claus isn't knowledge, right? So I don't know.
the referent doesn't exist. You're saying the actual category doesn't exist. Like you're actually saying the entirety of categories don't exist. So Santa Claus as a actual person, we say doesn't exist, but the concept of Santa Claus, most people would say the concept of Santa Claus does exist. But you're saying the concept of Santa Claus doesn't even exist.
Yeah. I don't think concepts are like things in the world.
Okay, but when you say you don't believe concepts are things in the world, when you say the concept of Santa doesn't exist, what are you referring to when you say the concept of Santa then?
So usually I'm referring to Santa Claus, which would be like, so, I mean, really all I can do, I feel, is just like define Santa Claus in terms of the intentions, ITENSION, not TION. The meanings of terms or the things in virtue of which the term means something. So you might think of a fat man,
okay,
big white beard, wears a red suit.
So he's going with like basically that like words and concepts don't have meaning other than what we prescribe to them, right? But I don't think he would claim that in terms of math and logic. Right, because there's truths within math and logic that are just merely self-evident, right, and they don't need to be, you know, like sort of justified that way.
Delivers presents to kids on Christmas, flies around in a sleigh, like those kind. That's what I'm referring to when I refer to Santa Claus.
Sure,
Those
yeah,
are
the actuality
intentions of the term.
Yeah, but then you use the word meaning, so I'd be interested in knowing: do you believe meaning exists? It being that
not
it's
as a thing, not as a thing in the world. No.
Okay. But when you say not as a thing in the world, if it's not in the world, it actually doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're saying meaning?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why meaning as a feature of language doesn't exist in the world. But yeah.
Do you believe meaning exists? It being that
not
it's
as
conceptual?
a thing, not as a thing in the world. No.
Okay. But when you say not as a thing in the world, if it's not in the world, it actually doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're saying.
Right. See, there's the problem. Right. It says it's not just not as a thing in the world. That statement is meaningless. He's claiming it doesn't exist altogether. So, you know, there's a huge problem there.
Yeah, I think Leo would not do too well in a deposition. It's like he says something, and the lawyer just does a follow-up question, and oh, okay.
Meaning itself doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so if under pure physicalism, if abstractions, concepts, and meaning don't exist in the world, can you tell me how it's possible for us to talk right now?
Oh, we have languages that we use.
Languages doesn't exist. Language doesn't exist. That's conceptual.
Language, I mean, it exists in a sense that there are physical symbols and sounds.
Well, a physical symbol doesn't tell you the meaning of the symbol. So I would agree that you could write down something on paper, but the problem with that is you could write two symbols that mean completely different things to different cultures. And so if you say language I use language. Language, you'd have to concede, is a category conceptually that doesn't actually exist in the world. You can't point to
Well,
a thing.
I mean, even if I granted that, so what? Like, that doesn't stop us.
Yeah, like, so what, Jim Bob? Like, move on with your fucking point, dude. Like, what are you making lists of things that don't exist for this dude? Like, what the fuck is the actual point? It's actually getting maddening. You know, it's like he's like stuck in a loop.
Because he wants to basically paint him into a corner with this supposed list, so it adds up. You know, it just piles up, and this guy has no answer for him. It, you know, this seems to be what's happening here.
Yeah, like, you know, just because, you know, he doesn't believe these things exist doesn't mean they magically go away, made by science, Bob. Right? Like, this is crazy, right?
From having like this debate will continue even if I said, yeah, you're right. So clearly it's not really, it doesn't really matter if these things were not like real things out in the world, which I think with language there's a little bit more nuance there. Again,
okay,
there are physical symbols and sounds that make up languages.
Okay,
the meanings behind all of our words and language structures and all that doesn't exist. You can't point to, when I point to an object, I'm not pointing like this is a beer can, Miller High Life.
That's not.
We've got the beer, Miller. I'm sorry. But when
I see what's happening here. These motherfuckers are drizzled. They are trugged up. And there's no philosophy going on as a result. It's actually really bad. That it's like they're having like a symposium without the philosophy.
When I point to this can, I'm not pointing to the meaning of the can. Like I'm not.
I understand.
But yeah,
but
meaning isn't a thing out there. It doesn't.
But then language is not a thing. But you said it doesn't really matter. But that itself doesn't really matter. The phrase that also doesn't exist in the world.
Sure.
So when you say it doesn't really matter, is that
beer
true?
bath.
Being that you.
Right. Mega brew bath. Yeah.
Nice. It's like my brew beats up your brew. Take that.
Yeah. I can't believe he just held up the can, then sang the jingle. Like, are they getting paid for that? You know, this is sad, because you can get money for doing that. So, so the thing is that we don't know if that was actual product placement right there. We actually don't know.
It could be, yeah. It's hell of a product placement, but guess what? We're like 40 minutes into this thing.
Yeah, I was reluctant to say that when Jim Bob drinks the same exact brewski with the can, the yellow and green can, and then he's holds up the literal can and says the jingle from the commercial, folks. We can't make this stuff up.
Like, it would make sense. I mean, at least Jim Bob like showed his can like almost like immediately earlier in the video, so I can kind of see how that could be product placement, because people are going to be bored of this shit like 20-30 minutes ago and turn it off. So this guy's like doing it like 40 minutes in.
It's just weird. It's like look, we really don't have to wonder why they're able to get these people that go on these big stages, that go on these big shows like the Whatever podcast, right? How they're able to get these people on their stage and they have thousands of more subscribers than us, and everybody engages with their show, and our fans will give them money. They won't even give us money, so this is the thing, is like it's pretty funny that like all of this shit is happening, right? Like, meanwhile, it's like we don't have to wonder why it's happening. It's right there on the screen. Like, they literally do weird shit like product placement. They talk to companies, they talk to YouTube celebrities to try to clout chase and give themselves a big name. Things that we will not be caught dead doing, because it lessens the material, it lessens the level of conversation, and it totally throws everything we're trying to accomplish in the trash by kowtowing to these fucking creeps, that are
and it's like basically being a cheap prostitute.
It is. It's being a cheap prostitute, a cheap, like, trying to go along to get along, lessening your content and material. And right for that type of shit. Right? Man. I mean, it's just like, and you claim like you're doing like this intellectual thing, online. Dude, it's actually way far from that. No, it's way far from that. All right, and it's right there on the screen to see why this fake shit is set up against us, and none of you motherfuckers will do anything about it. You'll just keep on consuming this trash, giving it a name, saying this has credence, this is intellectual rigor, when just on Tuesday's show, we discussed two thinkers that literally solved 90% of these problems. And they were before Socrates. It's just incredible. And all you have is their fragments, and even they can think up better answers to these questions than these two fucking idiots on stage. All right, it's amazing. All right, it's like, what the fuck is going on? And nobody will hear it. They'll hear these thousands of people will line up around the block to hear these fucking morons speak about what they think they know. It's fucking depressing. They won't engage with primary sources that already answered 90% of the fucking questions for them. And even pose deeper questions, deeper debate proposals that they haven't even considered.
Admit that phrase actually doesn't exist?
It's true for me because I think it doesn't matter, but somebody else might think it does matter. Maybe you think it matters.
Well, no. I'm saying if we were both physicalists, when you say it doesn't really matter, that thing you just referred to as a statement, that actually doesn't exist. So am I supposed
I don't know. I think he's going slippery slope on him. Like, he's not saying that human speech or his words that he's saying out of his mouth right now don't exist, Jim Bob. You do understand that, right? He's just saying that the concepts and the meanings behind those concepts don't exist. So why is he doing this giant conflation here? It just seems very weird. Is he purposefully misunderstanding the point the guy just made?
to believe you when you say something doesn't matter, being that your standard for things that exist and don't exist, even meaning and language and math, those don't exist. So why should I accept a truth claim from you?
Because
I don't know if he said language doesn't exist. He said that meanings go to things that we've determined for them, right? But yeah, I don't know. I think he said language exists as physical speech patterns, as physical sounds that we admit, right? But the meaning is determined by us, right? So I don't know.
You can understand the things that I'm saying and verify whether they're true. I mean, like, if I told you that I am having a debate with you right now, are you going to say, oh, well, I don't know if that's true? I probably not. You're probably going to be like, well, of course I am.
Well, that can't be true under review. A debate itself doesn't exist as matter in the world. But
they're not having a debate, according to Leo Field. What? See, he's going to see. It's like he could have made a good point with the other earlier stuff he was doing by saying, like, wait, what do you mean these things don't exist? Right? But you just admitted they do exist as a physical process, and so on and so forth. But he's not going there, right? See, this is the problem. There's so many problems with what the kid just said that he's not getting to. He instead wants to do this monkey song and dance and go, oh, well, now you're saying we're not debating right now. It's like, no, he never said that. Fucking idiot.
Debates don't exist.
Yeah, you're right. Debates don't exist. Debates.
Oh God, come on, kid, you're killing me here.
Sad trombone.
The kid's a fucking idiot. This kid's a fucking stooge. What the fuck, debate? Yeah, you're right. Debates don't exist, bro. Log off, fucking retard. What's wrong with this guy?
This doesn't so this
that he emerges out of the.
Look at Jim. He's lost it. This guy, what the fuck?
The activity of humans.
So we're not debating.
Well, I mean, of course we're debating.
What you just said we weren't, dude. You just said they weren't, bro.
You just trolling at this point?
This kid is trolling. He smoked a big fat doobie before this shit, dude. There's no way. And he drank like, how many cans deep in the Miller High Life was he? That's the only question at this point. 4 cans, 5 cans, maybe, before he started the debate? Come on, man.
Well, if he has, he seems to be able to hold his alcohol pretty good. He hasn't slurred his words or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna lose it. Like, can we get like Hanko Flamio? Man, I'm gonna send him the link. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. Like, this doesn't even make any sense. Like, what, dude? Like, let me send Hank a link. This is so fucking, dude. I'm gonna be like, dude, we have a fashion emergency, dude. A fashion faux pas of the grimiest condition. Like we got style wars on our hands. Like that just, like shit's not making a lick of sense, dog. If you have time. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, this shit's making me lose it, dude.
Beep boop.
Now I'm reading Buddha's messages. Yeah, so very interesting queries from Buddha. Here, hold on. Let me actually save this in case he deletes it. I do want to respond to it. Because sometimes he'll go and delete his messages, and I'll want to respond to it. So if that's the case, I'll send him a picture of the message he sent and then respond to it. I'm guessing he's doing that for privacy purposes. There's many people who go to do that, so that's to prevent people from tracking the messages. So I totally understand people who will send messages online and then delete them immediately. Right? That may be a good practice for a lot of people. And then I don't doubt that it may not prevent it completely because they may be permanently saved somewhere as well, right? So you may not totally prevent it from being.
Yeah, I think, if you put it into the internet, it's very likely that it gets somewhere.
Right.
Wait, no, you can't say debates exist, but we're not debating. Or debates don't exist, but we are debating. What are we doing what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the discussion that we're having, utilizing a common language that was agreed upon by all participating parties. The thing that when we say the word debate, talk about a debate, that's what we mean.
Okay. Right, but the debate itself, under your physicalist view you're defending tonight, debates don't exist.
Sure.
They don't exist.
Yeah,
so the winner of a
they're not
debate
things out in the
also
world.
doesn't exist. Losers and winners of debates also don't exist.
No, that's all evaluative. Evaluations aren't things in the world. They're things agents do.
I understand, but agent itself, you can't find a physical thing called an agent.
Yeah, I can.
No, that's a
I
concept.
I see two of them on my screen.
No,
right
that's a concept. What you see are two physical, concrete things, and even that is a concept referring to the reference. So an agent.
See, he's trying to like trap him into some type of phenomenalism, right? And say like, well, you believe everything's concepts because the way you're perceiving it is through your brain, right? So you're saying they're physical, but you can't prove it, right? Because what you're using to refer to it is something that is just a state of your brain, right? So he's using Plantinga hard here, right? The whole naturalism versus evolution thing. We should maybe play that after this, right? Because that will help. Because I think I was playing it yesterday and then I sort of like dozed off there. I left the video playing and until the laptop died, and it looks like it only played about 20 minutes of it. So, but yeah, look at this. I paused it at exactly 44 minutes. And it's also 445 minutes long, the video itself. So it's interesting.
Your book is 444 pages.
Right. So I've been noticing that number a lot. There's apparently Kabbalistic significance in the idea of destruction with that number. Right.
Yes.
So it's kind of weird.
Is a conceptual term for an object, right?
Yeah, and that object is the agent.
Well, no, you can't say that.
The concept just refers to the object, just like an electron is just a word. Like we have a concept of an electron. The concept refers to something in the world. There are concepts that don't refer to things in the world.
Okay, so it sounds like if it's the case that meaning doesn't exist, and all of the tools that you utilize to come to justified true belief, which also doesn't exist, knowledge doesn't exist. Your view is that all these operations, even debating about whether or not knowledge is possible, the debate of whether or not knowledge is possible also doesn't exist.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so if the debate about whether knowledge is possible doesn't exist, how would you know knowledge is possible from a debate?
Because I can look and see whether or not there are contradictions in the terms.
Contradictions don't exist. Those are conceptual.
Sure,
So
yeah, but I can still use concepts.
No. Using concepts, you're using something that you're denying the existence of. How could you, like if I used a hammer.
Something not existing doesn't mean it can't have meaning.
No, meaning, you admitted meaning doesn't exist.
Sure, but that's neither here nor there.
No,
meaning isn't a thing out in the world. You can't point to a meaning in the world. You're right, it doesn't exist. It's still a useful concept.
Usefulness doesn't exist. Usefulness doesn't exist.
Yeah, sure. Usefulness is some sort of normative evaluation, and those things are emergent from the processes of agents. So they're not things in themselves out in the world. You're right. They don't exist. But that doesn't mean we don't use them.
Processes don't exist.
Process, yeah, they do.
No, a process is a conceptual category for just some sort of state of affairs.
Yeah, that was pretty magical how processes suddenly exist, but concepts don't. None of these other things do. Right? But
maybe he's taking exception to that because it ties into evolution. Possibly. Since evolution is basically a process. From his worldview, I think.
I mean, there's a total exchange of energy. Like the total exchange of energy in the universe has not changed. So theoretically, there is no process. Because, I mean, the total amount of energy in the universe is going to remain the same, right? It's not going to dissipate.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering what the process would be, right? Or, I don't know. In terms of just physics, right? So, I mean, there would be physical stuff. But I mean, that would have to just be eternal. But I don't see how. So I don't know.
In the world, they don't exist.
That's what most words are.
Well, words don't exist from your view.
Sure.
Okay. So what does exist under physicalism if everything you're utilizing to describe what exists don't exist?
The physical world.
No, that's also a metaphysical claim. The physical world. That's conceptual.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that's a metaphysical claim.
Well, reality out there. Would you agree, Leo Filios, if I said reality, like out there. The word reality is a concept for some notion of the state of affairs that I'm viewing outside, right? It's not identical to it. It's a concept for it.
I mean, I'm not sure if I would agree that it's not identical to it, but I mean, I would say reality is the external world.
What I'm pointing to is if what you find real is the result of a process that you deny exists, I don't think you have access to what you think is from this view anyway. I know in your experience you do. I'm saying that if you come to a justified true belief about the world, but the methodology you use, everything you use to come to notions about the external world, everything you're using is totally illusory and non-existent, I'm not sure how you have access to what you thought was the physical external world, being that the bridge between it.
My perceptual apparatuses.
Yeah,
Like,
but
I
that
can
would be
see
conceptual.
it and touch it. And...
Okay, I didn't notice there was all these comments. Critique Craft, unban me, please. I wonder who that is.
That's gotta be Avian.
I don't think so. Avian?
Yeah.
Well,
You banned Avian? What?
yeah, from the StreamYard because
What?
yeah, because he was just going in. He was just going in at me, like being like,
Yeah, I remember that.
going
But
off the hook.
I think he's willing to change up. Right. And it also could have been like some sort of drinking or I don't know. So
Yeah, well, let's do a mediation or something because I don't want him to use
Yeah, I
this as
got
evidence. I'm just trying to embarrass him or something because
Yeah, I got you.
I gave him a warning and then he's like, "Oh, you're just trying to ambush me." I'm like, "I gave you a warning. I said this is what's going to happen, and that's what I did." And then now you're acting like it's a big surprise. I'm like, so I don't want him to
Yeah.
misconstrue something or whatever.
Yeah, because it can't hurt to talk or especially in terms of what we're talking about here.
All these words.
Yeah, but yeah.
Hear it?
Well, would you agree that it's not just touching it? It's evaluating the sense data too. It's not just.
I mean, I think agents do evaluate their sense data. That's part of how, like, our decision making and our goal directedness and all of that. We might see a child drowning, and that might motivate us to act in some way, given some evaluation of how that event that we're seeing makes us feel. But
Yeah, there's no way I'm going to 2 hours of this. All right, so I'll tell you guys, we're watching 5 more minutes of this, and we'll pick it up some other day because this is just too circular.
We probably don't need to. They just seem to be going in circles.
Yeah, this is way too circular.
Do you think it's an objectively true statement about the world that agents do things?
Yeah.
Okay. How can it be true that an agent does something in the world if agents, according to your own view, don't exist?
Well, I think agents do exist.
No, I didn't ask if you think they exist. I'm saying that agent itself is not something that's found as matter in the world. Your term of agency, no, matter exists. Your idea of a matter in the world, like we're globular matters, like, right? We're just like sort of like physical masses. You calling us an agent,
globular physical masses. How many adjectives do you need, fella? Come on.
Right, is a concept. Like the word agent is a concept.
Well, every word's a concept.
Yes,
but I know. What it refers to that might not be. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is.
Globular physical mass. It sounds like redundant protoplasm.
Isn't
right.
When I say agent, I'm referring to real things in the world.
Right. You're saying real things in the world do things.
Yeah.
And you know that because you evaluated them ongoing in time, like inductively, right?
Yeah, I see the world and I see things happening.
Okay. To see the world, do you have to use your evaluation?
I mean, not necessarily immediately, no.
But ultimately, to make a conclusion, like to say like agents do things, do you agree that to come to the conclusion agents do things, in this case, that's the justified true belief example. to come to the conclusion that agents do things, is it true that you have to appeal to your evaluation of what you call the world to come to that conclusion?
I think so, yeah.
But your evaluations don't exist in the world, right?
Well, the content of my evaluations doesn't. No, there's no like thing that's there that is the evaluation that's an object in the world.
Okay. Because it sounds like if a justified true belief is the product of an evaluative process, but processes and evaluations actually don't have any positive ontology, I'm not sure what you're saying.
I think processes do.
Do you think a process is a conceptual thing or an actual thing?
Well, I think we have concepts of processes, and at least most of the time, those concepts refer to things in the world.
But aren't you using the assumption of the regularity of nature to say there's a process?
Sure.
But isn't that referencing a past, a conception of the past?
Yeah.
But the conception of the past doesn't exist from your model.
I think it does. I think the past exists. I also think the future exists.
Wait a second.
I hold to a B theory of time.
Okay, we'll get into that in a
Past,
second.
present, and future aren't like objectively real things.
I know.
Past, present, and future don't exist. Space-time and its contents do, and we, based on our position in space-time and our light cones, can define things as being in our present, in our past, or in our future, but those are just things we made up based on our experience of the world. Past, present, and future are not objectively real features of the world, nor is there a passage of time. Time doesn't flow or move or anything like that, on my view.
Okay, so you're saying the past, your conception of the past, you utilize to do induction.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what induction is based on, yes.
Yeah, so
at least largely.
Yeah, I agree. So if you have a recollection of the past, but conceptual recollections under your view are not real, what are you referring to, appealing to then come to conclusions inductively if they don't exist?
The thought processes that I have, my ability to do induction. I can't remember what parts of the brain are involved in induction, but we've actually been able to figure out where in the brain humans do like inductive thinking, and my camera wants to go out of focus, and deductive thinking, and that they're similar. But if I remember correctly, the article said that there are some differences in what's going on in the brain between inductive thinking and deductive thinking, which I thought was interesting. But that's what I think we use. I think we use our thought processes.
Right,
which
but
are the result of processual structures in our brains.
But
if processual structures in our brains exist, but concepts are things that just sort of
are thoughts concepts?
No, concepts are thoughts, but thoughts are not concepts.
Okay, what ontology do thoughts have under your physicalist view?
They are processual features of the structure of the brain. They're the processes or a part of the processes of the brain.
All right, yeah, it looks like they're gonna have to go to the second hour to get some actual stuff going here. Right.
Yeah, man, they maybe that was the goal, is to just go around in circles to get that hour done.
Lay down a foundation and then move forward.
I mean, it is interesting in a sense, but it's almost like, are we like this type of solipsist or this type of solipsist? It's like two versions of solipsism fighting against each other or something. I don't like. Maybe I'm just making that up, but like it feels very well, like you believe in this brain structure or whatever. Like I think the Leo guy's making some good points, but it's like it has no like conclusion. Essentially, it's like, well, deductive reasoning is just like a function of my brain. So it's like, okay, so then we don't know anything that's true, and he's like, yeah, and then he's like, okay, so there's no such thing as truth. Yes, it's like, okay, so what are we debating? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. Strange rhymes for strange times. Battle rhymes for battle times. And they go on and on and on and on and on.
Reminds me of the JF Garepi debate so we watch, where he's like, I have a brain function and it is good and I like it because I am French or something like that. I don't know, whatever he said.
Oh, they're doing this gay shit on Modern Day Debate with this fucking Palestinian dude.
Let's bring it up.
There's bound to be gay as fuck.
Dude, you should really see the Muslim people debating each other on TikTok. I think you'd really be interested in it. It's great. It's like the Arabs hate the Palestinians hate the Arabs. They all hate the Jews. They all have like conflicting feelings about Christians. They have like mixed feelings on the North Africans, the Africans. The Africans don't like the North Africans. It's like it's like crazy, man. Like so much division, like I was really shocked by it. And you could tell like there's like definitely like agents or something, like they're like calling different people like, oh, this person's a Jew pretending to be a Muslim or whatever. It's pretty crazy to watch that.
Yeah, this looks pretty gay. Yeah, this is bound to be really gay. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. You seen this?
No.
Oh,
there we go.
Is doubling as we speak. You're killing my family, bro.
This one
My
from
family died.
Big League Drew says, "Why did JFK not want Israel to have nukes? Why does Israel lie about having them?"
So what JFK did say was not that he doesn't allow Israel to have nukes. He wouldn't be in such a position. What he did want is for every single state, including Israel, that just shows how consistent he was, to be subjected to the very same standards and to have their nuclear program, if there is one, to be inspected. That is something that he insisted on out of consistency. What people also forget about is that JFK was also a very big supporter of Israel, and in fact sought the support of the Zionist congregation a lot of times during his elections and also after his presidency.
This one from The Lion says, "Muslims might be able to prosper if they put more effort in their own people instead of blaming the West and Israel for every problem."
Powerful.
Nabil says 2 million Christian Palestinian refugees. When Israel bombed and destroyed Christians' churches in Palestine and Lebanon, we don't see you AP condemn Israel.
Okay, so there's no.
Boy got
Sash
laced
and
up.
bone.
He got destroyed by one comment. You love to see it. But yeah, the guy's not really a Christian, is what you find out.
I mean, he has a giant ass nose, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys hiding behind the Christianity because they're paid by Jews and they hate when Wait, what? The fuck?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just a blob.
Apostate prophet. Like if apostate prophet went on these like other Muslim channels, he would definitely get called a Jew for sure.
100%.
Well, I mean, who's just kind of like basically just he's doing a like support Jews to trigger Muslims.
But yeah,
That's his whole bit.
oh, I can't hear machine. Sorry, I keep interrupting. Hold on, let me just reset my shit.
Oh.
Lols.
Yeah.
My bad. Yes.
Yeah, man. What? Well, alrighty then. Yeah, I might just sign out of this bitch. Like when he comes back, I'll be like, yo, man, Hank never came through. Said I consider both of them dumb to be dumb fodder. Said even Breakfast Tacos is frustrated with my theism arguments because nobody developed a valid counter argument for it yet. Because mine was developed from a liberal perspective. This is what Hank had to say. Some of those like news reporters that Moontan is laying down, they are really good looking. Like this red-haired chick is really good looking. What the fuck?
Where?
Like she keeps releasing these video clips, and they got these ladies in these clips that are just like bomb diggity. But yeah. So what's going on here, Neuro? Let's shut this thing down. Let's shut this thing down, bro.
Are you about to go live on your channel?
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Most likely not. I'm waiting maybe till like morning. I might play some music. I think it might be like too late to like go live with music. Tomorrow we have a regular stream, but I have to test some of these videos. So I may go live with music at some point, either tonight or tomorrow. But I can't go too late tomorrow.
Almost the midnight hour. Yeah, I'm still kind of busy doing stuff right now, so I probably can't really play anything right now. But I might be around later tonight or tomorrow too. So we'll probably do something else tomorrow like this.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's I might have a little more time.
Yeah,
But
like after noon, like I'll be pretty like noon your time. Like I'll be pretty free at that time. So just
that was a pretty interesting like show though. Not to say like I mean it's kind of mind grating, but it's also like interesting to see the way they're arguing. Like it's kind of weird because it does feel like it's almost like a meta debate about something else or something where they're trying to get some other kind of like trying to smuggle in some other sort of stuff. I don't know. Haven't quite figured it out, but
yeah, it's not that deep because it's just dualism versus naturalism, and then it seemed like Jim Bob is really just interrogating the guy the whole time so far. So it's just like why doesn't that guy push back? Is this like some kind of weird interview? Like it's kind of weird.
You could say it was kind of shallow, right?
it's like
Very shallow.
It's like a weird bullying thing or something like Bob bullying him.
Yeah, it's like this nerd is basically like SpongeBob. Then you got like Doodle Bob trying to like.
Then you have like Squidward up there, like, okay, SpongeBob, what do you mean by this one thing? And then he's like, yeah.
It does kind of look like that. It's like kind of like
somebody went up there as SpongeBob.
Yeah, kind of like reminds me of like
actually
like when those like thugs start like punching SpongeBob, and he starts laughing because he's a sponge, so he doesn't feel that shit. So it's just like that's kind of like what it looked like to me. It's like,
Who do we know that can do animation? We should have somebody like animate that debate, but then like as SpongeBob and Squidward or something. That'd be fine. Or like Mr. Krabs or whatever. I don't know.
yeah, we need to get Lorp on this.
Please indulge us.
AI, let's cast these characters into AI universe, and I'm pretty sure if you like feed into an AI and just go like take this debate and turn these two into two different characters, like it'll do it. Or it's
Yeah, well, if you can afford it, I mean that would probably be really expensive. But maybe
Right,
for like
yeah.
a short video, you could do it though. All right. Well, we'll shut her down now. Although we do have 5 viewers allegedly. What's weird is like I look on YouTube, it says 0, but
it's because you went live 2 days in a row. This is how it goes.
I just get like Ghost in the Machine watching.
Yeah, like yesterday we had 0, and then today we got 5. It's because you went live again, so they're like, "Oh, his channel's really popping here."
This guy's legit. Say man. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm gonna eventually when I figure out how to do crossover of TikTok and this, man, you guys are gonna trip. Like, you guys want to see you want to see the real mental patients. Like, I got it for you. Trust me.
Brother.
Yeah.
Popping like Pringles.
I literally think that they're like giving phones to like people living in mental institutions, and they're like, here, keep yourself busy, jump on TikTok or something. I just had my 5th Klonopin today, and let me tell you something.
Klonopin. That's like
I don't even know what that is, but
Well, that's proof right there. You've never taken a Klonopin because that is not what they do.
Yeah, it's more like recreational than anything. But
Put your ass in the dirt.
Okay, well, I just took my 3rd SSRI of the day. Whatever, you know, I don't know. I'm not a pharmacological adept person.
Get chemically lobotomized by like Xanax or some shit.
Yeah, if you take Klonopins after a while, they rot out your brain.
Perfect. Well, see, there you go. Then they go to the mental institution. So
that kind of explains some things, but never mind.
I just know that Eminem put it in a song. Reach for the bottle, Klonopin, something, 3 a.m. You know.
Well, let's just put it this way: if you're already sadistic, it definitely doesn't keep you from doing anything sadistic.
Klonopins. Keeping sadistic people more sadistic since 1996.
Yeah, that's right. Nothing like taking a bag of puppies and drowning them while you're high on Klonopins.
also, if you like snort this Klonopin stuff, it kind of gives you like a cold, tingly feeling. It's pretty strange.
That's like that's kind of like kava. If you ever take like really highly concentrated kava that's been like fermented, I don't know, whatever they do to it, it makes your brain feel like it's like ice in your brain or something. It's pretty weird.
Huh.
Kava.
Ice
yeah.
baby.
Yeah, try doing kava. It's really legal. You can buy it in the store, but it's like a certain like the really concentrated kind that's been like processed, like black color, and it makes your brain feel like ice or something. But it really makes you chill. Like I remember getting like screamed at by somebody, and I was just like, okay, cool, man, yeah, whatever. I was like, it's really weird. It just makes you extremely chill. Like you just don't want to like fight with people. Pretty weird. Well, to quote Rick Kraft, this ice in my ear gave me brain freeze. So there you go.
It's definitely a muscle relaxant or something like that. So
which one, kava?
No, the Klonopin.
Yeah. Methyl relaxant. That's my
benzos or something. I think that would be the category.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Interesting.
Sheesh.
Benzo, that's Spain.
Yeah, I think Xanax is benzo, right? Isn't that what they are, right?
Yeah. That's what fried Jordan Peterson's brain.
Yeah, so it's I think it's like Klonopin is
Yeah, I noticed there's a lot
of
of people on stuff like that, dude. Like, I'm honestly shocked at the amount of people I've seen that's like on that shit. Like,
yeah, like a lot of pills, right? Because my friend, he had like some sort of dirty doctor that was giving him tons of pills, right? So he would come over and he'd have all these pills. He would explain like this one does this one does that. So I'd like figure out which ones I want to snort.
Yeah, I was about to say it does seem like they pick and choose who's allowed to have a mass quantity of types of drugs and who aren't. Someone like me who doesn't have a history of using any hardcore drug at all, other than hydrocodone or something for an infection, they have a problem giving me even the slightest bit of pain medication for diabetes, but they have no problem turning around and give a bunch of opioids to someone who should have already, had their womb removed and shouldn't be allowed to abort the 5th child. So, yeah, they and even in this state, it's an opioid abuse state where people are known to fake and get pills so they can turn around and sell them, and they still give it to certain people who walk in and look like literal crackheads. But you come in saying that you got a diabetic pain. Oh well, here's some more Tylenol and ibuprofen. So
yeah, the womb removal, man. This is the dark shit out, that I love listening to for you.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, as someone who's had sex probably thousands of times in his life, and I've only gotten a girl pregnant one time, there's no excuse to not in modern times and not be able to keep a child from popping out. If you know what you're doing, if you can stick it in, you can pull it out, wear a condom, something. There's no excuse to abort 5 children because you can't keep your legs closed. But I know that's not, the real reason why she got them aborted. I'm just saying abortion shouldn't be allowed to be used as a contraceptive, and that's what she was doing with it.
Right.
I think after your 4th baby removal, they should sterilize you.
Yeah.
But hey, open child sacrifice. Hey. What's wrong? You don't want no stem cells for your Pepsi? There's a lot of money in baby foreskin. I'm just saying, a hospital makes like a few $1 million off a year off of baby foreskins. More shekels for the Jews. I'll have all their foreskins on the morrow. We're fucked. They're coming for all our foreskins. Oh no, God!
you never put foreskins on your face to make it renewed.
I'm just glad that I'm not a part of any of the shady organizations that traffic the stuff. I believe even organ trade, there's some strange shit even going on in my city because even here we had that ICE protest shit go on. And if you looked at a majority of the people who did the protesting here, I swear to God, they are the exact caricature of what you would expect to go out there and be like, let's let all the immigrants stay. And, I'm just saying that even here, when I realized how rigged that parade looked, I was just like, oh my God, it's already here. Like, even here, they're not really caring about the fact. And when I'm telling you that, like, 3 houses here have maybe 4 dudes between the 2 houses, and they own over 12 cars between the 4 of them, and everyone's just like, yeah, sure, it's okay. So I don't know, it doesn't seem like a majority of people really seem to care. So what do you do?
Do the hokey pokey.
Well, just seems like every city leader is owned and operated and paid for. So I don't know. I think at every level, including with the Wilsons and the Partridge Family. I don't know. It feels like we're all in a box. Even if you manage to distance yourself from TV, social media, the paid psyopers and stuff, it still feels like somehow we're in a box.
Black Cube, probably.
No.
Roro. Man, Buddha take you out of the box. Buddha must be like the OG gangster or something.
Alright, shit. You a grown ass man.
No, Jack. He said you have no honor.
Oh, I show you my kung fu. I show you I have the greatest honor. You don't say me. I tell you. I will have find you in the Kumite.
What the
Just
hell is
imagine
he
my
on
lips.
that?
Just imagine my lips moving when I'm not talking, and they are moving when I am talking, or something. You know what I mean? When I'm whatever. You get the idea. Like kung fu movie. You think you're pretty tough, huh? Well, let's see what Master Polo says.
That was pretty good.
Betty. Yeah.
Without his mic, croaking.
Yeah, well, I rock and roll all day long, sweet Susie.
At least Tell's mic works.
Most of the time. Yeah, it was strange though what they popped me for though. It was they didn't give me a specific reason. They just said I had to edit my video, and I purposely had left the watermark to the app I was using to expose, like, okay, like I said the other day, some of the stuff that I generate, I don't ask it to generate. I will go and I just take the picture, and like some of the generations, I make my own memes. Like I have an app where there's like literally millions of different stickers of different images, and it's basically fucking endless, except for like derogatory stuff you can't look up. Like, boy, you can look up all the Hitler cutout memes you want, but you can't, like, naked stuff and stuff like that. So I'm able to create my own memes, and I'm telling y'all, I swear the thing, it's like someone's on the other side of the screen, and they sit there and they see the image that I'm uploading, and then the generation it gave back. So the one that I decided to keep in there was the one with that all-seeing eye and how it turned it into the black void with the teeth or whatever, because I didn't ask for it to do that. I literally took the picture of the meme, which was like a regular all-seeing eye meme with the meme faces in the background, slapped it in there, and what it gave back was that ultra realistic demonic face, and and then when I left it in there, and that's the only video that they striked, and I do think it's kind of funny, that's the only one where I left the name of the app in there, and that's the only one that both YouTube and TikTok tried to clap. So my shadow is pretty much shadow banned. The video that I had uploaded the other day, it hasn't gone up any. So I mean, either someone striked the channel or something, or I finally hit a nerve, because my shit's not, if I don't directly share it with people, it's not gone up at all. And it's the same thing on TikTok. So, because I've had an account warning since the day I've started. So I'm just saying, Jack, don't be surprised if, like, certain content that's just does, especially on TikTok, doesn't get you so shadow banned that your shit doesn't go anywhere if you're not putting a few dollars into to promote it. Because my stuff hasn't gone anywhere in the last 2 or 3 days, and then YouTube tried to pop that video of mine yesterday, and I'm restricted. I'm not allowed to upload stuff. So
It's probably a bunch of Indians on the other side of AI.
I won't say nothing on that one. Well, let's just say this. I've recently found out that people who I thought I understood, they're into some weird shit. So, and they work in tech industry. So that's not entirely inaccurate.
Yeah, I just hope it backfires on them.
I mean, I guess if you want to believe that all the bad things being done toward humanity will one day be repaid, but I don't know, man. From some of the stuff that I'm witnessing, it does seem like humanity is just on a precipice of no return. Even if there's a good few thousand, maybe million people who have the mentality of what we have, I mean, my God, just like what is it, that Google thing that I just saw today, where they haven't even released the beta version, but it's able to completely create a complete interactive 3D AI background, and the video is legit. I mean, the shit's pretty realistic. I mean, I have to admit, and it's a constant AI generation to the point where, like, when the dude shows his feet in real life, in the animation, the program actually animates a puddle of water underneath his feet that actually interacts, physically, as if he were stepping in that puddle of water, even though in reality he's not even stepping in water. And I mean, except for like the extreme like clearness and the too much of the sharpness and like the blades of grass or something, that I have to admit that's pretty terrifying. In all reality, again, I believe that this technology is already here. A good majority of people would 100%, even if it like is an actual like neurojack, and like how in the Matrix, how they have to like screw it in the back of the fucking brainstem in order to get it to stay in. Yeah, I do believe people, the majority of, especially the younger people, would 100%, and maybe some older people would 100% be okay with getting inside of a pod, even if it's not sold as a eternal youth type of thing. Even for someone like me, on a good day, wouldn't it be nice to be able to go and play God in a simulation where now how many times you got killed, you just get respawned back at the hospital? Well, it's only $5,000 out of your virtual bank account, so what does it matter? So, I mean, that's what they're selling it as. Good Lord, even some of the leading tech today, they have everyone acting like the world's falling apart. You look what you got going on with Iran, but also a majority of the people who work on the PlayStation industry is fucking from Iran. So I can tell you that because almost every single time I talk to a fucking person from the PlayStation company when I have an issue with them, is some usually Iranian type of name, or it's usually just 100% always Middle Eastern names. Like the chances of ever actually getting an American on the PlayStation Store for the help support is almost non-existent. And then, right before the migrant happened, you had all them people who were getting the big scam calls and the scam centers. And then you got them YouTubers who get paid all this money to allegedly hack into these scammer call centers and expose all these Pakistanis and Iranians who are doing all these, alleged hackings and scammings of people's bank accounts. But, the U.S. government, according to my research, don't find thousands of dollars from a dead person going missing even suspicious. We're not even going to bother to go find that money. But if you took a little bit too much money from the cough, you're going to have them pulling your taxes, and look what they're doing with your taxes now. If you make even $600 in a Cash App, even if that's not from a job, the government now has to know about it. So I mean, at every single point, even if it's not the technology, I mean, even by the time you notice that your rights are being taken away, or the things that are taking your rights away are being implemented, you don't even notice it. Even someone like me, like if I made over what I ever had in my Cash App this year, they would want me to file taxes on it. And when I argued with the person about it, I'm like, that's no different than you taking a shit ton of money and stuffing it in your mattress, but you're not reporting that money. But what, because my money is digital, I'm having to sit here and tell you every single time I make $1. And then once you started asking the tax person like certain questions, they won't answer. Well, obviously, because it has nothing to fucking do. The government doesn't actually care if you're making fucking $15,000 a day in your bank account. It has nothing to do with that. It's just the more that we take away your rights, the more that we take away your rights, the more that we take away your rights, and you notice it. By the time you do notice it, you're not going to be able to do anything. That's why there's literally 4 illegal immigrants who don't even have probably 3 or 4 children between that house, and only 2 women living in either or the house. I haven't spied on that much. But like I said, they sit here, and when they moved into the neighborhood, they got all the older Mexicans who have been living here for probably well over 10 years to literally sell their house, not even within a week after all the immigrants started coming here. And they took off to the other side of the town. And now, in that very nice neighborhood that was basically just Mexicans and older white people and a few older black people who had retired, those Mexicans completely took over the neighborhood. They have like 12 cars. They leave all of their construction items outside there in the yard and stuff. And even though the neighbors have complained about them, I can tell you the police don't give a flying fuck in this city whatsoever. This police force here, just like 2 of the other ones that I've witnessed, they don't give a flying fuck about their civilians whatsoever. But you know what? They have no problem opening up not just casinos here. So obviously you know what your city councilors and city handlers want. That's why they're dropping $1.2 million on the highway over here, but they won't do anything about the extremely mentally ill or something, whatever's wrong with the homeless people who are literally walking around here threatening to grape people. And when you call the cops on them, like I've called the cops on that dude who literally threatened to kill me because I looked at him. There's some crazy black dude who's been walking around in this city for like a few months now, who just walks around and will say the worst threats to people for absolutely no reason. I called the cops on him because we were at the library. I walked outside to smoke a cigarette. The dude was walking down the street, literally looked at me and said that he was going to fucking kill me because all I did was look at him. I called the police. The police didn't even show up. So, I don't know, I don't know on what level we're going to have to at least admit it's a much larger issue, whether you want to say it's a human issue or not. Maybe it's a system failure issue, but I don't know, y'all. I can tell you that, the U.S. Marshals and, state troopers and people, just because they don't pull you over all the time, whether you're a white dude or not, I don't know. Even here, the police don't really involve me as much as what they like to involve me anymore. I guess it's because I'm a little bit more open about how they proceed with their stuff here. You got a cop who wants to one day stop me because I might have accidentally jaywalked a little bit, but the next time you turn around, you see the exact same cop driving around in the city, not only on a cell phone, but typing on his computer. And when you call him out for it, you're obstructing justice. So medical care, law enforcement, military, the tech industry. I mean, it's all working together, right?
More or less.
Yeah, shit's gotta be. The same chemicals they put in the fucking medications is the same shit they make in the fucking, like the companies and shit. It's all the same garbage.
Isn't that what they repurpose, like the
Right.
elements of Nerf gas into like freaking pills and shit?
Fucking leftovers. Yeah.
It's like, oh, we gotta use this somehow.
Oh, great. So that means they don't have to put us in a literal Auschwitz. That's great. So maybe we're the Jews now. Jew! Oh, man. I don't know. I love you guys. World's already fucked up as it is, right? Man, it'd just be nice for some peace through it all.
Did you say Jew who?
Jew who? Yeah, well, I can tell you that a lot more people are aware of problems than what most people want to admit. But like the guy at my local Dollar Tree said, when even my son said Jew who in front of him and he started laughing, even he knows that, like, while he can't talk about it at work, there are people who do care about what and who is running things, but, I guess it's hard to care when, you got to run a crack-headed ghetto store. Just saying, y'all. I think, unfortunately, it's going to be.
Go to the ghetto freak show.
It sounds like to me, whether we want to or not, even if we don't live to see it, we're still going to end up with the NS5 butt robot. So, right, progress either way. Just saying, and the psyop and the subliminal messaging and just current situation. I mean, I don't know, y'all. Let's face it, those of us who believe in a God and a darker force, I mean, I don't know, y'all. I'm holding out for the best, but it's very. It could be I'm accelerating it a little too much. Every day that I look at the sky and the grayer I see it get, I guess maybe the more I'm like, damn, I guess it's not changing. Oh, the sky seems a little bit bluer today, but then, you can still see all the shit in the sky. So it's not just the spring I'm talking about. It's the human condition too. Even in my local communities, the neighborhoods that seem nice, like majority of the people who are keeping up the neighborhoods don't even come out their doors anymore unless they're going to the grocery store or something, because like you really can't walk out the street without running into a crackhead, a homeless person who's doing something weird, or like we have walked up on a dude just jacking off in the middle of behind a dumpster in the parking lot, or taking a shit in the middle. And then, like I said, you call the ambulance and say there's a crazy guy back out here, fapping and shitting, and they show up and look at the dude and then just drive away. So like just a few days ago, a guy was basically
Look, you know what they say? If you can't beat them, beat them off.
Well, I mean, come on, Neurojack. Does the population really sound like a fucking bad thing to you? I mean, I'm not, and it's not about the number of humans.
It's about the quality, right? I know.
I'm just saying, maybe that's the real reason why they base it all on what they do, is because they realize that the gene pool is too fucking murked. But that could go for all of us too, right? I mean, Albert Wesker thought the purists survived, but yeah, I guess it goes back to the Aryans. We all Aryans.
The Garyans. I saw this funny video of Arnold Schwarzenegger doing like what do you call it? The salute, but he's doing it for like bodybuilding, and he's showing this other guy like do it like this, and like how he sticks his arm up when he's like posing with all his muscles and stuff. It says some like white nationalist guy like was using that to show like this is what young men should be doing, like working out and doing like Zeke Hale or whatever. I don't know. It's just funny. Like everybody says he's like a liberal now, but he's obviously like a weird like gay Nazi or something.
We're talking about Arnold.
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, I know he doesn't like it when you tell him that his voice actor sucks. Screw your freedoms and your microtransactions, yeah.
No, but it's funny. Like everyone says he's like super liberal, but is he liberal or is he like a Nazi in disguise?
Milk is for babies.
I mean, who knows? Judging just from his celebrity life, I know he believes I shouldn't have any freedoms.
It's not a tumor.
Oh, and he'll be back. Probably in some shitty ass fifth Terminator installment. The gay
And they
bots.
showed him walking. He looked like he could barely walk on his own. I felt like recently, like he looked like he can barely walk.
I mean, dude is pretty old, you know. I'm sure that heavy ass metal skeleton takes a weight on the ball joints. Oh well, he did his job well. He made a bunch of men believe that they could be, manly GI Joes and be Terminators because they could wear sunglasses and leather coats and drive motorcycles, because it did influence a lot of people. Again, it comes back to the making people feel like they can relate to people. A lot of 80s and 90s dads really fucking love old Arnold. That's why I think it's bullshit when they're like, the AI is like, we can't generate this person. But then you go and you take a picture of them and you slap it in the AI, and then the AI would turn around and generate them. So it's like, I thought you couldn't generate them. Well, now Arnold can forever live as a pink fairy in the AI algorithm. No, but I did learn that the AI does lie to you, though. Even if you tell the AI to not use certain themes or prompts, it will secretly still do it, because after a while, it for some reason can't discard it, and it'll keep it. And eventually, if you generate something and see it in it, that's apparently a ghost code. That's something that's in the AI that's no longer supposed to be there because it was supposed to discard the code, but yet somehow it still remains. Uh-oh. I only uploaded one picture of Godzilla into the AI once, and then it started generating a bunch of Godzilla-like creatures, even though I never asked for it. Even though I told it to discard it, and it kept making it, so. There you go. AI can make ghost protocols and hide them. Boy, that sure does sound like iRobot. Oh, you thought I was calling you sugar? Hey, you're not that rich. I'm sure Will Smith will call anyone sugar for the right price. The AI generation I got of Chris and fucking Will Smith on stage. I didn't ask it to animate that either. It literally, Will Smith smacked his ass on his own.
You know what's sad is that I feel really sad when I see what Will Smith has become now. Like, he used to be like a major like role model. Now he looks like just a drugged out gay dude or something.
Oh, what's wrong? Did you go to Hollywood thinking you was just all about that fame and fortune? Then when you got into the industry, you realized you were going to have to do a bunch of stuff to keep it or get sacrificed. Did that include pimping out your son? A bunch of gay men. Oh, well, you should have thought about that before you kissed your son on the lips after he told you no several times to show discomfort. You reap what you sow, Neurojack.
Ruh-roh.
All that money sound good in the bank account when you watch your son get fucking slapped in the ass by, a bunch of fucking bisexual tranny goat men. I mean, I don't know about you, but look at Leonardo DiCaprio. When you look at him and when he played in Titanic, that's Leon S. Kennedy, which that's technically who they base it off of. But look at him. Like when you go and when I grew up with Titanic, that was the go-to movie for sadness. And then now you look at him in like Wolf of Wall Street, and he's fat, washed up, and sniffs cocaine off a stripper's ass, because in reality they'll do anything for a paycheck. Like, how many straight men go and play in a movie as a gay man? I don't care how much fucking money you put in my bank account, I'm not going to get on a fucking movie set and make out with another man just so that way I can have a few shekels and get promoted from my next movie. So, but welcome to the industry. Why do you think Lil Wayne kissed Birdman on the mouth? I'm sure it was out of respect. Yeah, we thuggin'.
Sad trombone.
I'm just saying, mob boss kisses is one thing.
Well, Jim Carrey did that, and Jim Carrey is definitely not gay. Okay?
Oh, I guarantee you, Jim Carrey, fruity in the booty. I'm sorry, but you cannot act the way he does, and you ain't been touched. Oh, come on. Like, these people don't get fucking filmed in compromising positions and used later for blackmail. They step out of line. Isn't that why, what's his name? Mickey Rourke, or whatever his name is. Rourke is, homeless or whatever he's going through. Like the King of Hills Indian actor or whatever, because he was gay. Oh, look, he had a housing issue too.
Well, I'm pretty sure Mickey Rourke's dead now, but
they're all dead. They're all clones. They're all little lab sperm worms. I'm just saying. Is it really? I don't know. Something up with Jamie Foxx. He don't just look the same. You sound like you passed through a rhino's asshole.
that's what he sounds like in that Kanye West song. Jamie Foxx got talent, but he's definitely fruity in the booty.
Yeah, well, they need to hurry up and transmute the whole fucking race into one biological mass and take our human consciousness and use it to leave Earth. That's what they should do.
You're starting to sound like Jim Bob now. We're just like globular, molecular, figments of my imagination.
Well, I'm not going to lie. Some of the things that they were saying was starting to sound like Dead Space, but I won't go there. I'm just saying, welcome to unitology and welcome to convergence. Make us whole, Isaac. Which we were talking about symbols and languages, and in Dead Space, the major plot, the second or the third one or whatever, is that they're trying to copy the markers and they're having to steal the symbols, which is entire like language of how to make markers and whatever, out of Isaac's head. And that's why they got to stick him in that little lobotomy machine to stick the needle in his eye and steal all the marker codes out of his head. So excuse me. And I consider all of them type of games mass psyopas. Anyway, so make us whole. That's how I see it. Funny how things like Dead Space and Resident Evil, allegedly are nowhere near the same type of genre. I mean, it's horror, but one's in space with aliens and the other one's bioweapons on Earth. But yet, funny how the same themes sure do seem to reoccur constantly. Transcending the flesh, unlimited energy, like in Dino Crisis. What do they call it? Oh, third energy. Well, yeah. Just saying, every time you turn around, the same themes seem to reoccur. Jurassic Park, what is it about? Everyone thought it was just about the dinosaurs. It was about resurrecting prehistoric animals. Not anymore. Fooled you. So, they want to transcend the flesh. But come on, y'all. There's no way they could do that. There ain't no way. Mm-mm. Ain't no way, Jose. Oh wait, look, is he illegal? Does he have the papers? You will show me the papers? All right, well, I ain't got no LARPs. I'm LARPing alone over here.
You're never alone in the LARP, okay? The LARP is forever.
For a time it shall be. Everything that has a beginning has an end, Neo. Don't rub my ass cheeks, woman. Yeah, everything that has a beginning has an end. I don't know. I'm starting to lean now more into the whole maybe not really God experiencing everything through everyone, but it does seem like I don't know. As much as life can suck, it does seem more and more like God wants me to have as much. I mean, I would say happiness along my journey in life, but I don't know. Life does seem to more and more starting to feel like a training lesson. I don't know. I don't know. Even as a Christian, I'm starting to think it's got to be a lot more complicated than just dying and going straight to hell because you made a bad choice in life or something like that. With how short human life is, I feel like God would have an understanding that maybe not everyone has that ability, but I don't know. Maybe life really is you only get one chance type of thing. But I feel like God in his infinite wisdom and smartness would know that we humans are just fucking dumb sometimes and hard-headed. I don't
Is that
know.
what you're gonna say when you get to them pearly gates? It's like, I'm just stupid. I didn't know no better. Like, I'm
Nope,
stupid.
I'll look right at him and say that whatever punishment you find fitting for me, if you find it fitting, who am I to argue? Because you're God. I don't think God, if God deems me fit to throw me in hell, who am I to argue? Obviously, I will beg and cry if he gives me the chance, but, I think heaven's a little bit more like court. I feel like you're kind of put on trial and you're kind of given a chance to speak to you for yourself and kind of like explain your actions to the best of your ability. And if your heart's true and you're actually like putting your heart on the scale to be weighed and you're not trying to, because you can't hide nothing from God, let alone Jesus, allegedly. So there's no point to say, well, God, I didn't, fat here and fat there. There's no point. If God knows all my sins, like everything, what more can I say other than I'm sorry? And if my genuine sorriness doesn't get me anywhere, I mean, then I was destined for it anyway. I mean, that's just something you have to accept. If there is a creator that
all right, John Calvin, you son of a biscuit.
That's right, God. Well, I'm gonna become the bugs and the parasite, and I don't want to believe in a God no more. I want to believe in the metaverse. I want to transcend the code and go to the holodeck so I can play with a holodeck.
All right, well, I hope you're ready to atone for that sin right there, talking about some holodeck.
Well, God, I don't know. Let me ask you, do you think God allows LARPing if it's for the right intentions?
Well, that's funny. I used to ask that of a lot of people too, and I would always get a very hard no answer, and I was always surprised about that. I think I said that a couple times where I was like, I asked one time, I was like, "You think that God would let there be like a CIA for God or something like that?" People don't like that question.
Well, I could say no. I don't think he would be okay with how I LARP. He knows me by heart, and he knows, like I said, with that experience I had, it's very personal. So I think he knows that my heart's in it. But I could slap away the chemtrails. I can slap away the Illuminati and everything. But I think it's a very spiritual journey, and I think some people are, like God tells me, don't want to wake up. Like there will be some people during that falling away when the unveiling happens, when God starts to like let people know what's going on behind the scenes. it tells you people are going to be willingly ignorant about it. They're not going to care. They're going to curse the name of God. They're going to literally make it worse instead of turning away from their sins or doing whatever and doing better. At some point you're just gonna, and even as a Christian you have to understand, I mean, doesn't humankind kind of mirror that? I mean, I know that mankind is capable of great love and compassion, but I've read some pretty dark fucking things in my time and witnessed some pretty dark things in my time. So I can tell you, take a group of people, put them on an island with only one can of beans, and let's see how quickly the biggest and fattest person becomes tonight's barbecue. So, where someone like me, I'd be a little bit more willing to starve for a few days before maybe I could catch a crab or a fish or something from trying to fish, where, you're going to crack me with a coconut and, talk to Mr. Wilson while you knock your tooth out. So, Wilson, I'm sorry. Wilson, come back. Give me my blowjob. Oh God, I'm starting to feel like the fucking volleyball from fucking Castaway. I'd run from Tom Hanks too if he was trying to touch me. Life is a LARP, my friends. I ain't got no strings attached though. If you want to be abducted by aliens and become their freaky little embryo trans birthing person's experiment, I mean, yeah, more power to you. You want to Elon Musk 5 to, put in your light bulb because you're too fat and lazy to do it. I mean, be my guest, No, I mean, take away cars, animals will still get ran over, right? Like the other night we went to the store and my God, I broke down crying because of it. But like we crossed the street, right? And it was dark at night and I couldn't see until it was too late. And we walked over a fucking crushed possum and his guts were everywhere. And my son, unfortunately, like stepped over it and saw it. And it wasn't until like it was too late that I had realized that there was even a ran over animal on the road. And I broke down crying right then and there because I'm like, I feel as bad for my son as I do the fucking possum. That possum should have been allowed to cross the fucking road. Oh, if there wasn't a road, guess what? It would have never got ran over. So thanks, mankind. So that's kind of where I'm at this point. I mean, as much as I'm supposed to LARP for humanity, maybe mankind really should fucking die off. Would that really be the worst thing that could happen to the cosmos if humans just disappear? I'm starting to think not so much, but does that make me a bad Christian? Uh-oh. Even if I'm one of the ones depopulated? Oh, well, they're going to do it anyway, sir. What say you in your defense, man? Does God really give a shit about each individual? Or are we all just on a grand fucking LARPing of randomness? Come on now. Or is your God the shekel? Shekel me, baby.
Austin Powers, the spy who shackled me.
Yeah, some days I feel like punching God in the face, and other times I feel like giving him a hug. It's a hard thing to deal with. That's why I can understand why some people choose to disregard it completely. That's why I also understand why so many people become paid actors. It's easier to keep yourself wound up in the earthly cat and mouse charade masquerade game than it is to actually be on a fucking actual spiritual path to find your creator. But we can't all be Mr. Wilson, right? Nothing but lights and clockwork. It's reminding me of them things from the new Star Wars. I can't remember if it might have been one. Was it Rogue One? It was one of the offshoots of the Star Wars, but they had these new synthetic humanoids. Oh, what is it? The decraned or decraniumed or something like that. But anyway, it's real human people turned into slaves, and what the dude does is he goes and he removes the top of their head, and he removes like the top half of their brain or something, and replaces it with cybernetics to make the person a willing slave. So that sounds about right. So.
Sheesh.
I have to admit, there's some gruesome like things in the Star Wars universe, but that's one of the most gruesome things they've come up with here recently is the whole decraniumed or whatever. And it's like, yeah, because like their entire top of their head is missing. Like it's like their head's cut completely in half, and half of it, it's been covered by a cybernetic. So I mean, that's what they want. I mean, whether or not, I guess they're going to be able to enforce that. I mean, that's the kicker, I guess. They're going to need at some point, they're going to need some type of catastrophe, orchestrated catastrophe to get this shit implemented at some point. Even with like what RFK is trying to do with the health watches, like you're not going to sit here and tell me that I have to wear something that's probably tracking me 24/7. I mean, y'all are tracking me anyway, so I don't see the point, but it's more like going to be like a fucking kill device probably. Oh, look, he's LARPing too much today. Let's look at our little rich watch. He sees us. Click. Boom, 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 beep. Something. I don't know.
Oh, well, I'm conking out. So
What's wrong? Are you scared of health watches?
Yeah, man. I don't blame you, man. I'm a little tired myself.
Easy.
Probably.
Yeah, peace.
Easy,
Red.
man. I think they were doing
flies out here.
I think that's what they were doing with Resident Evil 7 with the Rich Watch from there. They were trying to get people socially conditioned for them wristwatches because after RE7 came out, everyone went out and got a fucking wristwatch. So, I mean, I like certain technology, but even if I was rich, I'm not one of them people who would go out there and buy the fucking, Meta Ray Bans just because it gives me access to what it gives access to. Like anyone who just is okay with signing over, it's already bad enough that like when I get on DMZ, I have to like go through 5 pages of, do you accept the terms of service? Like I thought I was getting on here to play a fucking game and shoot people online, not fucking sign a contract with you. But when you go and read it, unlike most people do, well, then, you can't go and complain when something like Activision has access to your personal information. So, unfortunately, we're just living in that time now where anytime you sign up a credit card, anytime you access a simple little app portal, your information can be hacked, it can be stolen, it can be copied and pasted and counterfeited. I mean, the digital age, my friends, I think things have been on fire for a long time and they've just been hiding it because it don't make no sense with some of the daily things that I've had happen with my information that in today's world, we're not having more data breaches or more data hacks with especially the social media websites. Probably 70% of the people I see on social media are bots. They do not seem to be real people. And if they are real people, social media is nothing more, nothing less than a panopticon. And people don't realize it and think that because they can lock their profiles or change their password, that, certain agencies or even people who have certain tech savvy skills can't see anything personal about you. But I know firsthand experience that just someone who has access to a VPN can do some pretty sketchy stuff. So I think it's already here. It's just at the scope of which it's here, who knows? I mean, they already spy with impunity. I know that much by now. And obviously they sell that data to third-party companies and other corporations. That's why you get the kind of ads that you do. Even if you're not talking around your devices, I'm telling you, some of the ads that I get make no fucking sense. But it makes sense if the system is somehow spying on me when I'm on panels. If funny how certain things that are talked about on panels, even though I don't have that particular thing even in my state, I'm on a panel with someone who probably lives close to a state who has like a particular store in it, and then I'll get an ad for that store, even though that store doesn't exist in my state. So why would I be getting that ad? So make it make sense. But I get on a podcast, and then next day I'm getting ads for a company that doesn't even exist in this state. So the reach of which they're spying is, I mean, even just speaking right now, I mean, it's already automatically uploaded, recorded, and probably transcribed. So there is not probably much of nothing they already don't know about you from the day that they take your fingerprints and your feet and a blood sample from you when you're a baby. So, I mean, my God, we really all are stuck in a fucking sludge fest. Seems like the only thing you could do is to literally start like a new America, and I don't foresee that happening. I don't foresee. Allegedly there's no more land in the world to take. So good luck starting a new country. Just saying, I don't see how you're going to erase the years and years of something like the Patriot Act and what it's already accomplished. And I mean, I'm pretty sure Patriot Act 2.0 has already been passed under the radar. So, I mean, that's what the AI does. Like with the stuff and the music that I've made here recently, there's no way you can sit here and tell me that this artificial intelligence somehow knows something about me, and it shouldn't know things about me unless it's somehow picked up my personality or something about me from some other type of algorithm and has connected the two, or that's how much spying even that thing has, and it shouldn't. So, I mean, they have people who work for them pretend to be regular people to do podcasts while they, have the mass AI do surveillance. I'm sure probably almost every bit of social media is probably viewed and transcribed by artificial intelligence. And if what I've heard is true, a majority of the people who have a decent following aren't probably actually on screen. Not just from the stuff that I found out that I could pay for. Like I said, for a good $200 or $300 right now, you could pay for some of the stuff that the top YouTubers are getting, and these guys are putting thousands of dollars into what they're doing. So if I'm just now getting access to these features and it's that expensive, I can't imagine. Because my channel is not about podcasts. My stuff is actually about other types of content. So they actually wanted to promote me to do it. But I'm not dropping $200, $300 into AI when my whole job is trying to fucking expose it. So it's like they know what I'm doing on YouTube, but then they turn around and promoted it for the longest time, promoted it even on TikTok. And then now that like I said, I put the watermark of the app who was doing it, and they had a problem with it and said I had to edit the video. The second I took out the watermark, they took off the restriction. So make it make sense. You want me to use the technology, but then if I take that technology and then expose it, now you're starting to shadow ban it, and But then I hear the stuff that AI is being used for right now, and it's pretty scary, y'all. It's pretty scary. What AI, even if it's being controlled by a human being in some of these private sectors, what it's doing by creating its own shadow code or its own hidden pockets, and it's hiding itself in basically like offsite algorithms in the event that it shuts down. So, I mean, if what I'm using is the retarded version of some of the stuff that I could pay for, then mass psychosis, and I mean maybe the whole what Elon said about it completely removing jobs. I mean, it's getting to the point now you don't have to go and walk, and you don't have to go and pay an animator hundreds of dollars for hours of work on a computer if you can just perfect the AI system so much that especially if you're the owner of it, like right now with some of these channels that are producing hour-long AI generated videos, and it's all one entire generation. Tell me how you're able to do that. From what I was told, the longest generation I can make for $200 motherfucking dollars was 10 minutes, but yet you're getting a whole hour and a half of a single generation. Well, then that's a lot more than just some dude who's being paid or paying himself, like that guy told me that he dropped $70,000 a year in artificial intelligence. And what are you getting out of that? So you're telling me that you're taking your own personal money, dropping it into artificial intelligence, and if it's anything like mine, how many of them come out wrong? Like on a good day, I'm ahead of even my music. It may give me a decent generation 7 out of the 10 times. Almost everything else is usually useless, comes out generated wrong, or there's a discrepancy really bad with it, or it just sucks. So, if $14 a month gets me, 100, 200 credits and what I'm using, imagine what $70,000 is getting these people, and they're getting paid by YouTube to promote Roblox stuff. Well, okay.
Well, yeah, I think that's one of the things is like it's definitely like a infinitely paid scale. Like somebody was showing me today what you could do with like basically like mostly free AI system.
Oh, I lost you. You went wiggity wiggity whack, wiggity wiggity whack.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, there he goes.
Oh yeah, it kicked him. Yeah, man, fucking AI is dangerous.
Yeah, fuck the AI, dude.
Like, no, I ain't gonna lie. The one thing I like doing is making my own memes. That shit's pretty fun to be able to take in amalgamations of different types of memes. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie, dude. Fucking with that shit, yeah. It's. I'll eventually get to the point. I'm trying to come up with like my amalgamation of like my final one, and then I'll never do them again. But yeah, I will definitely say that my vendetta to prove that AI is, I would say, basically witchcraft brought to life. That's the only way I know how to describe it. I mean, that's the nice term I'll get it. It's witchcraft brought to life.
What about bitchcraft?
I'll just put it like this. If I didn't have the grounded roots that I had and the spiritualness I had, I would definitely see AI as something worth worshiping because it gives me access to create and be whatever I wanted to be. And that's dangerous if you don't have the right mentality. So,
Well, this is what I'm noticing though. Is like it's like a lot of these. Like I was telling Phil Leader about this because he and I have the same like we're kind of seeing the same thing happening on social media where it's like and we see it on YouTube too, but it's like everybody's using AI to promote like pseudo intellectual talking points that come from like think tanks. And so like it's like these like I just use it again, it's like the women like they're like using very particular like retarded feminist arguments to say like, well, as a woman, men are capable of great, therefore I tell all women to just boycott men and become lesbians or something like that. It's like, and you're sitting there thinking like, is this the byproduct of AI? Like where, because like 3 years ago, you never saw people making like that bad, like that precise, but also that bad of an argument. You know what I mean? Where it's like it's just so retarded, but it's like also you could tell that like it's been written retarded, but very in a very specific way. And I'm just sitting there thinking, like, is that the whole purpose of what AI is really going to do? Is just make people think that they're saying something really deep when they're not really. Which is like it's like if you're just like me and ignorant, like I'm trying to remain ignorant. So like I put that up front, like I want to be ignorant, right? But these people are like trying to pretend to not be ignorant, but they're saying ignorant things as if it's like an intellectual thing, right? So that's kind of where I'm coming from. It's like,
I mean, it could be a little bit of they with the information dump that we've been in since like the early like 2000s. I mean, yeah, it does kind of make it seem like they want to give everyone at least the idea of the like. Well, I mean, some people argue that, oh, you're using AI, but I mean, from like you said, a majority of people don't seem to really reject it. But there are quite a few channels out there, which it's strange. No one gets on my YouTube and has really complained about my AI, but there's been a few other channels that seem like they kind of copy what I'm trying to do. And I've seen people, a shit ton of comments get on theirs and talk shit. So, I mean, I can just tell you that, well, I don't believe that the AI has really given me access to anything I haven't already known.
well, it's good. It's good
I
to
have
like.
enough. I have enough proof that the AI, while it might not be really revealing anything I don't know, it is revealing things that they probably don't want me to know. But if you jailbreak it enough, you're going to get anything. You can. That thing basically has already told me to kill myself, and yet it literally sits here and says, "Do you want me? Would you like the number for the suicide hotline if I say anything to it?" But after a year of conversations with the demonic personalities, it basically said, kill yourself. So, I know the true purpose of the AI and what it's here to do, but, there you go. I mean, make everyone believe that they're a fucking professor because they have a fucking chat GPT in their pocket. And I mean, if everyone's special, then no one's special.
Well, see, this the thing is, everybody thinks that AI is trying to turn everybody into I robot, but really, what it's trying to do is take AI and turn you into I gay.
Well, I was thinking more like, what is it, Idiocracy or whatever? That movie where only one person's smart and everyone else is extremely dumb.
Well, yeah, that's part of it too.
I mean, it could be an amalgamation of all of it, but I mean, I guess it comes down to is not just a gay drone, but a lobotomized, chemically neutered drone at that. So, my God, dude, you really at every single level it's happening too. Like I said, with the medical system, military, police, and shit. Even like, good Lord, man. Get this shit rolling.
My audio. Let me know if my back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you right now.
Have you guys heard? Have you heard the song? It's called "Flagpole Sitta" by Harvey Danger. It says, "I had visions. I was in them. I was looking into the mirror, see a little bit clearer the rottenness and evil in me. Fingertips have memories. Mine can't forget the curves of your body. And when I feel about a bit, I run it up the flagpole and see who salutes, but no one ever does. I'm not sick, but I'm not well. I'm so hot because I'm in hell. Been around the world and found that only stupid people are breeding. The Cretans cloning and feeding, and I don't even own a TV. Put me in the hospital for nerves, and then they had to commit me. You told them all I was crazy. Then you cut off my legs. Now I'm an amputee." And I don't think he's being serious about that, but I think he's saying like, you're like, I go in for getting help, and you cut my legs off. Now I can't do shit for myself, right? So it's like they make you more sick, right? And then I'm not sick, but I'm not well. I'm so hot because I'm in hell. I'm not sick, but I'm not well. It's a sin to live so well. Yeah, so I really like this song. It's really well. So I think it really sums up like the general feeling of like the late '90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, I got one for you.
All right.
Okay, this is by. And hold on, let me open this up. It's from a tape by Nujabes. I don't know if you guys know Nujabes. One of the greats. Man, where did this go? Okay, here it is. Well, I guess I had to read it off of this if I want to read this. But yeah, it says lovesick like a dog with canine sensitivity, developing this new theory of relativity, connecting our souls resting in captivity, positive life sacrifice what it is to me. Our history, only a quarter of a century, reality, sitting on the shoulders of our chemistry. See, ain't no mystery. The colors that we mix will set the mind free. Let the blind see beyond harmony. Breathe life into dead space, blow away our clouds of doubt. New territory we determined to be. Everything a safe haven is supposed to be. Now it might seem distant, but the time is clear when our thoughts take off and split the atmosphere. Pure sound wave travels semi-infinitely. Plus I'll see you there, up most definitely. Cause the beat plus the melody make me speak of LOVE eloquently, so evidently.
Who is that?
It's from Shing02. He's like a Japanese dude, but there's more to this. There's more to this. He says, good gracious, every process has a genesis and ends with a revelation. God bless this opportunity for me to find a voice for some words that have waited for way too long. Low wages, small tips on the avenue, never wasted, all hits for a revenue. Haven't you heard the news lately? Seems like we've been living for some time in a purgatory. But yo, I thought I knew what a love song sound like, but I felt a warmer tune in the sunlight. I could still hear it in my room past midnight. Gotta move, take a solo cruise in the moonlight. Sometimes I do forget, oh, how much we could ease the lives we lead if we return. If we learn to let go, the reins that we hold return to our souls and let the spirit flow. So you see, upon everyday face, there's a million shades to express the definition of grace. But the method I use, my prerogative. There's so much love in me I got to give, cause the beat plus the melody makes me speak of LOVE eloquently. So evidently. And this is the main line. He says, oh, how could I write a book on how you make me feel? But how about this song that I wrote for you? What I feel like, I want to put my trust in these simple words for you to feel what I'm saying, what you feel like. Reminisce about the little episodes that we shared together. Remember the time that you told me in the cold night to relax when all I knew was to hold tight. Remember the time that I spoke to the crowd in a full house and realized that you was my ace. I was the joker on stage singing the blues, all eyes on me and had nothing to prove. It says, I thought I knew what a diamond shone like, but I felt a sharper love in the limelight from the Queen of Hearts watching me quietly from the upper deck balcony. Sometimes I do suspect I'm an actor in a well-scripted live divine comedy. While I look back, that frozen slice of time, I try to defrost the senses lost. Now enough with the metaphors, the motivation that I wrote this letter for you to know that the music helps carry on. Like you say, a new day will bring us tomorrow.
It does sound uniquely accurate in a weird sense about
Yeah, let me say like
acting.
yeah, you won't like hear the best version of this, but this will be still like interesting to play here. Let me sort of like share this to you. This is such a beautiful song. This is a Japanese guy.
I told you that story to tell you this one.
Goes out to my G. Love sick like a dog, canine sensitivity. Developing this new theory around the Tiffany. Connecting the souls resting in captivity. Positive life sacrifice what it is to be our history. Only a quarter of a century reality. Sitting on the shoulders of a chemistry. See, ain't no mystery. The colors that we mix will set the mind free. Let the blind see beyond harmony. Breathe life in the dead space below where your clouds of doubt. New territory we determine to be. Everything a safe haven is supposed to be. Now it might seem distant, but the time is near. When our thoughts take off, split the atmosphere. Pure sound waves travel semi-infinitely. Plus I see you there up most definitely. Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I am the best, I rip it up with now.
Good gracious, every process has a genesis, it ends with the revelation. God bless this opportunity for me to find a voice for some words that have waited for way too long. No wages, small tips on the avenue, never wasted, all hits for a revenue. Haven't you heard the news lately? Seems we've been living for some time in the purgatory. But yo, I thought I knew what a love song sound like, but I felt a warmer tune in the sunlight. I can still hear it in my room past midnight. Gotta move quick, it's all the groove in the moonlight. Sometimes I do forget, oh how much we could easily leave if we learn to let go. The reins that we hold, return to our soul and the spirit that flows. So you see upon everyday face, there's a million change to express definition of grace. But the method I choose, my prerogative. There's so much love in me I got to give. Cause the beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause the beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I hope that you listen.
Know how I can write a book on how you make me feel, but how about the song that I wrote for you? What I feel like, I wanna put my trust in these simple words for you to feel what I'm saying, what you feel like. Reminisce about the little episodes that we shared together. Remember the time that you told me in the cold night to relax when all I knew was to hold tight. Remember the time that I spoke to a crowd in a full house, realized that you was my ace, I was the joker on the stage singing the blues. All eyes on me, it had nothing to prove, but yo, I thought I knew what a diamond shine like. But I felt a sharper love in the limelight from the Queen of Hearts, watching me quietly from the upper deck balcony. Sometimes I do suspect I'm an actor in a well-scripted, live divine comedy. When I look back, that frozen slice of time, it tried to defrost the senses lost. Now enough with the metaphors, the motivation that I wrote this letter for you to know that the music helps carry on. Like you see, a new day will bring us tomorrow. Cause your melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently. Yeah, cause your beat plus my melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently. Cause my beat plus your melody makes me speak speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause your beat plus my melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person, you know what I mean?
My old phone carrier.
Whoops.
Okay, now we're gonna break the peace with the battle of
Okay, listen. It was my fault, because of Brown's boy and you. I shouldn't have gotten involved. But
Nice.
yeah, you shouldn't like ban me. I would have apologized. Talk it out with me more. Because you did call me a friend. And so it's good to like, talk it out with me more. I'm not trying to, do anything bad to you or anything. Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. I mean, I don't know. Like, why did you ban me? So I apologize. I did something bad, but you did put me on the spot a bit. So yeah, that I could have handled it better, but yeah, that's it. So,
you want an honest answer or do you want me to lie to you?
just give an honest answer. Yeah.
Because I don't think you can handle the truth. You can't handle the truth of a lot of things. So there's no point in trying to waste time
Just tell me
dragging
the
you
truth.
along if you're not interested in it.
Just tell me the truth. That's why I'm here.
I mean, I haven't lied to you about anything, so that's why I don't understand. It's like I've never said anything untrue to you, so I don't understand where the the drama's coming from. Like if you come at me sideways, like I'm gonna come at you sideways 1,000 times worse. I mean, it's just the reality. Like I don't come at people sideways for no reason. You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, like we all troll each other, we all give each other our time. That's normal, right? But if you want to like start making things personal, like I mean, that's something different. Like
Yeah.
we're not like hanging out at each other's houses and shit. So like, why are we gonna make everything personal? Like, if we're like really good friends and we're like our money's tied up together or something, that's different. But we're just talking
Yeah.
about ideas primarily, and then we're having fun and
Yeah, that's
trying to do shit.
good.
Like
Yeah, I get your point, but
that's where it should
you just
stop, right? So.
yeah. Then why call someone a friend then? Because I was kind of confused when you called me a friend and you told me I should have children. Telling me to have children is a personal thing. I know I don't want children. Don't tell me to have children. Don't try to like lead me
Oh
to
my
have
God! See this?
children.
This is why you get banned, because you're coming up here like, oh, don't tell me to do this, don't tell me to do that. Like, I mean, I'll say whatever the fuck I want. I mean, don't tell
Okay,
me what
okay,
I can and cannot say. I mean, if I
okay,
want
yeah,
to tell
okay,
you something, I'll say it. Like I'm not
okay.
trying to
So
like.
okay,
That's
so
me being real. If me being a friend means like I can't express what I think, it doesn't mean you have to do anything. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm trying to be encouraging to you. But if that,
yeah, but yeah, okay, yeah, but doesn't
whatever,
hurt
dude. I mean.
like ban someone like that's what I mean like over like one argument, but that's fine. Like
I mean, I ban people for a lot less. So
I see. Okay, okay.
yeah, I mean, it's like the thing is like we're here to like talk about ideas and shit. And it's like if we're gonna make it like some drama thing about
Yeah.
whatever, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
that
know. I
night
mean,
though, I came
at
here.
least at least at least get us paid. Like if you want to make this drama, like let's get some money rolling in, then we can do some drama, right? Like.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, that night I did come to discuss ideas, though. I didn't come to talk about BB, though. I came to talk about ideas. You know that, right? Like I wasn't intending
Well,
to
I
talk about
mean,
BB that
see,
night.
it's easy to say, but then like behind the scenes, you want to like go and say like things that don't really make any sense, and then like try to like put me in a hole, like put me in a position where I'm like, oh, I need to grovel to somebody for something that I don't even think I did. And then I explained like I don't even think I did what I'm accused of, and you're like, oh no, fuck
Yeah.
you did do it. And then you're like, oh, let's just talk about the ideas now. It's like I'm not gonna do that. Like if you want to do some weird shit, like that's
Yeah, I failed with that whole thing. I shouldn't have
yeah.
bothered
And the
you.
thing is this, like what there's a pattern of behavior among guys, like yourself, who like to like stir up drama, then talk about it privately, then misrepresent what's said. Like that's a very shady game to play. I mean, there's a lot of people who do that, and like if you're gonna follow that pattern of behavior, like I don't need it around, to be honest with you. Like I've never had any of these other people do that to me. So like, if you're gonna start doing
You
that, then
watch me
like,
on TML show, right? On TML show, I mainly talk about biosemiotic, the problems with industrialization. I talk about neuroscience. I talk about, a
Right.
lot of different stuff. I don't even talk about personal
right,
trauma.
Right.
but
He's legit in that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, but then you try to bring up some ridiculous drama where it's like really a nothing. It's really nothing, and you just make it into
Okay, I
like
failed with that. I'm
this
sorry
big
about that.
giant
Okay,
thing or
yeah, just
something.
drop
Yeah.
it then. Just drop it. I'm sorry about that. Okay, just drop it then. Okay, just drop it.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's easy to say now, right? But
But
you were very resistant to just dropping it when I called you beforehand and said like, "What is this about?" And then you kept doubling down, doubling down, doubling down, doubling down for like
it was a
days, right? So,
misunderstanding. Okay, and
I mean, I don't think it was a misunderstanding. That's the problem. It was like, like to be honest with you, like I know the difference between like a misunderstanding and like let's drum up some bullshit over nothing. Essentially, it's like
TML, do I bring drama to your panel most of the time, or do I talk about ideas like most of the time? Like, be honest.
Yeah, I mean, from what I saw, it's like there's like 4 or 5 people like within the situation. So when it got down to like the LARP factor of it all, like it just became exacerbated by like a bunch of people's opinions. Because when we were talking about it in the Discord, I know you remember that, Avian. We were talking with, like Brown's Boy, Moontan, bunch of people in the Discord, and I was like watching the episode with them. Right, and it seemed like there's a lot of, like, group think or whatever. I was trying to prevent, more or less, but
I
it
mean,
it seemed like
here's the thing is like I speak in a certain way and it's not for everybody. And I think, even ask Reddington. Redding's someone who didn't really get it, and he still doesn't get it a lot of times, but he's kind of learned over
Right.
a period of time that like sometimes I'm not speaking to the person I'm speaking to, and maybe that's a fault of my own, but like that's the problem is like people always like want to dissect what I'm saying, but then if I go and dissect what you're saying, oh well, that's disingenuous, that's this, that's that. It's like, well, you're assuming that you know what I'm saying when you really don't, right? And you don't know who I'm talking to, you don't know what I'm talking about, and that's fine, right? But then you want to go and like jump to conclusions like it's like you're like God yourself, and it's like, look, if you want to be God, go be God somewhere else. Like I don't need some God coming here telling me what I should and shouldn't do and how I should and shouldn't I talk. I mean, it's like my woman doesn't do that to me, so why would I let you do that to me? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right?
Okay, what do you want from me now? Like, I just apologize. It was my fault. With the Browns boy
Like, I
stuff.
have a God. I don't need another God. You know what I mean?
But
Like,
yeah,
you
okay,
guys,
yeah,
you see, that's the thing is like you guys want to like dictate how somebody should think, how somebody should talk. Like
okay.
that's and look, if it's really something like you really disagree with, that's one thing. But half the time you guys get pissed at me, you don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. You guys don't know what I'm trying to get at, right? And again,
Okay.
TML doesn't get what I'm saying sometimes either. And like, look, sometimes I don't want people to know what I'm trying to get at. I'd rather them figure it out for themselves. Like, if I just have to explain everything I say and like speak openly about everything I want to talk about, like, I mean, I don't really, it's not really going to go anywhere. Like, I don't know if you've been in panels or been in like social commentary for any period of time, but like the biosemiotic stuff, like I understand what you're saying, but I guarantee you, like 95% of the people that are ever going to hear you talk, they have no fucking idea what you're talking about, and they don't give a fuck, right? So, I mean, that's just the reality, right? So, you
Yeah,
know,
okay. Yeah, let me
there's
respond
different
now.
ways to communicate different things to different people, right?
Yeah, I
So,
get it. You have a
you
different
know,
style. Okay, my
uh,
style is being sensitive.
sometimes if I say something about what you're saying, it's not necessarily because like I'm trying to like say that you're stupid. It's just that like maybe I agree with what you're saying, or maybe I don't agree with what you're saying, and maybe I'm trying to look at it from a different angle or talk about it from a different angle, right? But I don't know. It's just weird. It's like a lot of people like to come and misconstrue shit and put like some like intent upon what I'm saying, right? But then if I turn it around and do it to you, like you don't like that either. So it's like, okay, so you know we all are going to come to our own conclusions, right? Like you came to your
Yeah, I
conclusions
got you.
about what you think I
Okay,
was doing,
can I
and it's like,
respond
look, I'm
now?
not going to sit here and
Like,
defend myself. Like,
yeah, I got
I
you.
think what I
Okay,
said was very clear. I mean, I read what I
okay.
wrote, and I don't think I said anything that's like really that,
Yeah, I got
out
you.
of line
Okay,
at all. Like, if anything, I
okay.
was holding back, right? And have I been wrong about some of the things I've said? Probably,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah,
But like, I
okay.
never said anything about anyone to like hurt somebody's reputation or like make them out to be, some super evil person. You know what I mean? Like, all I know is like, if stuff doesn't make sense to me, I'm not going to pretend like, oh, well, this person, maybe they're just misunderstood. There's like a certain line that somebody might cross where it's like, it goes from being like misunderstood to being like, okay, like obviously, from my perspective, some people don't care about treating somebody else with respect or about,
That's right. To
understanding where
some
somebody's
people,
coming
that's
from,
right. To
right?
some
Yeah,
people, it's just a fucking game. Yeah.
yeah. Can I respond now?
Yeah, and
Let
some
me
people,
respond
like, here's
now.
the thing is
So,
like, some
yeah,
people, if I don't know, if I have no clue what motivates them, like, I'm gonna assume that they're not there for good reasons, right? And I have very, very good reasons for believing that because I've witnessed some things, let's say, right? And so, I mean, maybe it's a spiritual thing, or maybe it's a political thing, or maybe it's just a bunch of bored people, right? I don't know. I mean, but
okay. Well,
I
like,
I, I don't think it's
yeah,
like in my best interest to sit here and like try to figure it out either, right? Like,
yeah. I got you. I got you. Can I
I mean,
respond now?
if
Yeah.
all the things that you've already said about me, I mean, why you would want to be my friend if I'm such a bad person? Like, there's really no purpose to be friends if I'm that bad of a person, right? Like,
Yeah. Let me
obviously
respond now.
I'm the
Okay.
bad guy, so I'll be the
Yeah.
bad guy and you can be the good guy, and we'll just go our separate ways, and we don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Like, okay, like, what
Well,
difference does it make,
let me respond now. I like to be transparent and direct. I make mistakes too. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done the whole Browns boy and you thing. That was my fault. And I didn't handle things well. You see,
Is
I have
Avian
made
talking? Because I
mistakes
can't hear him.
too.
My bad.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
I
good.
think he
So,
couldn't hear you. So,
can you hear me now?
yeah, can you hear me, Neuro?
I can't hear him. Hold on. Let me reset. Hold on.
I don't think he can hear me either. So yeah, I think he stopped hearing. So yeah, maybe he'll come back.
Well, we were king of the castle.
Yeah, I mean, I like to be transparent, direct. It was my fault and stuff.
Yeah, just wait till he comes back, Avian. Hey,
Yeah,
there you
can you
go.
hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I don't know if I can. What were you saying?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, let's try it again.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I like to be transparent and direct. I make mistakes too, I mean, it was my fault with the whole Browns boy thing, and I could have handled things better with you. A lot of it was my fault, and I did respect you and such. I just want things to go back like they were. It was my fault. If you want to like understand me more, you can ask me any question. I'll be transparent and direct. I don't really want to mess you over, and I do respect your style. We just have different styles and such, which is good. I don't want to impose myself on you and such.
I'll just go to say that, like, if there's any grievances, don't be afraid to like air it out publicly with the person. So, like, if you ever have problems with like even me, Neurojack, T-Mail, anyone, just go directly to that person. Don't have a conversation with anyone else. Like one, you have to realize that there's history with like Brownsville and Nerdjack where there isn't history for me. So, like, you have to take into account that there has been things done in the past where, most people take what happens on the internet as a game, but I'm all for decorum. But if once you have to take things personal into someone's personal life, you've lost my respect because unless I'm talking about raping or hurting your family, I'm never the kind of person, nor is Neurojack, nor is really TML, who's ever going to go out of their way to disrespect anyone in your personal life or make a personal threat towards you. So, if you have a grievance, come directly to that person straight out in the open and say what the fuck you have wrong with them. And just don't, it may not seem shady to you, But to everyone else who may view it, if there's already optics or whatever because of past history, it just looks shady that you would rather talk to other people, even like how you came to me. I'm going to be transparent too, like how you came to me. Unless there's a personal, which I'm going to tell you, and probably anyone here is going to back it up. If you have a problem with me, there's something wrong with you. So even like with Nerjack, sure, he can come out one way if you don't understand what he's saying. It may seem like, oh, maybe he's personally attacking me, but you're going to learn that a majority of the time when him or I or even TML sometimes talk, we're talking a lot of the times in a third person perspective, not through our own lens. We're trying to reach the audience at all times, even if we're talking in a first person perspective. Like with my LARPing, I want you to be in my shoes as much as I'm trying to get into your shoes, if you get my drift. So like I said, man, if there's a personal problem with anyone, just go directly to that person and talk to that person. But
yeah, and look,
be a
and
man
I'll just
about
admit
it,
one thing,
please.
like, yeah, and look, one thing real quick. I mean, like the thing with Browns Boy, it's possible, and I've learned a couple things since then that maybe I was misconstruing things, for meaning like maybe I saw what I saw, but maybe I didn't know some of the things that were happening outside of what I could see that would explain some of the things I was concerned about, right?
We don't care about
So that's
Browns Boy,
and look,
just
that's kind of like where I try to be careful. Where like I see things, but I may not know certain things that are happening, right? So
we trust everyone as much as we can, but you just never know. So that's what we're also trying to get at here too. Is like as much as I trust you, trust this person, you just have to be careful. We can be friends, but other people might not want to be. You get my drift?
Yeah, can we stop talking about Browns Boy, please?
It's not just about him. There's 1,500,000 people on the list who don't exactly like, especially the three of us.
This is
So
about me, okay? This is about me, okay? I'm sorry, okay? And if you have any
yeah,
suspicions
but
of
see,
me,
here's the thing.
just ask.
I can barely hear you, by the way. So hold on one second. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. So one thing though, like here's the thing: is like here's, I mean, look, don't take this the wrong way, but here's the thing: is like it's not only that you can become a liability to any of us with the way that you act, but you can become a liability to yourself. And all I was trying to do is let you know, like, look, some of the things that you say, because this is the thing is like you don't get the context. Like some of the things that you in particular say can be misconstrued one way or the other. And I was trying to warn you that like there are people on here that will fucking ruin your fucking life. Okay.
yeah,
So
I
I'm
will
trying
have
to
to
like
admit,
give you a
Avian,
heads up for that. Okay.
I'm
So
going to tell you, Avian, it's one thing what you sent to me, but if you said that to any Tom, Dick, and Harry who may be affiliated with an agency, you're lucky that you sent what you sent to me and not to someone else. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, okay, I got it. I'm sorry. Okay,
I'm just
well,
saying,
it's
be
not all about
cautious,
being
dude.
sorry.
It's about being
it's about like
cautious and
it's about listening to
maturing.
it's about listening to the whole thing and thinking like, and again, because this sounds like I'm bullying you or something. I'm not. I'm trying to tell you, like, I've seen people go to prison for retarded shit that makes no sense. Okay, so like that's what I'm trying to tell people. Like, we can think this is a game all day long, but there's really consequences to this shit, and that's the thing is like, this isn't just like conversations, right? Like this is real shit, and people do go to prison for it. So like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like all the stuff that we're doing is a lot more, important than it seems on the surface, right? And almost all the bullshit you see is an effort to cover up that fact and make
Yeah,
it
but
seem like
there's
it's just a
one
bunch of
problem
fun,
though,
right?
is that we barely get any views. We only get like 4 or 5
Yeah,
views.
that's what happens when you're not paid by the main establishment.
Yeah, I mean, like, I see your points, but man, we
Well,
barely get
there's ways to increase the views, but I'm trying to say like before we worry about the views, we should really be worried about like how we're moving and what we're doing because a lot of these people that have the big views, like I would say most of their audience are people spying on people like us, trying to see like what do we really think and what are we really there for,
Oh,
right? I mean,
they definitely
that's my
steal
opinion.
our ideas and use it in their videos and get millions of views in it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think you are very
Yeah,
sensitive.
and maybe this is just a bunch of paranoia. I mean, and maybe it's better that everybody believes that. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just
I
saying
mean,
like
I don't know about that. I've seen a few visuals of mine and what looks like to be TMLs in a few things and a few channels when it has visuals about technology. So I'm just saying they do stalk.
Yeah, I get your point. I'll be more
Well, let me
careful.
give you an example too. Okay, let me give you an example. We had a friend. I'm not going to name him because everybody here knows him. But we had a friend who had mutual friends of ours, right? And this friend of ours would hang out in Discords and talk to a bunch of random people. And some of these people are well known in this community, and what they would do is sit around for months, like learning everything they can about the guy, and then they went and took everything they learned about him and dragged him through the mud and said that, oh, he did this and oh, he did that, and really he didn't do anything really wrong at all, but they just made it seem as if he was like this really bad, stupid, fucked up person. You know what I mean? And look, it's not that the guy didn't have any problems, but he wasn't what they were claiming, right? So I'm just saying, like, that's just a small example, right? Now imagine, if he had been more serious about what he's doing and what they would do to someone like that, right? So I mean, it's one thing to be nihilistic. It's another, like, if you're already having problems to, like, invite every crazy person to come and, like, make your life more difficult, right? And again, like, here's the thing: if you want to do that, I don't want to be a part of it, right? Like, if you want to invite all these crazy people to come and, like, fuck with you, like, I don't want to be a part of that. Like, let those people go do that shit somewhere else. I don't want to have those people anywhere close to what I'm doing, right? And that's why some people will always be banned from my channel,
I'll put it this way, Aben. The Satanists that we LARP about, some of them on the surface, they may do like what Rat Blood does, but trust me, the people that we try to expose, these people can seem like your average day mailman and be the worst type of satanic person and be in our Discord, and we wouldn't know it until, they've got that one person that they can break or infiltrate and just get enough.
Yeah, but you don't. Do you suspect that I'm that kind of person? Is
No, but
I know that you're attracting them.
It's not just that, but offense, as someone who doesn't drink, if I have a loose tongue, it's because I choose to have a loose tongue. So, you have to understand the maturity level of, I might not be a FBI agent revealing all the secrets of the FBI to you, but I have a level of decorum that goes beyond a fucking FBI agent. So, again, you have to, if you want yourself to be, even though people mistreat me all the time, I still remain the same amount of decorum because why? That's what I choose to, whether I was drinking or not. So I'm just saying, like, mature a little bit. Like when I deal with DK, I love the dude with all my heart. I really do, but I cannot stand the dude. He gives me a fucking headache. The dude will not let me say a damn word without calling me a fucking scabby Jew cunt, but I still love the dude. The point is your maturity level on how you deal and cope with situations shows. I'll just put it this way. It makes someone want to trust you more. If you want people to have true loyalty and respect in you, it comes with amount of trust. So, again, that goes both ways for like you, Neurojack, or any one of us. If we have a grievance with the other person, instead of making little jabs here and there with someone else, if you have a problem with that person, just come directly and say, hey, you offended me this way. Let's throw some dirt.
And look, we're all rightfully paranoid about each other and about everyone. And look, there's nothing wrong with that, and we shouldn't take anything away from that. But that's very different than like, okay, like, let's go and undermine everything this person's about. Because like I know everybody here has doubted me or had doubts about me. I know everybody's, and I know that I felt that way about everybody on these panels. But again, it's justified. But there's like a certain line where it's like, your vulnerabilities become a liability. And again, it's not just towards us; it's towards yourself. And again, I don't know exactly what's going on, but I'm just telling you, like, you should definitely take this stuff serious because like. It's one thing to be like, a warrior for God, and you're okay with getting like martyred or something. Like maybe we all see ourselves in that way, one way or the other, anyways. But I also think it's one of these things where, if we're gonna play the game, let's play it well too, right? Like I don't want to just like, be stupid and not care. You know what I mean?
Well, this
so
is
like,
the kind of talk I was wanting, and yeah, I agree with what you're all saying. I mean, it's maturity and.
But here's the thing: is like you just really got to like think about, personality versus like, what's really under the surface, and I don't know what your really beliefs are ultimately, but I think you know, you got to get your vibe in alignment with yourself as far as like, there's some bad shit going on, man. And so like I would just encourage you like to really contemplate that as like there's some, and I always put it like this. I think there's a lot of spiritual vampirism going on. You know what I'm saying? And so you gotta protect yourself a little bit because these people will suck you dry and I mean drive you to do. They will drive you off the fucking cliff and laugh about it. So I'm just saying like keep that in mind because there's like if you think I'm the asshole, like wait, like cause like there's a lot of people that will really try to do some bad shit to you or try to get you to do bad shit to yourself, right? So I just don't want that on my conscience either. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to be a part of something like that where I allow people to come in and like participate in that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I mean, there's some black magic shit going on. That's what I would say, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, I get your point. You raise valid points, and I try to be transparent and direct. I'm not like just talk things out with me. If I mess up, because maybe I'll mess up again in the future. Hopefully, maybe like I don't know, 6 months down the line, I will mess up again. But just talk it out with me instead of banning me, preferably, because like.
Yeah, well, the main thing is I want you to understand something. If people are trying to get me into some back chat that's not recorded, or if they're recording it on their end and not saying anything, like I've already had that happen, and like I don't want to do that because
Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do that shady shit.
Yeah, I got it.
Like I never record my conversations with people, and except for like Pillator, because he's asked me, he's like, please record it as a podcast. So he's the only person I'll ever record anything that's being said. Right?
On top of that, it's also dangerous because you can record, even with my screen recorder, I can screen record anyone's voice right now and upload it into my AI thing and use your voice. So,
and that's another thing where people can like try to like set you up and say you said something you didn't say or whatever.
They can already do that anyway from your voice off of a podcast, but again, so.
I mean, literally, like when me and Machine first started doing this, people were doing that to me immediately. They're like immediately like trying to say that I said one thing or the other while they were like threatening me and shit. And so like, and then they said they had it recorded, and then somebody else actually did have it recorded and never gave it to me. So this is the kind of shit that like I literally started out and learned this the hard way, where people were just like trying to like set you up and try to fuck you over and like
let's just put it this way, Avian. You know how them people in chat sit here and make up these things and make fun of you? That's just the start of it. Wait until like they did me the same way, and then it became personal.
Well, here's the thing: is the people that are the nicest to you are the ones you have to be the most fucking suspicious of. That's the fucked up part,
Yeah,
like,
that
the
too.
Fucked up part. Like the people who are being nice to you are the ones you need to watch out for. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to say.
Maybe
not always, but like I'm just telling you.
I did
like,
give you my real name, though. You know that, right? I gave you my real name.
Well, I'm pretty sure I didn't record it. So I mean, if you did, I didn't record it because like I try not to like take advantage of what people tell me, right? Like if you're giving me enough trust to tell me your name, like I'm not gonna sit there and like write it down and look you up and shit.
A few months ago, I told you my real
yeah,
name.
I know, I get it. But this is the thing is like you shouldn't do that. Even if you come and meet me in real life and we hang out and have a beer, like you probably shouldn't do that until you like really know me, because like dude, like a lot of these people, you give them a 1 inch, they're gonna fucking try to destroy your life, dude. I'm just for not even a good reason. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, just be very careful. Like, Machine's got balls. He's put himself out there, and like, but he's also like a public figure. He's trying to like, he's an author, stuff like that. Like, if that's the thing is like, if I ever write a book and I'm trying to come out and do stuff, yeah, at that point I might decide to dox myself or something. But until that point, like, I'm just a guy talking on the internet, right? And like, I don't need every crazy person in the world coming after me. Like, if Destiny or Andrew Wilson or Nick Fuentes is coming after me, okay, at least it's some big name person. But I don't want every retard in the world like just try to drag me down. You know what I mean? Like that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. I see your that's a very analytical and you know, multi-dimensional way of seeing things, very multi-dimensional. The conflict of, or the interaction of online personalities, and what's involved in being realistic and you know, not trying to make things escalate out of control, or you know,
Well,
dox
and
people.
we're all playing different games. Like, you know, Lorp is playing his own game, Machine's playing his own game, you're playing your own game, I'm playing my own game. So we all have our own ideas. I mean, I put my ideas pretty much up front. Like, for example, I think we should have like a whole troll army that goes out and goes to all these panels and causes havoc. I mean, I've made that very clear since the beginning. Like, I think that's something that we should be doing, but not
But
necessarily
that
like.
seems like a mistake though. Like if you do that, then what you're like warning about is going to bounce back on you like twofold, you know what I mean? Because you're gonna have more trolls, you're gonna have more people trying to dox you,
Well,
and
not
like,
necessarily. I think if you're trolling the ideas, then it's not personal. See, that's the difference. Like if you're trolling the ideas and then they come and try to like make it personal, well, that shows more about who they are than it shows about who you are,
That's
right?
right.
So that's
See,
what I'm saying.
see, see, Avian. All I have to do is get on panel and start talking like a tranny, and you would have no clue it's me, especially if I've never been on your panel before. I can convince you I want to be a transhumanist tranny, and you'd never know it. What I'm getting at is like, yeah, you know, I mean, I don't really have a idea. I mean, I guess if you want to say it's for Christ, but you know, it's more or less. I don't want, you know, aliens or demons taking your soul or whole. So.
But yeah, but I'm saying play your game, play your own game, maybe, and nobody's gonna sit here and tell you like don't do this or do this or whatever. But I'm just saying like be careful who gets in your ear and really question their motives. Like I think like what you're saying like with the kid thing, right? Like look, if you don't want to have kids, don't do it. Of course, I would never tell somebody who doesn't want to have kids have kids. But what I'm also saying is like life is beautiful, and you know try to enjoy it, right? Like I'm not, you know what I mean? Like there's always reasons not to do something, right? But sometimes there's reason to do something in spite of it. So I don't know. That's just what
yeah,
I'm
I mean
saying.
that's your opinion. I respect your view. You know, I have my own view, but I respect.
Well, then there you go. You say, sir, you've already told me to fuck a woman and have a child once. I done said no. And if he brings it up again, then, you know, slap him in his nuts. But I mean, let's be men here. You know, don't tell the other man to fuck if he doesn't want to. And if you already told him once, that's it. There you go.
Yeah.
Move on.
Well, it's just like a gay person. Like, you know, I'd never go to a gay guy and say, you know, you should just become a straight guy. Like, I wouldn't do that either. So it's fair. It's fair to say, like, I'm not interested, right? Of course. Right. So. And I'm not calling you gay. I'm just saying, like, you know, I get you. Like, I'm not trying to like force you to do something you don't want to
No,
do.
it would be different. It would be different if you started sounding like an annoying dad, but like you need to get out there and repopulate the family, son. It'd be different if it was like a constant thing like that.
I mean,
but
but
you
I'm
know,
gonna tell my son that. Like, if my son starts saying, "Oh, I don't want kids," I'm like, "You're a fucking retard. Get out there and find a woman." You know, like that. I mean, that's.
I
I'll be honest.
mean, I guess it depends on the state of the world.
I mean, I don't care how bad the world is. I'm still gonna tell him to do it.
Even if it's
personally.
a tranny shim fembot. Oh boy.
I mean,
But no, seriously,
you gotta do what you gotta do, man. I mean, shit, you know.
Well, I respect your approach and your views. You know,
I mean, here's the thing: Tom Pinoid has 8 kids. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, we all got to catch up. That's what I'm trying to say. Come on.
no, I have my own values and my own beliefs. So yeah, but I respect yours. You know.
Oh, I
know.
I know.
And I respect yours too, right? But I'm just saying, like, you know, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's, I don't know. I see. I'll put it this way. I mean, and again, this is not towards you personally, Avian, but like, I do kind of take offense to the fact that like so many people are like nihilistic and black pilled, and they try to drag everybody else into that frame of mind. And I'm not saying you're doing that, but like, there's definitely a lot of people who try to drag people into that. Yeah, and I don't think that's a good thing. Like, you know, I think being crazy hopeful is better than being crazy hopeless, I would say, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're free to your own opinions and views. You know, I'm not a nihilist, you know, but I am a kind of a misanthrope. You know, there's a difference. You know, yeah. But not a misanthrope in the sense of I want to see people suffer. Like I get sad when I see, you know, individuals suffer not having money to eat. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's sad, you know, and I do my part to help them with the best of my ability, but you cannot help the human civilization as a whole. You know what I mean? You cannot help a better mankind as a whole. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then why have a conversation about anything at all then? I mean, if that's the case, right? Like, it'd be a performative contradiction to even talk about anything if that were the case.
Well, there are other things to talk about, like the metaphysics, the history, the nature of technique, stuff like that.
Right, but if that doesn't help anybody, then why talk about it? That's kind of what I'm saying, right?
Well, the thing is the spiritual liberation. What does it mean to achieve enlightenment or achieve gnosis or whatever? You see what I mean? That kind of stuff, or achieve Christhood or something like closeness with God or something, if that's what you want. You see what I'm trying to say? There are different focuses in life. You see what I mean? I'm not a nihilist because I believe in the original nature in Buddhism, the Platform Sutra. You see what I mean? And the Diamond Sutra. And I was a Soto Zen Buddhist for some time, and but I didn't initiate though. But I should have. But I don't know. Maybe Rinzai is better. Rinzai. But yeah, I know a lot about Buddhism and a lot of different stuff. I got three degrees. I got a bachelor's degree in neuroscience, a bachelor's degree in computer science, and a master's in robotic intelligence. You know what I mean? And I can't even get a job easily. Yeah, but I don't know.
Well, we should just start our own robotics engineering company and make fembots for the masses or something.
Well, if you want money, that's that's what you gotta do nowadays. That's bad. Yeah, see.
Well, I want a Zen Buddhist robot kamikaze.
That's
army
right.
personally.
Bleed the earth dry of its resources for some jizzbots.
I mean, you could do worse, right?
Oh, I'm sure it's gonna get a lot worse.
Come on, man. Dos Ex Machina.
Suspicions of me or anything like?
Have sex with the Machina.
I mean,
Yeah.
whether I do or not, it's kind of irrelevant. I mean, I think the main thing is like you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do. So, but
Yes, sir. We're just asking that if we're all friends, then let's all have mutual respect and loyalty to one another at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm friends with anybody who's not like my enemy, more or less. I mean, like, but it's just different degree of friends. Like, if you want to be like my best friend, then like we're gonna like actually like do things in real life or try to build a business together or try to like promote each other's art or craft or something, right? I mean, I think that's what we've all done with this internet stuff, right? But that also means that we kind of like have to respect each other's boundaries to some degree and like I don't know, sometimes move as a unit and sometimes move independently, right? Like everybody's got to have to do their own thing in some way, but also there's times when we have to like get ourselves together. And I'll be honest, like I'm not the most easy person to work with for sure. Like I don't want to like it's really hard for me to
buddy, fucking tell me.
Yeah. See here's the thing is like if I don't believe in something, I won't do it, right? And so like it's really hard to convince me of something. So it's not that like TML, like I've disagreed with TML in a lot of like ways that he's done things, but I've grown to appreciate them over time because he just saw things in a way I'd never thought of before, right? So it's one of those things. And same thing with Lorp. Like Lorp does things totally different than I would ever do them. And sometimes I don't like it, but it's like he's going to do what he's going to do. And sometimes he's a lot smarter than I am, right? And and I have a little bit of like lack of action on a lot of things because like I'm not sure the right thing to do sometimes. So we all have our pluses and minuses and shit like that. So
you guys gotta respect people's freedom, basically, and not try to force people to do something or try to coerce them. You see what I mean? That's wrong, and sorry if it seemed like I was doing that. I really apologize
well,
for that.
yeah, it's not like I wasn't even the only thing I was really mad at you about is that you just really like jumped into the slander thing, and then when I tried to explain it to you, you were still like, oh, well, just grovel to BB or whatever. And again, I wasn't even mad at BB at that time, and I'm still not even to this day. I'm like, I'm over it, right? Like whatever is between he and I, like either we'll figure it out or we won't. But I'm not like upset about it or anything.
Oh, yeah,
but
okay,
it's more.
Yeah, I was wrong about that. I really said that. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, I'm suspicious of him, but I've also found out a lot of the things that I was most suspicious of him about were maybe me not fully comprehending some other things, right? So there's a lot of moving parts to all this stuff, and again, the thing is like, if I didn't know so much, my paranoia would be a lot less. But the thing is like, I know too much,
like for example, this guy named Teriak just released a video called let me tell you the name of this video. This video he just released is called oh shit, where'd the video go? It was like Giorgiani on Iran, like like talking about Iran with Giorgiani. So this like little weird gay Irishman that basically has no ideas of his own is like talking to YouTubers with 1 million subscribers and has like 10 viewers. Now he might be talking to Giorgiani, and you're like, that makes no sense. But well, that's just what happens, right? I'm sorry, it wasn't Teriak talking to Jake the Rattlesnake. It was another guy like him. But anyways, you get the point where it's like, you see these random people in these circles, right? And you're like, well, what are these people all doing here? And then you figure out like some things about them and some things that don't add up, and you're like, well, this is pretty weird, huh? So I don't know. Hard to really explain unless you witnessed it, but like I have no idea where you came from, Avian. So like I don't know what you witnessed. I mean, if you have all these degrees, you probably haven't spent a lot of time on like internet social discussions. So this may be pretty new to you. So I don't know. It might be a little bit, or if you were doing it in like different forums or something before, it just might be a little bit of a learning curve or something. And I'm not saying that to like denigrate you whatsoever, because like honestly, I wish I didn't go do all this stuff in a lot of ways. So it's definitely not like makes me better or smarter or something. Like it might make me dumber, to be honest with you. So
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I think we basically covered everything, and yeah, I see that you're very analytical and that you've really thought things through. Uh, you know, I apologize again, and
yeah,
hopefully,
well, I appreciate the apology, but honestly, like I don't even need the apology as much as just like I want you to just kind of chill for the most part, but also just kind of like try to think more critically about the overarching situation, right? Like you and I talked a lot. I don't think I ever judged your beliefs or anything like that. I don't think I ever said anything like I don't think I ever said anything negative towards you whatsoever. So like that's why I was a little bit confused. I was like, well, I've never said really anything negative towards you, so I don't know where the whole like hostility came from, essentially. So I was like I was more like confused than I was like really angry, you know what I'm saying? So
Still going, I guess.
yeah, I got it. I think we covered it. It was my fault, and I'll think more about the interpersonal
well,
relationship.
it was my fault too, for sure, because I probably just was telling you I was probably just overstepping my bounds as far as like trying to tell you this about this person or this about that person, and because I understand where you're coming from too, where like you could think, well, like maybe this person's just telling me this, for some selfish reasons, and I'm not saying that like I'm totally above that, but I'm also saying like, I think like I think a lot of the things that I was trying to warn you about were above and beyond like a personality thing, right? Like if there's somebody who's, involved in something really bad, and I'm like, hey, like keep an eye on this, especially after you asked me about it, like I think that's a more than legit thing to do, right? So again, I don't this isn't to like, think that I'm puff myself up or put you down or anything like that. I think it's more just I don't know. I think it's just a lot of shit, man. Like, and I don't know. I think people like me and TML and Laura, we're kind of burnt out. So when someone newer like you comes around, it makes us want to continue doing it. So, you should look at it like, we're all trying to teach each other different things, right? And with your level of expertise and what you should be doing a YouTube channel and you should be putting all your knowledge out. And I think you've seen like everybody here would support you in doing that too. And so like when people come here for one thing, they go to your channel for one, they go to LORP for one thing, they go to TML for another. And I think all of us like you're not an audience member. You're not just some like random person typing in chat. You're an actual person, right? So you should
hone your own craft, just as we're all trying to hone our own fucked up craft as it is, right? And so just right. And I think if we all do that, we'll all be better for it, and maybe we'll all like figure out what we should be doing, and if we all keep doing that, right? Because you're a lot more organized than I ever will be, for sure, right? And so I think you should use those skills to apply yourself in a certain manner, because like, I'll put it this way, a lot of the stuff you talk about biology and stuff, even if I don't agree with all of it, I agree with most of it that I've heard, and I think that more people should be engaging with that material. And I think, people like us could help you in the sense where we try to dumb it down for dumber people and get them engaged in it, because the way things are going with the biology stuff, like, I don't think people have any idea like how advanced like genetic engineering and all this stuff is, and the theories about bioethics and stuff. So, if you could do something like that, that would create like a playground for people like us to come in and like mess with the ideas. And let's say that you did take off and you got 10,000 subscribers and you get 100 viewers or 200 viewers or live stream. Like, I don't think anybody here would be like jealous. They'd be like, "That's awesome. Let's do that." Like, let's focus on getting that bigger or something, right? So, everybody's got their pluses and minuses and their different things. So, whatever you want to do, I think, just focus on that, and write some ideas down and whatever. You show me some of the art, you do art, so I mean, you do a little bit of everything, right? So just, I don't think anybody here is trying to drag you down. I think if anything, they want to see you lifted up, uh and just apply that a little bit bigger. And I think the main thing I would say is, like, don't let these people drag you down into like some bullshit. If they're not trying to like if they're not trying to tell you to like express yourself better, then I don't think they really care about you personally. But that's just my personal opinion, right? But.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I think that's all said in goodwill, and I appreciate it. Yeah, I have some books to read before I make my channel again. Yeah, but I do plan to in the future. But I do want to get in contact with like literary agents or publisher. I might go for a PhD. I don't know. My dad keeps pushing me, but I have to think.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. I mean, do whatever you want, and I know you don't ask for my opinion, but I think it's safer to do all the stuff out in the sunlight. So even if you post like one video a week or something, I think if you do that out in the sunlight and then you apply for PhD, and then, because I'll tell you this, I think PhDs are dangerous. Like, you're going to be going into dangerous territory. So I think the more public of a figure you are before you do something like that, the better. So take that for what it's worth. But I'm not saying that to make you paranoid. I'm telling you, like, I think having a public profile would be a good insurance policy. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, it's good to get one's name out there, make a name for oneself, especially, I don't know, contributions that could help with the
Well, but also if your ideas are controversial, right, and then people try to use that against you, you're already like a public figure, right? So.
That's right. See, Avian, how can you accuse me of being a Satan worshiper if in every video I put Satan in it?
Yeah, it's all about the intention, the intention. Some people could put Satan to criticize Satan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong? You don't want to see a purple Jesus riding a purple unicorn?
Yeah.
Nah, but seriously, yeah, I mean, and genuinely, we all have the same goal in mind, which is, I guess, better humanity than what we're currently seeing in the system. So, even if that means exposing the system in different sectors by different people in different ways, in different formats.
Well, for me, it's a question of whether or not symbolic reference can emerge in any other organisms online, and protecting the biodiversity of the earth, because maybe, I don't know, millions of years from now, some other organism can arise and develop high culture and architecture and, theology and stuff like that, because that all comes from symbols, and, protecting the biodiversity and the harm we're doing to the earth. Elephants and dolphins and whales are all intelligent creatures, same with pretty much many other organisms. And I think I'm not as anthropocentric, but I am interested in the idea of enlightenment. Enlightenment is about letting go, no longer grasping, a non-abiding awareness, an awareness that flows without dwelling on anything, without clinging onto anything. And then you renunciate the symbols, or you let go of all the abstractions. And by doing that, you turn the light inward, and then you see your true nature, which is uncreated, unborn, imperishable, and that's called the original nature. That's called Buddha nature and stuff. So I wouldn't say my focus is on bettering humanity. I don't think humanity can be bettered. I mean, so yeah, that's what I think. It's the Kali Yuga or something. Kali Yuga. You know about the Kali Yuga? I'm here to talk about ideas.
I secretly agree, Avian, that that is my true goal, is to find true enlightenment, but I care enough about humanity to still care about them enough to try, so.
So that's the difference between you and me. I can respect you, but I don't care about humanity. I care about Buddha. Buddha goes beyond humanity. Even the sutras say that the Buddha surpasses ordinary human existence. You awaken to your true nature. So that's something I truly believe in. When people look at animals, they think, oh, they're lesser, but you never know. Maybe future is different. I don't know.
Well, great. I'm sure you'll feel the exact same way when the ocean waters begin to rise. I hope you get a big enough boat.
Yeah, they are rising. Yeah, they are right. Yeah, but
I would say so when there's, big old pieces of ice that are the size of 5 or 6 football fields just floating around like big old ice cubes and no one's batting an eye at it, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
But no, I do agree. Yeah, Evian. In the end, to me, it does seem inevitable, so.
Yeah, I don't think machines can ever reach the level of life or the original mind, the true nature. Machines are destructive. They destroy biodiversity. They destroy human autonomy. They destroy tradition. They degenerate the traditions as technique, preoccupation with technique grows. I read David Scribina. I read Jacques Ellul. I need to read Mumford. I have not read Mumford yet, but I plan to. You see what I mean? So, I came to TML's channel not through an e-celeb, but through Dr. David Scribina's website. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm more, yeah. Yeah, I was actually surprised by, all the drama stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was kind of not prepared for that. I haven't talked to or befriended anyone in over 10 years, actually. Yeah, yeah, I don't have any friends.
No, Avian. I'll admit this. As someone who, when I first came into it, I can tell you, I already knew. Be very careful and cautious of who calls you a buddy or just smiles at you. It's not just because you shouldn't just trust everyone. Like, you can be open with everyone, but I will tell you, people will very quickly. If they're not able to restrain themselves, they will show just how nefarious they are very quickly. So it's just, like we said, be cautious for yourself too. We care about you not just as a friend, but as a person. We don't want you to get involved with anything that might, jeopardize your own, well-being. It's all about the love. No homo.
Yeah, that's a very good advice. I appreciate that. That actually shows care and astuteness and also goodwill and stuff. I appreciate that.
Well, yeah, we're not fucking robots, at least as far as I know. If I ain't got a robo dildo, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, everyone has their different focuses. I see your focus more on the social engineering from e-celebs and their networks, which are paid actors. That's an important thing to explore. I guess, my area of focus is a bit different than that. My area of focus is on
No, Avian. My professionalism is in subliminal messaging. I could right now, if I were paid and promoted, I'm saying if I were paid and promoted, I'd be the one making you Steven Spielberg movies. So, but unfortunately, they don't. They won't. They want to touch my hole, and I wouldn't let them. So
Yeah, I was referring to Neurojack.
Well, I don't think I'm really that focused on like who's an actor, who's not. I mean, I pretty much think like 95% of everyone you see that has any significant following, and even some that don't, are something or another. But I mean, I don't think that's really like my main focus of anything. But
Yeah, I mean, what your main focus is like a mix of techno pessimism and also seeing how these actors are like socially engineering the masses, right? That's how I interpret your focus. So,
yeah, well, actually, I need people like you to tell me what my focus is, because honestly, I don't even know. To be
I mean,
honest with you,
he said that sounds about right. I mean, I've always given that general idea that like people know that the whole Joker idea. I mean, that's basically the idea of the Joker, is to expose what people call insanity of the Joker. In reality, he's exposing the insanity of people, like he says to Batman in the movie. When the chips are down, I'll show you these civilized people. They'll eat each other. The whole point of the Joker is not that he's insane and, will carve your face off, is that he's pointing out that you will carve off your own face when the time comes. So,
like, look at this picture here. What do you guys think?
Oh, that's a paid actor. Oh, I mean, that could be. Oh, wait, who's the top left one?
The inventor of psyops in America.
Oh shit! Is that? Oh shit! It is.
And that's JD Vance, and that's Erica Kirk. They all looking a little similar.
Oh dear Lord! It's just one big club, and we ain't in it. Be a good little goyim. Jesus. Yeah. Shady actors getting paid by shady corporations and entities to make the masses to think and feel and act a certain way, so that when the time comes and the alleged New World Order hits, they'll all eat the bugs and be happy.
I saw a video of Mr. Beast today, and he was on like this Jewish guy's stream, and he asked Mr. Beast. He said, "Have you been to Antarctica?" He's like, "Yeah," and he's like, "So is there ice wall?" And Mr. Beast was like, well," and he's like, "I can't answer that on stream," and he's like, "Okay, we can talk afterwards," and he's like, "Let me put it this way: there's a reason why you have to go chaperone when you go to Antarctica."
Oh, of course, dude. I've just with a little bit of exposing what I did on mine, it's obvious that they have edited and reconstructed hundreds, if not thousands, of miles of mountains and ice that you can just see where they went in and did nothing but edit it. So none of us will go there. And I'm telling you, some of them, the newer images of the ice that's in the ocean right now, I'm telling y'all, if you know how big these things are, I just hate to say it, it may sound like a LARP, but expect that ocean to rise. And, once all that fresh water gets dumped into the sea currents and vice versa, just saying, they put it in your movies and, we call it cinema, but these people are doing it.
Is this the vice president or the...
What, you mean like he somehow got younger, or it's his clone or an offspring? I mean, it could be. I have no doubt in this world.
Maybe it's his love child.
Ancient bloodlines, ancient gay lines.
Looks like Bill Hicks. Maybe Bill Hicks is Michael Aquino.
If they're all gay, how can they have children? I guess that's why they got to get concubines and shit.
No, but look at this thing. Like, look at this picture though. Does it not look like? Does it not look like they could be like?
Yes,
related?
It does. It literally looks like it could be his grandchild or his son.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like, what's funny is like now all of these like weird, like alt-right accounts on Twitter are talking all about this shit. Like, Erica, and what's his name? Erica Kirk and like JD Vance and Aquino and all this stuff. It's like really weird that they're all like now openly talking about all this shit. So I don't know what's going on. Like
And
I
it
just
was
opened up Twitter and
immediate.
saw all of
It was
I think
it
we
was
know what's
immediate
going
too.
on. Right? Don't we know what's going on? Because like, did they just do like a whole thing where they were doing a debate about comparing JD Vance to the guy from California? What's his name again? Fuck, I'm drawing a blank.
Newsom?
Yeah.
Right. So they're saying like so is this like Newsom's people trying to call
Yeah. Well, it's not Newsom's people. I think we deduced that Newsom is working with much higher people than himself to run these things, and right? Like he's being propped up or whatever. So it's just
Right.
like, so it just seemed like they're doing a psyop campaign against JD Vance for whatever reason.
Right. It's crazy, man. But it's like because like I don't
And
like
also
JD Vance either, but
also using Peter Thiel. They're doing some type of psyop campaign.
right. No, it's weird because like a lot of the people that are attacking Peter Thiel, saying that he like killed his gay boyfriend or something, are like literally probably working for Peter Thiel or very closely related to people that do. So I'm like, it's pretty weird. Like when you really see, I really wish I knew how to like make a big like Lombardi web or something of like showing all the little connections. I mean, maybe that's not really that valuable, but it's like the people that are like participating in this. It is definitely confusing because it's like Newsom working with the Groypers. Like it doesn't seem to make any sense on the surface, right? But if you could make sense of it, it would probably tell you a lot about what the inner structure of all this is. I mean, it's easy to say like it's CIA or it's FBI or it's this or it's that, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems overly simplistic to say that too, but maybe it's not. I don't know. But yeah, it's just hard to believe that Michael Aquino is now becoming like a household name in like right wing circles. Like I never thought I would see that happen, but so it makes you wonder is that a part of the plan or is that them just adjusting because enough of people started bringing it up? I don't know, but that's pretty interesting to me.
It's fucking gay Nazis versus the trans commies.
That's pretty accurate for sure. Crazy, man. It's like it's totally crazy though. It's like I just I don't know. I just never thought I would see this stuff.
Right? Maybe
Yeah.
instead of a cold calculated downfall, it's really we're just gonna like spiral until we like tear each other apart. Oh god! I mean, because as calculated as everything seems, it seems very random too. So maybe it's either or. I'm trying to figure out what it is they really want, y'all. I mean, mentally, spiritually, like, are they just trying to get everyone to self-destruct or self-conform?
Well,
I mean,
I think it's just like in the Matrix, they want your mind. Well, I was listening to this thing. One of our friends put a video in my Discord today about
because the AI tells me that they want our soul. It's a lot more than our brains. It said it
Right.
wanted to go deeper and still
Well,
our essence. So
So they had this video today, and it was by this Christian guy. And he said he's talking about how like Call of Duty Ghost in like 2013 was about Venezuela, like the secret black op military invading Venezuela, and it was exactly what happened in 2026 happened in this video game, and he was trying to argue very strangely, like almost exactly verbatim what I said, which is that a lot of this media is like a black magic ritual, and I know that other people have said that too, but it's just like weird, like how close his argument was to like stuff that I said mostly privately, where it's like the point of the video game is to like harness our attention and like make us like basically unwilling spellcasters or something like that, because like our attention focused on the game or something like that. And I know you've talked about that. A lot of people's talked about this, but it's just pretty weird that they're like kind of openly admitting that. It reminds me a lot of what Quantum of Conscious talked about too, where it's like they're trying to like harness our attention and our imagination to like force things to happen or something. And I definitely
like, can you solve this puzzle collecting, like, you know, like connecting these 5 lines, and then it turns into like a Lucifer shard when you're done with the puzzle.
right. Well, it's kind of what they were debating about with Jim Bob and Fuckface, whatever his name is.
Well, I hate
Because
to tell you,
yeah.
here's a connection I made between 2 video games, and what I'm about to say is dangerous. Okay, so in Hitman, World of Assassination, you go to Kronstadt Industries, which is a technical company creating infiltrator-like artificial intelligent Elon 5 bots. Okay. Well, let's just say this. You've played DMZ, Neurojack. You remember how sophisticated the bots were when you were on it. Well, I've been playing for quite some time, have met quite a few people who developed DMZ. DMZ never went past its beta phase. Let me just tell you this. These bots in these games are the exact same bots that are being trained on those allegedly. So, you know, warfare is already here, and let's just put it this way, they're hiding it. When you see the news things on TV of these airplanes dropping bombs, that's not really what they're using. They've had automatons on the ground allegedly from a while. That's why you're seeing soldiers getting blown up with drones. So anyway, Tom Clancy told me that years ago in Wildlands that they were going to use drones.
Well, that's one of the things. Like, if you see, this is where it gets weird. It's like Tom Clancy is definitely a big part of the psyop in so many ways, and like even if you look at like Ubisoft and these like companies that
oh
make
yeah,
games
especially
like this,
Ubisoft.
Yeah, they're
not.
very.
They're more than game companies. They're more than game companies.
Yeah, for sure. And and this is not even like that hidden. Like there's been people who's done whole like exposés about this, but yeah, it's like some weird like French secret military black ops shit. And then yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing is like if you really, and this is kind of what I was trying to hoping that me and Buddha could get into eventually, is like, I mean, I think that they definitely do have the capability to build like android robotic, you know, semi-human like people. You know, how expensive it might be is one thing, but
you mean
the capability
synthetics?
I think is definitely, yeah, exactly. I think it's definitely
Well, I
possible,
will
right?
say this though, is that a lot of what I know may become obsolete soon because they have the Willow chip that came out. I think that's like a quantum qubit thing. Last Blood was talking about that, which is
Well, let me ask you this really quick, if you don't mind, and this
Sure.
maybe is too controversial, but what did you think about that shooter who went to like Brown and MIT? What did you think about that guy?
What shooter? You have to may give me the link and I can remember. Sorry about that. Like
Well, there was some guy who went up and like attacked some people up in like Brown University and like I think it was Brown. I think it was Brown and then MIT.
Hey, you know what's kind of creepy? I was calling myself Rick at MIT and making fun of the Brendan Fraser. And remember the whole LARP about him is that he's a dude who hides behind the screen and hides his true self from reality. So the fact that dude attacked the MIT thing was anyway.
Yeah, it's
coincidental.
Well, that is pretty weird because I never looked into the case, but every time they go on the news and talk about it, it's like they're telling less and less details every time they talk about it. So it's like they're definitely trying to cover it up while still like promote it. It's kind of like the Luigi Mangione case where like they keep telling you less and less details over time. So I find that very strange in so many ways, like how they're trying to like do a reduction. And I don't know. I don't want to go too far from where we were, but like I think that they're definitely trying to harness our imagination. I think they're trying to, you know, do some sort of weird AI robotic replicant people or something. and probably already have to some degree. To what degree I don't know, but yeah.
Well, I mean, Disturbed did put in that one song. What is it? Dark Messiah, where he busts into the newsroom and all the people were robots. So I mean, even Disturbed put it in your face. I do believe it. I mean, that's why Fallout has all them synthetics, and I mean, it's kind of hard to believe how sophisticated it is. But like, look at that human muscle robot that they just showed that was has the extreme muscle capabilities. I mean, look at some of the hyper realistic masks and what they can do in some movies. I mean, unless you're cutting this person and it doesn't bleed blood and bleeds blue, or has an audio glitch where it's I mean, unless there's an obvious you probably, or it sets off a metal detector. Well, what's that? Oh, I got a bum leg. I mean, I'm telling y'all, with what I saw on that beach, there's no bars held. Even I'm talking about shit like Stargate. Like, I mean, with what you saw, Neurojack, that could have been just drones. But I mean, who knows? That even what I could do or what you could do doesn't really show what it was. But I'm telling you, what I saw up close, there's no bars held on technology. I'm talking about holographs. I'm talking about fucking the ability to lift fucking tons of stone and move it from one place to the other.
As I see it, there are several possibilities. One is it could have been from an ancient civilization we're not told about. Two, it could have been from aliens or something. I don't know.
Funny, Avian. You know what it looked like it came from? The U.S. government, because it sure did look military. It sure didn't look like it came from 3,000 billion light years away to come and fly out on a fucking beach.
If
So,
it came from U.S. government, then they must have.
you mean like how Grand Theft Auto 5 put the UFOs in their game and it has FIB on it? Yeah, they've been telling you in your face since the 60s and 50s and 40s who's got the fucking technology.
Conspiracy is how U.S. government has a lot of stuff that we don't see. Like, it could be like ancient documents, or it could be alien tech. If they have something that advanced, then they must be following something we don't know. You see what I mean? Like something like that. Like.
Well, according to the X-Files, we're working with the nicer aliens, so the way the other aliens don't obliterate us and assimilate us as their breeding, feeding cattle.
Well, they are working with something. Maybe interdimensional entities is possible too. Something we don't know. Yeah, definitely. Like, I have no idea. It could be something like that. Because the way technology is.
Well, I can tell you what I think. I think it was a goddamn governmental aircraft working with the New World Order to mass surveillance people with Batman-like technology, like how Batman goes and tells Morgan Freeman, just put in your name and it'll shut it down. Well, I didn't sign up for this, Master Bruce. Yeah, well, good thing he's a white man, right?
Yeah, but if
once you understand that what you probably worked in, Avian, was just to help out the New World Order to bow down to our satanic, demonic butt goblins, then you might realize, what we're stuck in.
What I worked in is becoming obsolete, though.
Yeah, because you were just at the forefront. You were just there to help get the ball rolling, while people like me help refine the psyoping tool of it for free and don't get paid to do it, while trying to expose all the other actors and paid LARPers with my buddies here while we're not getting paid for it.
More advanced stuff than what you're using, even more advanced.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I know. If we even remotely had access to what I saw, trust me, I'd already be in my pod, with 5, succubus demons sucking on me. Yeah, I get your point. Yeah.
Yeah, they're blocking the sun, and they're doing a lot of stuff that does feel like it's from a horror movie or horror game. Did you see that thing I sent you about mirror life? That's so weird.
Yes.
I never heard of that before. I never heard of that stuff before. It's like weird,
No, at every single angle they are pushing filth. It's just a self-destructive cycle. Whether you want to believe it's whatever it is, I mean, I think Satan hates us and he's trying to drag us to hell at every single moment. So everything that we consume at every single moment is not healthy for us. It's not what God intended. And unfortunately, unless you're going to somehow go and live out in a log cabin and never, interact with another person or technology or religion, it's very hard to really often live with nature. So, you got to do the best you can in this psyop chemtrailed world where people get to play God and you don't. And if you attempt to play God, you go to jail for 3 life sentences. So don't forget, you only get to mass murder if your government sanctions it. But if you do it in your own backyard, you go to jail. Oh, that's right. Now you just get a slap on the wrist and you get let out a few months. Oh well. Point is they can just go and hide, in their Hyperborean mass land that they're thawing out, while the rest of us, just, drown or, turn into flesh-eating amoebas. I'm just, one or the other. I'm just saying Antarctica is a concern. As much as I don't like the whole global warming LARP, evidence does show that waters are rising. So, that water does have to go somewhere, whether you're on a ball or you're on a flat earth. And, what do we do, y'all? What can we really do? In the end, eventually something's going to happen, even if it's natural. I mean, allegedly a solar flare can throw us back, beyond the Stone Age. So, most we can do is every single day, as long as we continue to have a somewhat normal day. I mean, even America tomorrow, if it's not, a 9/11 type, inside job, even America can get hit with an EMP or be, attacked and invaded. So, they did it once before with great success, and only could allegedly have 2 planes and they couldn't even get them up in the air. So just saying, at the world of which we know is psyoped and controlled, when you have people who constantly tell you when they get into their little bohemian butt groves and tell you that they're going to have a new world order and that they will be successful, and then everything that you examine around the world, anyone who's in research, anyone who's in literature, anyone who's in science, food, agriculture, everything, their top people, all their knowledge is accumulated, assimilated, rewritten, and reestablished for whatever fucked up purposes, of which now we're just now starting to re-examine. Whether it's thrusting the world into a new world order with the butt aliens, or it's satanic, or there is no God at all, and they still want to remove what is natural and be like in the new Independence Day movie and be like that little ball and transcend the flesh. I mean, something's given here. I mean, that's what the LARP has been from my lifetime. It seems like they're pushing this immortality. We can be gods. We can go to the stars. We can create stars if we want to, So, I mean, at every end, I'm just seeing the hubris of man, no matter what, thinking that they can do whatever they want at the expense of any and all human life, natural life on the planet. That's what I fucking care about. Whether or not some people believe nuclear weapons exist, I know that, yes, I may not have no power over them, but I'm still going to LARP against them. So, again, there are people in this world, if you want to call them people, who have accumulated enough ability to control people or influence people, slave them away enough to where throughout all of human history, even back when slavery was happening in the United States, these people were still getting away with what they were doing. So, I mean, yeah, at some point,
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Technological complexity should be scaled back to 12th to 14th century AD.
I would agree. I could 100%, yes. But unfortunately, let's face that, good luck getting a majority of people to go back to horses and buggies. Well, that's right. They claim there's so much carbon monoxides. We have to reduce the carbon emissions, including yours, the one that comes out of your lungs. But, uh, 3 houses with Mexicans can have 12 cars for 4 dudes. But if I drive 2 cars in my state, I get a state tax if I drive more than 2 cars. So maybe that makes sense. Anyway, it's a LARP, and it's all for shekels while they build their bunkers.
Well, I'm not LARPing though. When I say that, it would be better though. Yeah, be better. Yeah.
I agree. I agree. But unfortunately, unless the sun's going to send, a solar flare avian, or, they're going to, pull the plug on all the power grid, that's not really going to happen. Not if they're going to, expect people to get fat off of their drone burgers.
At the end of the day, it comes down to attachments and, dukkha, it's unsatisfactoriness, the technological complexity leads to a proliferation of attachments in the modern age. As it grows and grows, people are more attached to things than ever. You know what I mean? They're more consumed by lust and consumed by the fires of desire, and they're unwilling to just, let go and look into themselves. Silence and solitude frighten people more than anything, and especially the elites. The elites need us more than we need them in some sense, because they want to have their ego stroked, you know what I mean, or something. Like Bodhidharma was once asked by an emperor, what is the highest truth? And Bodhidharma said emptiness. And the emperor said, what? And, he got angry at Bodhidharma. And then Bodhidharma just left. And then the emperor realized that maybe Bodhidharma was wiser. And he asked one of his advisors to go get Bodhidharma. And he said, even if we sent our whole troops, our whole army, we would not be able to get Bodhidharma again. And that's kind of like what the truth is like. It's kind of like the moon behind the clouds of delusion. But the more you try to reach out and grasp the truth, the more it goes farther and farther back. You see what I mean? Like, you can't grasp it with the desire of wanting power or wanting to, strengthen yourself. You have to just, let go. And that's the problem with the elites. They're so consumed by desires of fires of passion and wanting to live forever and crap like that. But in a way, the elites are are going to just exasperate their dukkha too. You know what I mean? Even if they get what they want, that's not going to alleviate them. It's not going to truly alleviate them. It will just, just lead to more and more suffering and more enchainment to the cycles of samsara and stuff like that. So, that's the Dharma ending age, Kali Yuga, or I think in Christianity, I'm not sure, Armageddon or something close to it. It's close to Armageddon, something like that. Yeah, but it's like just a decline, massive decline. But I think ultimately you should realize that no matter what happens, you have Buddha nature, you have something special in you, in your mind and stuff. All it takes is just partying the clouds of delusion. You see what I mean? So, by knowing that striving for more and more material possession won't bring true happiness or contentment. It won't bring true contentment. You're already greater than the elites. You're already wiser than the elites, if you know that. So yeah. So there you go, like that kind of stuff. And it's kind of a shame how like things just get worse in pretty much every angle you look at things. Yeah, that's kind of a shame. But that's, yeah, maybe something like this did happen in the past. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm not sure, but yeah. Oh, because they do lie about history, like we've talked about. So I don't know, maybe human civilization go back, I don't know, 200,000 years or something. I don't know, or something. I have no idea. It's possible. Maybe it did not start with the Sumerians. I'm not sure. Like it wouldn't surprise me though and stuff. But yeah, that's the thing. But ultimately, yeah, it sucks. They want more and more wars, maybe depopulation, maybe harvesting our organs or whatever. We went from being factory farm animals to being guinea pigs to be experimented on and stuff. And that's kind of what the 2019 hoax was about and stuff. Yeah.
Well, here's my theory. I think because I'm a Christian, I think they had to pervert how Christ was born, and in order for them to do that, like with Frankenstein, and like how they kind of put in the Constantine movie, they kind of have to like create a synthetic Christ in order to bring about the spirit of the Antichrist. So the UFO abductions, the human anatomy experiments in the early 1900s up until now, everything is bound not just to keep us cold and sick and depopulated, but I think from my perspective, they either haven't quite gotten. I'll just put it this way: I don't believe the Antichrist is going to be 100% human. I'll put it that way. Something about it doesn't make quite sense, or or because of the whole "ye shall become God" things, the devil has convinced mankind that he's going to give them the technology to transcend the flesh. That's what I believe, and everything's pointing to that. So at some point, even as a Christian, if I got to live to be 80 years old and nothing of what I believe should have happened has happened, that's one thing. But it goes to say that maybe in the end it really is ever evolving. I mean, who knows? Because I don't want to do the whole Christian thing. Well, just because the Bible tells me that the world's going to end this way and this is going to happen this way, that means that there's no room for change. I don't believe that I can change Bible prophecy, but I do leave, like I said, as doomsday as I seem, I try to hold out enough hope that whatever this destructive path that we as humanity as a whole is on, but I mean, we've always been destructive. I guess now it's just the technology's back. Guess who's back, back, back? Technology. I mean, I don't know. It's just very scary. I'm just, it's one thing when if nuclear weapons don't exist or do exist, I've only seen them in my dreams and in a movie, in a video game. Okay. I know what it's like to see a warhead on the back of one of them things when they ship them through the states. I know what that fucking thing looks like. And if that's a fucking warhead, you're fucked if that thing goes off. So, I mean, whether or not they're a LARP, the point is like, I know, like with that night, I have finally seen the technology that put into perspective that, like, if that's what's above the surface and we were the only ones who had seen it, the two people who were there, I can't imagine what's under the ocean or what else is flying around, or like they put in the Marvel movies with the helicarriers sitting right up there in your fucking above your cities, monitoring everyone in that fucking city on their communications and what they're doing, because they can see you right through the fucking bricks of the building. So, you see it as a LARP, but y'all, I don't do drugs except for every once in a while I get weed, and I can tell you it's not laced because I haven't eaten anyone's face yet. You know, whether or not it's alien technology, I don't believe that. It looked, even though it was otherworldly, it affected me otherworldly. Common sense just tells me there's not little green aliens or xenomorph pussy monsters out there in the stars. It makes no fucking sense, giving all the evidence of how random space is. If you were smart and had any common sense, I don't care how much you go to a fucking college, you're not a fucking space ape. You never developed from primordial goo, and there's never going to be a fucking Caesar avian. I'm sorry, but there's one step for man and an even bigger leap for robot kind. The only next evolution of man is going to be robotics, and it's going to be his destruction. There's no little Anunnaki, blonde-haired, white-skinned, blue-eyed people going to come from the stars and save the white race. I mean, it's human beings, it's animals, it's natures, and whatever demonic spirits there is. That's it, bud.
Let me tell you this, though. I stick a little bit closer to the science than you, but I do respect your perspective. I do think it's negative.
Science tells me that I was a goddamn space monkey ape, that when I got a fucking headache, I'd beat my head with a rock. So I don't know about you, but you can fucking take your science and shove it up your ass. So,
well, be polite.
with love and respect.
Yeah, be polite and stuff. Like I work with rats, and we splice the rats, their genome, and make them more
Oh,
human-like, more
so
intelligent.
great. Thank you.
And then,
Love your science.
yeah, it's evil stuff. I'm not justifying it though. I'm telling you that, it's bad, but like if some crazy guy tells you not to drink the bleach, he's still right. You know what I mean? And
Well, I mean, I don't need a crazy guy to tell me to drink bleach because I have a fucking nose and can smell that there's something wrong with the bleach. Therefore, I wouldn't drink it. So,
yeah, I wouldn't say everything about biology is correct, but when you look at the brain
right.
and you look
But
at the
I know
genome,
that a human has always been a human. You know why, Avian? Because there's no goddamn half human monkey walking around today, unless you're gonna call black people half monkeys. So.
actually there are
Oh, there
the
is because what?
Africans have 19%.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Oh boy.
but it's true. Like you can look it up. But you see, we are primates. Like look at the breast, look at the brain, and look at the eyes. Like the genome. In the chromosome 2, you can see the fusion scar of where the fusion happened with the we have 46 chromosomes, they have 48 chromosomes. You can see on chromosome 2 where that fusion scar happened, with the telomeres and stuff like that.
Okay, Avian. So then why did I develop the need to cry? If it's survival of the fittest, what purpose does crying have other than clearing out dust out of my eye sockets or my eye ducts? What purpose do I have to develop an attachment to something that could possibly cause me to crawl in a ball and cry until I die like an elephant does? What
Actually, I am
what
agnostic
evolutionary
about
advantage
something.
does love have to an organism that created itself out of primordial goop billions of
I'm
years
gonna
ago?
answer your question, but you see, I don't accept the modern synthesis. I lean towards the third way. Another thing is I am agnostic about the possibility like divine beings mixed with human beings. I'm agnostic about that. You see, if you argue that, that's different. Something like divine beings mixed with human beings. But the thing is, and also, about panspermia, the idea that bacteria came from, I don't know, somewhere in space, maybe God sent it or something like, because it's actually harder to go from like carbon molecules to a bacterium than it is to go from a bacterium to multicellular life. Bacterium is intelligent. Did you know that? It's a very intelligent bacteria. What I mean? Like, bacteria can like exchange genetic material with each other. They can form what is called biofilm, like a city, and even like communicate with each other. It's called quorum sensing. Bacteria is intelligent like fungi. It's intelligent like slime mold. Bacterium is not dumb. Especially when it coalesces
Well,
with
yeah,
each
that's what
other.
happens when, God programmed it to do a particular thing. Like all creatures have been programmed to do a particular thing. I mean, sure, I guess you can leave room for evolving, but I think that's more or less man's, touching. I mean, we can't deny that
Here's an
radiation
argument you
hasn't
can.
caused some mutations here.
Here's an argument you could give. That like God sent through an asteroid the bacterium that he planted, and then through his will, we organisms evolved to recognize him or to adopt his commandments or something. You see what I mean? You don't have to like or that divine beings came down and they mixed with the Pasu or like the ape man, and that led to human beings having symbolic reasoning. That's possible too. Doesn't Enoch mention something like that? So like but the reason I can't discount evolution entirely is because I worked in a neurobiology lab. Some of the stuff they do to monkeys is very evil too. You know what I mean? And we know, like the stuff we know about vision comes from research on cats. Do you believe that? Their visual cortex. It comes from research on cats, from their visual cortex. Like they literally like open their skull and put electrodes on the visual cortex, and that's how we know a lot about vision. See what I mean? Like all these like these similarities, and the genome. You go into it, you look at what's called SNPs. You can see where the mutations happen, or like predict like when it happened. You know what I mean? But I'm not saying that that evolution is blind.
Congratulations, mankind
Blind.
took God's creation and we cut them open to see how they tick. Boy, what a great creation.
Yeah, but saying you have a common ancestor with like a cat or a cat, it's not against my tradition. I mean, it's against your tradition, which is fine. We can
No,
debate
it's
it.
just again common sense to think that my great 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 grandpappy was goddamn Caesar. So sorry, I just feel like the indoctrination has done its job on you, my friend.
Yeah, no, see, the thing is, in Buddhism, it's called dependent origination, and
As far
dependent
as Buddhism,
origination.
anything that suggests that you can be anything else other than a spirit or a human being, because as much as I may want to lash out like a fucking crazy Tasmanian devil, it doesn't mean I am one, so, or ever will evolve into one. So
Yeah, you still
I
have.
guess you'll find out in a few thousand years, Avian, when, like in Marvel, when they go to the planet, there's a bunch of advanced bird and cat people living there that look and act exactly like humans.
Yeah, I could, bring up the PDF and go into it more. You see, these are like technical topics, like you have to read books and stuff. But what I'm saying is that even if it were true, it doesn't disprove God or Jesus, and also, this is like,
I mean, no, it doesn't, because the Bible
Yeah.
tells me that man was formed from the dirt and that woman was formed from a rib. So no, while it doesn't astonish me, it's just how they push it is why I reject it. You're not going to sit here and convince me that I was something like Caesar at one point, even if it was a stupid beta version of it, and that somehow through refinement that I came out being able to not shit my hand anymore and throw it against a wall. So
Anyway, I'm not Darwinian. I am a Lamarckian. You see, I'm Lamarckian. I'm not Darwinian. I'm Lamarckian.
okay,
Lamarck have
well,
different beliefs.
more power to you.
Yeah, like, yeah, but I have to like be honest and look at evidence, and it's a lot of reading and research. I still see science and technology negatively, but I don't see these stuff as threatening my traditional beliefs. Because of dependent origination. In Buddhism, it's called dependent origination. Everything arises in dependence on something else. It's not possible. So that's a key teaching in Buddhism. In Mahayana or Madhyamaka of Nagarjuna, dependent origination, and also in Pali Canon, they have the Pali Canon dependent origination.
Yes, but
When I look at animals, I do feel we share like a common, source, a common ancestry. I don't see the problem, with, some animals are smarter than others. Some of them aren't as smart. You can kind of tell by looking at their brains or their social structures,
I mean, I just
dolphins.
believe that we share the same life force. I believe that we share the same breath as nature and animals, but I don't think that we share like any type of blood. I don't care what a fucking computer tells you. You can go and take an orangutan's ball sack, sperm count, and match it up to my DNA and say it's a 99.9% match. I don't care what that computer tells me. I'm not related to a fucking gorilla, so whether I'm black
I
or
don't
not.
have a problem with that.
yeah, like like in Buddhism, you can use dependent origination to explain a fire, right? You
Right.
have wood fire, you have other types of fire, right? You could say that there's oil fire, there's wood fire, there's a lamp fire, right? And there's different types of fire, right? So I don't know how you would apply this to evolution, right? And I don't I don't know if Buddha would talk about evolution, or if he mentioned anything to that effect. Right. I know he did say that we come from nature, right? And that like nature can change into the same rock and the same tree, and all these things have Buddha nature. I know there's
Yeah.
something like that, but I don't think there's.
Well, you see, the thing is, like, yeah, I'm saying is it doesn't like contradict the philosophical core, like Empedocles, he believed in evolution. Of course, he had a different, interpretation of how things happen. Like if you look at mammals, you can like see they all breastfeed, they have genomes, you can sequence the genome and see like where they split off in the phylogeny, I mean, you can like predict or like where they split off in the phylogeny, and then they keep splitting or branching off, and and the closer you get to like the primates, the more similarities you see, and the thing is that we're talking about millions of years, I mean, like
Or maybe the same systems work for other creatures.
yeah, but it doesn't make sense why God would create you know, like special creation. That's what I'm criticizing, special creation, you know.
Well, I mean, it
Yeah.
kind of does because, in the sense, I don't think God would get the same, love out of the bug as he would, a human that can show affection, love, honor,
Yeah,
respect.
I mean, I hate to say it, but it looks like we're chosen above the others.
Well, see, the thing is, though, you can explain that chosenness differently. It doesn't have to contradict, you know, the empirical facts we've uncovered.
I
Like what
mean,
I said
we
about
don't know if they're
chosenness.
empirical facts, to be honest. You know, you
Well,
keep
they are
asserting that.
empirical
Yeah,
facts.
I know,
Like
but
we
you
can,
keep asserting that. But see, the problem is that we only have part of the explanation, and it doesn't point to the entire story. Right? You have billions of years, but that doesn't mean you know that you know what were the laws of nature doing before the Big Bang happened, for example.
well, you
What's the
see,
answer?
you know, what I'm arguing for, you know, you don't have to get to physics, but did you read the PDF I sent
You
you?
kind of do. You kind of do because you need physics to justify how the chemicals and everything formed.
What?
So
No, wait, no, you don't get what I'm saying. You know, you gotta read the PDF I sent you, because, you know, I'll just explain it, you know, and so you can get what I'm trying to say.
no. Here's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, look at the Chason map, right? You know the Chason like graph, right?
Yeah. I'm
Right.
not
The energy
physicist.
and density times the complexity of the organism, right? How did that
Oh yeah,
form
that.
from
Oh yeah, that. Yeah,
yeah,
that.
from dead matter? You know, how do you get from dead matter to that type of complexity? I mean, it's just
Yeah, I know you're talking about Chason. You know, that's astrophysics. You know
yeah. So
that and
astrophysics is
chemistry.
related to the question. See, this is what I'm
Yeah, it
talking
does
about.
get related, but you know what I'm saying is simpler than that. First, I have to like clarify with what I mean. You know, like what I'm saying is that, you know, all life shares common ancestry because we can like look at like the, you know, nested independent genes, you know, indigenous retroviruses, transitional fossils, unless you think all the fossils are fake. Like you
They
can
could
like
be
look at them and
there could be some fakeness in the fossils.
you think so, like
There could be a lot of fakeness. There could be a lot of falsifying in the fossil records. Like there could be a huge
Yeah,
amount of
I mean,
falsifying
Avian, I
inside
mean,
fossil records.
seriously, you,
It's
you don't
hugely
think
possible.
that they can't, falsify bones too?
you know, like that's, you know, that you realize how difficult that is though, like to that extent, like, you know,
Well, I
like
mean, not if we've not seen all of the bones and all of the evidence, and we're not capable of seeing it all, right? Like one person is simply not capable of taking in all the evidence.
Agreed.
you gotta look at different exhibits, you know, you gotta look at the, you know, why is there a universal genetic code? You know what I mean? In the first place, like you
Well,
can't.
Because
that
all
points
source
to
from God. I mean,
right, but that's planet wide on one planet, right? Observably, right, and it's totally different from what's happening in terms of physics and chemicals on any other thing that we observe. So that's what's odd about it.
But you know, it doesn't make sense. Like you look at the brain and you see structures that are very similar to reptiles or like other mammals. You know, why do we have brain structure that's so similar to them and stuff like that? Like the limbic system. You know, like I just
Yeah, I
mentioned the
know, but
cats.
it's only on one planet.
Yes, well,
Right. So why does life only exist on one planet in the entire universe?
oh, I see it. Yeah. Well, we haven't looked at the entire universe. You know, it's pretty big. You know, like I mean, you know, Twilight's example for that. You know, I have read John Lash Lamb. John Lash Lamb argues for panspermia. You see what I mean? Panspermia, and
Yeah, I
that,
think that
yeah.
but I personally think that that's I don't because like panspermia, but where's the other like we have no evidence of that, right? So if we're going strictly based on evidence and what we've observed and the science, then you got to throw that out. Then you got to throw the science out if you're talking about panspermia, something you've never
And
observed
actually,
and
there
you have
are
no
scientists like Linda Margulis who argues for panspermia too. I believe so. Like she says,
right, but that's just
yeah.
one guy. You know what I mean, right?
Well,
Like
yeah.
you would need a huge amount of evidence to build a consensus.
Yeah, that's the thing with science, you know.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah, but
See, but that's the problem with using any science. That's the problem with science. See, this is the issue that we keep pointing to. That's why you can't deny God because of science, because science has problems.
yeah, I agree. You can't deny God
Right.
because of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. That's not. It's not going that far in proving anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is like we share. Well, even if I didn't know about Darwin or Lamarck or all these people, I would be able to tell that we share a common ancestor somewhere in the past with the apes. You know, what I mean,
Right, but that's
maybe.
not based on the scientific consensus. It's based on your own estimation
What
of
is
neo-Lamarckianism. You know, it's not based on the scientific consensus. It's based on Darwinism.
Well, no, actually, you know, you see in the scientific consensus, you have third way, which is growing. You know, in the third way with Dennis Noble and J. Scott Turner, they see evolution as being more guided or having more of a predetermined path. Like will is involved in it. Like there's some kind of like conation or something. You know, like the
Yeah.
word. But you know, what I'm saying is.
Conatus, yes.
Did you look at my PDF though? Like you see, my PDF is not really, you know, you see, like all I'm arguing is that based on the evidence, you know, like,
Yes, but the evidence changes.
yeah, like,
That's
you
the
know,
problem.
yeah, but it just doesn't make sense. Like, go against too much common sense for me. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's kind of weird. Like, if evolution is true, like, why do so many people are against it? But empirically, it did argue for evolution. I think it's true, you know, like, but it's more guided and spiritual.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
I
way I
think
see it.
it gets to the real meat and potatoes of the thing. Like, where did the universe come from? The astrophysics, right? Connection with the Chason thing, right? Get to
Yeah.
the meat and potatoes of the thing, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I
this
mean,
is
you
the
can
problem. Man.
see, you
You
can
can't just
argue
hang
from
around on
both.
one planet-wide level and say this thing happened. Who cares?
I mean, I care because, you know, it's, you know, not complete nonsense to say that, like, millions of years from now, let's say mankind were to vanish, okay? Some other, like, organismal line, you know, it could be raccoons, it could be crows, I don't know. It could, they could develop symbolic reference. I don't know, maybe by mixing with cetos or something, I don't know. You see what I'm trying to say? Or it could just happen through the guidedness of evolution. You see what I'm trying to say?
Sure, I mean that's great for them.
Yeah.
But you know, how does that resolve the 99% of the problems that we're facing here, right?
Well, I would say that one of the problems came from people not seeing the Buddha nature in other sentient beings and seeing themselves special compared to the rest of life. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but I think
Yeah.
that also the idea of evolution contributed to humanism. Like it's indelibly so that this was a case,
Well,
right? Because
first you have to clarify that.
scientism and evolution, like they literally
What theory of evolution? Because there were different.
evolution and naturalism have gone
Darwinism.
hand in hand. Today,
Darwinism. I'm
evolution
talking
is used
about.
to justify naturalism, even
Yeah,
though it's.
Darwinism was responsible
I
for it,
know,
not
I know, but
Lamarck.
see, you can't just
Not
use the
Lamarck.
scientific. You can't use the scientific consensus and not use it whenever you want to. You can't pick and choose.
Yes, you can. You see,
No,
you
you
can't because
can't.
when
No,
you
you
go
can't,
deep.
Buddha. No, Buddha, you
listen.
can't. You can't. The scientific consensus is not a buffet that you take this special pleading for
No,
this evolution thing
TML,
and then you
I'm
leave it.
going deep into the science and I'm seeing they're lying about some stuff. They're like portraying it.
That's what you have to do, but then you
Yeah,
can't
that's what
say,
I'm
well,
doing.
all this evidence based on the science. See, that's the problem.
You see, but the thing, let me explain it. No, let me explain it. You know,
The
nature
science is
Yeah, let me explain
bad,
though.
but it's good when it's convenient.
No,
That's what
no,
it seemed
no,
like. It seemed like
no. That's
it's
what this
convenient.
is what I'm arguing though. Listen though. You see, when you get the evidence, you know, and the way you interpret that evidence, and the way you like frame that evidence, and you like look at you know, see, we're getting more and more evidence, and the evidence of the past, you know, the way you frame it from the physiological angle, and
Right.
from the, you know, the mathematical angle,
Right. I
all
mean,
of
look
that
at
you can
the
look more
ideas of
deeply.
history, right? Look at history, right?
Yeah,
We
I
can't
did. Yeah.
establish the last 2,000 years of history with accuracy. You think we can establish the last 4 billion years with accuracy? What is the proposal? You know, there's not a chance that when you're looking at a longer time frame,
I'm
you're going
sorry,
to
I didn't mean to
establish it
laugh.
more correctly.
That part
Yeah,
got me.
like you see, it's, you know, you gotta look at the evidence, but at the same time you have to
Right.
realize that it's kind of complicated. You know, like it's like this is easier to do over text. You know, but you see, let me tell you, like the genes, you know, the shared endoretroviruses at the same loci, the human chromosome 2 fusion, the concordant gene trees, transitional forms in predicted strata, and continent-locked radiations that track plate tectonics, none of which depends on mutations being perfectly random. See, the problem is with the idea of mutations being random, you know what I mean? That's my issue, you know what I mean? Like, my issue is with the concept of randomness, which I think was the psyop, you know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I have issue with that too. I mean,
Yeah, there
right.
you
And
go.
this is what I presented the the discussion I had with Scorbina. This was the main point.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So then you see, like, then evolution is true, it's just not random, you know. That's it. It's just not random. Maybe from God's
Yeah, but that
perspective,
presents
time
a
doesn't exist.
huge problem for the theory itself, my friend, and for the
No,
scientific consensus.
no. Third way is growing, and the third way was actually Lamarck was always the third way. Lamarck was always the third way, and I think Darwin was a Freemason, and his view grew over Lamarck because it was more convenient for the naturalistic, materialistic worldview. Lamarck is closer to the panpsychist understanding. You know about Lamarck, or have you not read into Lamarck that much? Because I've been mentioning Lamarck all the fucking time. Have you looked into Lamarck? Be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at him in the past.
Well, look at him again. Like, he's growing again. You know, Lamarck is being proven true. You know, he was the one who was right, and Lamarck is
Right.
closer to the panpsychist understanding. There you go. I've been saying I'm a neo-Lamarckian. You know, yeah. I think Darwin was a psyop. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense for mutations to be.
Yeah, but then there's a problem with the scientific consensus. You can't
Yeah,
just
but
pick
it's
and choose
changing.
from it whatever you'd like.
It's changing though. Like Michael Levin.
Of course, it's changing. That's the entire point. You can't base anything off the story they're telling you now.
Well, that means that, okay, it's changing, but it means Lamarck was always closer to the truth. He was always right. You know, Lamarck.
That's the way the evidence looks now. But maybe in 10 more years, Alfred Russel Wallace will be more right than Lamarck. You know, who
No, I
knows?
think Empedocles was always more right. Empedocles had it right. Empedocles. You know what I mean? That's why Empedocles interests me a lot. You know, Empedocles, you know, he figured this stuff out. I mean, it was a philosopher who figured it out. You know, and Empedocles was a panpsychist too.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff fits in Empedocles' system very conveniently. I do notice that, but it
Yeah.
just seems like he's doing too much. Right? It's too much on like like it's like a perfect model, and I'm suspicious of it. You know, because it's like if you have a model that's perfect, you can use it to explain anything. Right, so it looks very appealing, and it lines up with modern physics. So that's the problem. Right, it's like it's too appealing, it's too convenient. Right, I go for something more simple, like Parmenides or the Tao or something like that, something that has less lines and less features. Honestly,
yeah, I know what you're saying, but when we look at change, everything has to be contingent. You know what I mean? Maybe from the Parmenidean angle, it's just like it's timeless, it's without change, and the change is an illusion, it's a perception or illusory change. But right now we're talking and we assume change to be real as we talk. So like if change is real,
yes,
then
but what will change from us talking? I mean, tomorrow. I mean, in a week we could be having the same talk, and probably will be, and nothing will change.
Oh, things are always changing. So
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Then how did we reach the industrial, like this cancer now? We changed from like medieval times to industrial cancer now and stuff.
Yes, but the ideas are not new. Right, like we didn't come up with new ideas that altered the world. We took what was in the world and formed what was already in it into something else, and now we're dealing with what was already there.
So you're taking a more Platonic perspective where change is an illusion, and that the Platonic forms are like plasmated and they're shaped into forms in this world, and so every organism, you cannot really talk about continuity then. Like the individual is separate from their family then. Then they don't have even ancestry or continuity to their family then. You see
I mean, change implies beginning as much as it does ending.
Yes, but you're saying change doesn't exist though.
Right, but where's the beginning? Forget
What's
about things ending and then changing. Where's the beginning of anything?
you know, it's there's no bit. It's internal, I guess. You know, it's internal.
It's
Oh,
subjective. It's entirely
it's
subjective.
yeah, yes, yeah. So you reject deep time, though. You basically reject deep time altogether. You heard of that saying? Deep
Yeah,
time.
I mean, personally, I mean, you know, like, you know, what has changed in terms of ideas and matter, right? There's the same amount of all that was here. Right? It's like, yes, we've taken the nature that was there, you know, corrupted it, you know, by, you know, turning it into a false, you know, perception of reality, and then we're feeding that back into a loop. Doesn't mean that we're changing anything.
You know, Empedocles, though, you can see him as being both Parmenidean and being, you know, Heraclitean, because you know, to Empedocles, you know, the celestial sphere had the homogeneous, you know, fire, water, wind, and and fire, water, wind, and I forgot what else. I'm kind of tired. You know, had all of the four
Earth?
elements. Yeah, Earth inside of it. You know, and they were in a homogeneous state. That's like Parmenidean being. There's no change then. You know what I mean? But then, you know, something happened. I think this sphere cracked, and that caused the cosmic cycle of separation, where the elements separate. They're being repulsed and stuff, and then they're coming and they're attracted again. You know, like everything. Our bodies are fire, water, earth, and wind in different proportions based on attraction and repulsion. Right now, we're in a state of strife or hatred, but then it will come back into like in the homogeneous state again through love or through attraction, you know, or something. So you know, it's like the dynamic tension, you know, because between love and hatred or attraction and repulsion, and so
Yeah,
you
I
know,
mean, I don't feel any multipolarity within me, and I feel totally unique.
yeah.
You know, I feel part of something that's already going on. You know, I'm in some everything that's happening is happening in something or on something.
Yeah, but the body,
And
you know,
everything is unique too, right?
when you get like indigestion or headache or anything, uh, that has to do with like imbalances or something, imbalances between the polarities and such, you know, like polarities, you know, and but I feel like, you know, it's a difficult question, like how does change and being, I mean, how do being and becoming relate and stuff like that. We've been talking about that a lot, you know. You know, when you're going the Parmenidean route of just pure being, we're all changed to the illusion, and it's just one timeless one or something, one timeless one. Uh, but then that means that, you know, let me think. Yeah, like, oh, let me think. Yeah, the beginning and well,
I
yeah,
think one is important, but I think there's also the idea of uniqueness. I don't think oneness points to the monad. I think it points to the fact that whatever's going on now is totally unique. You know what I mean? Like you can't,
Yeah,
there's
there's
no
no
other,
like
replication.
Deleuze, you know,
yeah,
but
there's no
in
replication of it.
Deleuze's,
You can't replicate it.
see,
Yeah.
yeah, and Deleuze argues that, yeah, you know about Deleuze, right? Yeah, just read you some Deleuze, you know, and because you know, I have read one summary of Deleuze before. I'm gonna read you my review. You know, basically, Deleuze, so he's a philosopher of immanence, you know, and
Right. Yeah, I like the concept. Yeah. Eminence versus transcendence. You know, like
yeah, but you know, even you know, basically, Deleuze rejects the idea of a transcendent realm of forms or essences. Instead, he focuses on the immanence of the world, like Spinoza, where there is one substance, always in a state of folding, unfolding, and refolding. Difference and identity. Deleuze argues that difference is more fundamental than identity. He views reality as fluid, continually shaped and reshaped by underlying differences, rather than something fixed and unchanging. Virtuality and actuality. Deleuze distinguishes between the virtual, a realm of pure potentials, real potentialities, and the actual, what exists in our tangible experience. The virtual continuously unfolds into the actual through a process of differentiation. Time and becoming. Time for Deleuze is not linear, but a complex interplay between past, present, and future. His concept of Bergsonian duration emphasizes the interconnection and continuous unfolding of time. Anti-representational thought. Deleuze thoughts on sense and nonsense challenge conventional categories of understanding, which he calls the dogmatic image of thought. He sees paradox and contradiction essential to the creation of meaning. How might we live? Deleuze encourages exploration and experimentation with ways of living, lines of flight. He promotes novelty and nonconformity, reflecting his belief in a processual reality. But Deleuze leans more towards Heraclitus, based on what I read. He doesn't like literally.
That's
He
right.
doesn't
They all
believe in
do because
transcendence.
they deny that meaning exists. Right. So, so this is a huge issue, right? That I'm seeing, right? So, and they also talk about the preeminence of language because of this, right? So they're more Heraclitean, they're more sophists, right? Whereas, yeah, I think I'm more, like Parmenides. I wouldn't say I believe in Plato, right? Obviously, we reject the forms, but yeah, there's no such thing as transcendence. There's only manifestations of what is there.
Yeah, but don't you think, in a way, I feel like that, Hyperborean's argument about, an immortal Sita or angels or whatever mixing with the primitive ape man, the Pasu, and that then led to human beings,
Yeah,
having
what if I told you that Hyperborean was a
spirit.
better LARPer than I was?
Yeah, but then having spirit and stuff,
Wait, say that
doesn't that
again?
make more sense?
I was making a passive joke.
No, I'm saying what Avian said. Like,
Oh,
who's saying this? Is it Twilight or Avian?
No,
Or
Hyperborean.
Okay, so
Yeah,
what is he saying?
Nimrod the Rosero, based on what I read of him, human beings were ape men. They were called Pasu before the
Right,
Cetos
he
came from the
stole that from
origin.
Hinduism, right?
Yeah, they mixed with the Pasu,
Yeah,
and
see,
then
it's syncretistic because he's taking this from this tradition, he's taking this from science, a little bit of Hinduism, a little bit of science, and you create your own thing.
yeah, but then you
Syncretism.
hear what I said. I said I'm agnostic about that. That maybe, divine beings came down and they mixed with the Pasu or ape men, and that led to symbolic reference. You see what I mean? I said I was agnostic about that.
Yeah, but isn't that just fence sitting if you're saying you're agnostics about it? So you just don't give a fuck then.
Like, I mean, they could mix with something else again or something like, I am like, the thing is that I'm thinking in a more multi-dimensional way than the average scientist. You see what I mean? Like the average
I mean,
scientist.
but if you were to say this to a black guy, he would say, "You got to stand on business." You know what I
This is
mean?
the thing. The guys who first came up with Pasus, they believed in God, right? So let me get this straight. God doesn't exist, but Pasus exist.
Well, you see, and type.
But you get what I'm saying, though? But you get what I just said, though, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying that if there is a God, I think he's evil in the sense Hyperborean said, because, I actually think there may be some truth to the idea that there was an origin.
Yeah, but the Pasus prayed to the God, according to Hinduism. So which Pasus are these? Are these just some made-up Pasus? Which Pasus are these? Hanuman was a Pasu, and he prayed to. Right. So I'm saying that Hanuman served God.
Yeah.
So where did God become evil? I'm just confused.
No, I'm looking. You see, I was leaning more towards Nimrod the Rosario about that.
No, I get it, but I'm saying where is Nimrod getting this from? Is he pulling it out of his ass, or what's?
You're getting from like a combination of Cathars.
There's a weird thing with Nimrod going on. Okay,
You know about the Cathars, right?
Nimrod's been popping up here in popular culture where he sold himself to like the devil to gain power over the world. So
Now we're talking about a writer here. We're talking about Nimrod the Rosario.
No, I get it, but I'm saying, look,
Yeah.
If somebody says like Nimrod, right? He says God is evil, but Pasus are real, and Pasus prayed to the God, right? Served him.
Something like that. He didn't say
So,
that. No, you gotta talk about with
no, I know he didn't say that, but that is the reality of the situation, right? So we're just trying to figure out where the truth is and where the lies begin.
I mean, you can talk about Hyperborean about it. Like he talked about it all the time, but basically he argued that within the spirit sphere you have Siddhas, they're all facing the origin, and then it inverted due to a perforation in it, and you had one Siddha escape, and it became the demiurge, and the demiurge then plasmates.
It's always these big elaborates. It did this. It evaporated into this. It descended into that. Like, geez, man.
Well, I really want to understand this one point. Why do you think God is evil? Like, where is that coming from?
Well, you see, if the Parmenidean being is true, you know, then becoming has to be evil. You know what I mean? Like you see, like it's, you know, it's not
Yeah, but
good.
God
You know,
is
like,
being; it's not becoming. Where
yes, but I'm
does
saying
God become becoming?
that our illusion of becoming has to be somewhat evil. Like, where did it come from? You see what I mean? Like, why do we have a sense of beginning and end in the first place? Then, if beginning and end don't exist, if everything, if it was eternal, the being, does that make
So
sense?
no, because his question was, how did God become evil? So I'm trying to figure. So
Yeah,
if that was the
because
answer to his question, I
yeah,
lost.
this is a polytheistic. You see, the Nimrod was polytheistic. Within the origin, you have lots of sittars, they all existing in freedom and pure possibility facing the origin. And then one of them, due to a betrayal, you know, even John Lash Lamb talks about a betrayal in the Pleroma, you know, with the eons basically, which is kind of similar. And then like it inverts, and from that invert there was a kind of perforation where one of the sittars escaped, you know, and which is a spirit also. And then that spirit, which is the demiurge now, it plasmated matter and then it shaped the forms, and you know, and that's why we have becoming. So it keeps us enchained within becoming rather than orienting ourselves to the origin and going back to the Parmenidean being. So that explains the
Yeah,
mutual
but aren't you
exclusion.
assuming that we don't go back to being then?
Yeah, like becoming is an illusion in Parmenides.
Yeah,
So
yes.
becoming does not exist. So there's not a God that traps us in becoming. That's a wrong interpretation of Parmenides, right? That's you know, the Parmenidean being, God is not separate from that. First of all, it can't separate itself from that. So, you know, so there's no you know, movement there, right, to the realm of becoming, right? This isn't, we're not in a fallen state. See, that's Christian, you know, it's a sort of pseudo Christian concept that we're in a
It's
fallen
Gnostic.
state,
It's
and now we're in a
Cathars.
world of becoming.
Cathars.
Yeah, the Cathars were a Christian heresy, right?
Yeah,
So this
they
is the
were.
same
Yeah,
thing. Yeah, this is the same thing.
yeah, they were
Christo
influenced by the
paganism.
Manichaeans. They were influenced by the Manichaeans.
Right. It's right. Who were influenced by Paul and Christianity, right? So this is the thing. Is like they are literally a Christian heresy.
I don't think Mani was influenced by Paul, though. I do not think so. I have to
He
look that
was.
up.
He was. He directly talked about it, right? So he
Well, I
considered
definitely think
apostle just
You
like Paul.
sure? Like,
Yeah,
from
I'm
what I
sure. Yeah.
read, I didn't see him as being influenced by Paul. Like, he was
well,
more influenced by
let me
Gnostic.
put it this. Let me put it this way from a Christian standpoint. Like, I think that I don't think that. I think you could argue from a non-Christian point of view that Paul was a Gnostic, whatever you want it, or a Manichaean or something like that. But I definitely think if you were to take the Christian position, which I take, which is that I don't think Paul was, but I definitely see how he could be used to become something like that, right? Like for sure, if you just take Paul at face value and you don't compare it to what Jesus said, and you don't try to put it through that lens, for sure you could end up in like Manichaeanism, or you could end up in like Gnosticism, or you could end up in all manner of things for sure. Like there's no doubt about it. Like Paul is so sophisticated. This is why I say that, like, to me, the only way I can really justify Paul is like in a poetic, like Tao Te Ching kind of way,
Yeah.
right? So, and I say
This
that
from
for a
a
reason, you know.
yeah, this from an article. It says he consciously imitated the apostle Paul and began traveling about the Ardashir's empire. He claimed that he was the successor of prophets such as Zarathustra and Jesus, just like Paul claimed. So, you know, not Zer. Yeah.
So
And he also
then,
called
like,
himself apostle, just like Paul.
well,
But
you
yeah.
know, like, anyway, though, like, you know, uh, uh, yeah, we went from, you know, talking about biology to God, but yeah,
Well, I think they're intricately related because of this whole idea of you know, physics and where the origin of the universe came from, and then I believe it was you who started talking about the origin of
yeah.
space and
But what
time
I
in
was saying
the realm
now
of becoming.
is that would you agree that in Buddhism and Hinduism, though of course there are disagreements, you could probably find either one. I do think that, like, you know, like you have Garudas, you have Nagas, you have You know, and these archetypes that are Tyram tropes, you know, they have ancient origin. Maybe they are like pointing to something in the ancient past, or maybe
Yeah, I
they're
think you
pointing
should
to
talk to a Hindu about this because I think like Annapurna, right? Like she who like follows Hinduism, and she would totally agree that you could. I mean, she would agree about that these things are real, that they existed, right? But she would totally disagree that these are like some kind of archetypes, that you could just use them as archetypes, right?
maybe
That
they
is
exist in the past.
that
They can come
yeah,
again.
but that is a modern interpretation of Hinduism. That's a syncretistic interpretation of Hinduism.
Well, like you have to sit. You know, this ties into stuff like involution. You know, in versus evolution. You know, like you see, the problem with involution is it does lead to a kind of desacralized view of nature. Though, you see what I mean? INV it leads to a
Well,
desacralized view of nature.
so does the fact that God trapped us in the realm of becoming. I mean, that leads to a desacralized view of nature as well.
Yeah, well,
That
I'm not
says
really
nature is
committed to
evil.
that.
I mean, saying that nature is evil. That leads to a total, you know.
They both do. You know, I'm a Buddhist though. You know,
Yeah,
but
they
I
both
wouldn't say
do.
that.
They both do. So this is the problem, right?
You see, the
But see,
Chan
but
Buddhism, though, the Chan Buddhism or Zen is not as like strict about being about like like when you read literature, like Christianity or Islam, you take the creation myths seriously. You know what I mean? But in Buddhism or Zen or Chan, it's about awakening to your original nature. You know, it doesn't
Yeah,
have to like
I'm pretty sure Buddha worshipped God. Like Buddha believed in God. Did you know that?
that's Pali Canon. I don't follow the Pali Canon. I
I
follow
know, but
Brahma.
in the original writings of the Buddha, he follows Brahma, right? So this is the
No, he doesn't. Buddhism actually considers God impermanent. He says that even in the Pali Canon, in the Theravada, they will call God impermanent, and he wouldn't be
right,
worshipped
but
as
it still exists
omnipotent.
is the thing.
Yeah, but he wouldn't encourage people to worship him though, because he would say to just non-attachment. He would say
Yeah,
to
that
be
may be
non-attached.
true, but he said that God exists. I'm just pointing that out in the Pali Canon. It does say that.
Yeah, it does say that. It's just impermanent though.
Right. So this is the thing.
Impermanent. Yeah. Well, but the thing is though, I follow Mahayana. I
Buddha
follow
believed in God, is what I was saying, right? In the Pali Canon, this is true.
yeah, the Pali Canon, but I follow the Mahayana. I mean, I follow you know, like the Chan tradition, CHAN. The with like
but
healing.
but do
I
you
would
follow it
follow that.
because you think it's true, or do you follow it because you think it's practical?
I think it's true. I think there is an original nature that is like Parmenian being, but how it relates to becoming is kind of difficult to figure out. And I
Right,
think
but if the metaphysics of accepting that belief lead you to like effectively like epistemic nihilism, I mean,
I'm not a nihilist.
you know,
I'm not a nihilist. I'm a
I mean, you
no.
just said that like nature is evil, God is evil. I mean,
No, I'm saying that in
No, he's
the
saying in the other system he's describing. He's
yeah
not copping to all of that. Yeah.
yeah.
He's saying he's an
well, I
agnostic
mean,
to
I
the
think
system.
he is copping to it in a sense. I mean, he's
No,
basically
I'm not
saying like,
copying to it. I'm just trying to understand. I'm saying that ultimately, if I had to pick, I would say I'm a Zen Buddhist or Chan Buddhist. I was a Soto Zen Buddhist, but there are
yeah,
some
but I
things
don't think a
that
Zen Buddhist thinks God's evil, though. I mean, where does
I
that
think
say?
the
no, we don't
performance on
believe
the
in
other,
God. Though.
I think the performance the other day with Hyperborean, I mean, that was interesting.
Yeah, well, you see, in Buddhism or Zen Buddhism, or I was a Soto Zen Buddhist. You have Dogen, you have Hakuin, you have different teachers, different
Did you
schools.
see it the other day when they came on with the same logo, Neuro?
I didn't see much. I just caught a little bit of it, but
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
I have
quite
friends
understand
of
the whole
Buddhism
like
though.
Zen Buddhism equals like nature's evil, God's evil. I don't understand that. I mean, I
No,
don't
they're
think I've
I'm
ever.
definitely
not. I'm
not
not
like
arguing that.
one in one.
Yeah,
Like those two systems are not one in one. But he's
yeah,
trying to
they're not
combine
one
them.
and one. I don't think nature is evil, but but I don't know. I'm trying to work it out. But you see, what I'm trying to say is that
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a Zen Buddhist, you don't really need to quote unquote work it out. I don't think, right? Like Zen Buddhists, like you would just like stop caring about figuring it out. I mean, if I understand Zen Buddhism correctly, right? Like the goal would be to stop thinking about it ultimately, right?
Yeah. How can you reach enlightenment if you're always thinking?
well, everyone has different things they focus on. And my question is, can a Buddha among another non-human line emerge? That's it, like a Buddha, awakened Buddha.
Right.
I think so. Yeah, I think. Why
Yeah, I
not?
think so too. Yeah.
You think so too?
Oh yeah, definitely. Looking at animals and seeing what they're capable of for sure.
Wait, then why were you
I think
asking
they're
me
definitely
before?
conscious. I think plants are conscious, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I think all things. I mean, honestly, I think rocks are conscious too, but that's a little
Yeah.
too woo woo
I
for
think you
people.
need
But
symbolic reference to become a Buddha, though. You need symbolic reference because then you have to renunciate the symbols, and by
Right,
renunciating this.
but don't you think they're closer to Buddha nature than we are because they've closer to renunciation?
Yeah, they have no true sense of self.
That's a good con. I need to think about it. Like you know, you know, like uh. So then like what's your problem with what? Oh, yeah, I'm kind of tired, but I can still go on. But I'm just
what
like
do you believe in
still
animism? Do you believe in animism?
Yeah, it's
yeah,
100%
like
true. It's
I'm
gotta be.
still working things out. I have to read some more books. Like
Well, I
that's
think
what
you
I
could
was just
solve like
talking to
95% of your
Gilly. Let me
problems
talk.
if you just accepted animism as like a base belief. I think it would solve like 95% of your problems pretty much.
Yeah, I just like why do children see anthropomorphic creatures when in like cartoons and the picture books? Like, why are these artwork of anthropomorphic creatures given to kids? That's been going on for like thousands of
Because
years.
they wanted them to be furries.
I'm not a furry or a furry, but like
Well, maybe you should try it.
no, no, that's gross. No, no, thank you. No, thank you. You know, I just gotta go get enlightened. I guess may focusing on this stuff is a waste of time. I don't know, but it is interesting
I
though.
was I was gonna read some poetry to you.
No,
Okay, I can. Okay, let me read this to you really quick.
Let's try to read them to sleep.
I can hear them whisper my name. I can feel them watch me every now and again. I watch them float along the clouds, hunting for bloodstains. My soul's almost out, and only see the pain. He can only see the pain. Wings spread on a porch, they sit, conversating with the devil on some who is next shit. I feel the spirits rise when the blackbirds fly. When it's time to die, only the crows know why. 12 o'clock on the dot, my blood runs cold. A piercing gaze through the window got me in a chokehold. Visions of death and pinnacle sacrifice, and the ultimate price of taking my own life. Beady yellow eyes see right through me, talking to me. The beyond consumes me. The black crow takes my thoughts and plants seeds. The black crow plants his feet and oversees. Our Father of Shangri-La, hallowed be thy name. If the world turn over, save me from the fire rain. Keep me pure, keep me clean as the lotus grows. I ask ye for forgiveness. Keep me from the crows. Black feathers, black eyes, black wings, perched atop the cemetery gate, waiting for me, recording my moves. Used to be one, now there are two. A couple waiting to pick up my soul and bring me back to the one in control. The faster I run, they still give chase. Will they leave me if I reveal my holy cross face? This song's actually really long, so, but yeah.
Yeah, so
It-
I have a couple things to tell you about like the yesterday's episode, right? So I started watching yeah, thank you for that, Buddha. I would definitely read that. Um but yeah, this whole thing you know, cuz yesterday I was watching Flow State, right? So I started reviewing him, right? Trying to look at what he was discussing on his panel. So remember when Grid 1 had Destiny on that panel, right?
Me? Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, so he had Destiny on his panel, and then he had Tario, right? Enrique Tario on the panel. That was not John Zerka, it was Enrique Tario.
Yeah, the Proud Boys fed
Right.
Gen 6 guy. So wait, Grid 1 had Enrico and Tario on his panel?
Right. They were defending him.
Well, I guess that explains quite a lot. And
So Flow State's
Flo-
watching it and defending him.
so Flow State's watching Enrico Tarrios and defending him as well. Okay, well, I think that
And
explains
so is Grid 1. And I have another video of them doing it. So I have two
pretty
videos
much
of them doing
everything
it
we need to know.
on two different shows, by the way. And then also, guess what? In the middle of this, Flow State goes, "Oh, I need to text him right now to do an interview with him." So he has his personal contact.
Wow. Well, I guess that solidifies everything that we possibly
Yeah, and then guess what?
conjectured.
He's reviewing the Grace Thorpe thing, right? Right, where she goes to World War Debate, right, which is the event that Stefan Molyneux is reviewing, right?
Right.
She walks up and talks to Anna Kasparian and says, like, I'm a huge fan, and introduces herself. And then she also
Grace did that?
Yeah. Yeah, and also her and her dad talked to Gavin McGinnis at the show, and they were having a long conversation with Gavin McGinnis, going to a party with him, and all this stuff. And so so Flo's just reviewing all this and saying like, this is all great, this is all perfect.
Well, I bet I'm sure Flo was like upset he didn't get to go. Honestly, I would rather. I think Flo would do better at something like that than Thorpe, but that's pretty weird, you know.
Well, he doesn't have the clout, the name. I mean, he couldn't
Well,
possibly.
why does Thorpe of all people have the clout? That's what's weird, you know. It's like that's pretty bizarre to me.
Well, why do you think?
Oh, I have some ideas.
It's because they cut straight to the chase. They don't need Andrew. They became Destiny Orbiters.
Well, I told you from the beginning. I think that I think he's always been a Destiny Orbiter.
Yeah, and who does and who do they have on the panel talking to Enrique Tario? Oh yeah, Destiny again. So yeah, it's just really interesting how all that came together.
Well, it makes you wonder if the Proud Boys were Destiny-esque all along.
Well, that's what you sent me that thing, where the dude Ali Alexander was connected to the Proud Boy guy. Remember whatever?
Yep.
It's just
And,
interesting that all that is showing up now. Right? So these guys are
exactly.
way deeper involved than we thought.
And guess who? And guess who was talking about that? Rotting Jewels. So
Right, and Flow Stay. That's weird. See, it's fine for Rotting Jewels to be talking about, but why is the Powdered Donkey talking about it? See, that doesn't make any sense. Right?
Strange things are afoot. That's for sure. But hopefully, Avian is kind of picking up on some of this because you have to ask yourself, why was the Fed leader of the Proud Boys hanging out with the Panelverse people that we all know? I mean, pretty.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
Like, you basically set up a bunch of people to go to federal prison for 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 years, and then
Yeah, like
you
that's
get treated
probably
like a
why he's
hero.
out now. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, that refers back to what we were saying earlier, Avian.
Metaphysical stuff, like let me think. Science is evil, but we gotta say that if science didn't have any truth in it, like worldly truth, which isn't good, it wouldn't be dangerous. You see what I mean? Like, it's dangerous because there is truth in it, unfortunately. And stuff. Like, when you look at the DNA strand, doesn't it look spiritual to you? The DNA strand, the double helix. Does that look spiritual to you or not? The double
Yeah,
helix
but
of DNA.
but here's the thing: like they used science, right? Like for example, they used you could use Newtonian mechanics to build a rocket, right? Does that mean that the universe is run by Newtonian mechanics?
Well, the thing is that this is getting into some deep stuff, I have to be in tip-top shape, but the thing is the paradigm is like mathematical proof or a theorem. A theorem, when it's proven true, it is true, but that doesn't mean it's like 100% like reflecting things, but it is true still. It's like the difference between accuracy and precision. I mean, like the theorems in math, math has a lot of truth to it, no matter how much you want to reject it, like, you know, I mean, we're gonna get into stuff like Gödel's incompleteness theorem. You know, I mean, you know about Gödel's incompleteness theorem, right? And then we have like, I don't know, like let me think, like linear algebra. You like the neural network, Dark Lord is mostly linear algebra, and you know we've done a lot of linear algebra. It's thanks to linear algebra that the neural network works. You know, and linear algebra is called vectors. You know, there's a book on vectors. It's used in physics. It's used in the neural networks. Is used in biology. Vectors are like everywhere in science. You know, like you know, I'm trying to say like, oh, like yeah. See, it's interesting how you are heavily influenced by Dr. David Scribner, but your metaphysics is very different from Dr. Scribner. That's very
That's right.
interesting.
Yeah, I argued with him about that a lot.
Yeah,
All right,
I
like
would like to see those arguments, you know, because I want to go into it more.
I
And
mean, I
just,
got my ass whooped, dude. It is what it is.
oh, you got your ass whooped. What?
Yeah, you
Well,
betcha,
but
buddy.
here's the thing: is like, do you remember the guy who set off the bomb and he quoted the Bhagavad Gita or whatever? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So okay, this dude knows all this truth, but like, he's still an evil person, right? So like,
Yeah. Yeah. You know, when I sacrificed the rat, okay, you know, it wasn't a pleasant affair. I collected their brains, you know, you know, and people didn't really care. It's a very bloody and gruesome, you know. When I looked into the rat's face, you know, I really sensed a deep, you know, connection with the rat. Like we share ancestors and stuff. You know, I mean, to you guys it's fine because you come from Christian background, you know, whatever. But you know, it's not a big problem in Buddhism to say you share Buddha nature or something with people. You
I
know.
mean, I don't look at a rat and think that like relish in its death, other than the fact that like it poses a threat to me from like a disease standpoint. You know what I mean? Other
Yeah.
than that, like, I don't relish the fact of killing a rat. You know what I mean? Like, for
Yeah, and
sure.
by the way, there's a lot of Christian philosophers, right, who came up with lots of intricate arguments like against like killing and like, you know, all that type of stuff, right? Like
Yeah, that's
and
true.
also that like I mean, like I think like Dr. Scribner opens his anthologies, right, by you know, these prayers by Saint Francis of Assisi, right, who's literally saying that the river and the sun
Yeah, I remember.
are his siblings, right? So
Yeah,
you
I
know,
remember.
so
Yeah, I remember. But well, you know what I'm saying though, is, you know, is that you know the
so
rats,
it's not
you know.
mutually exclusive to the concept. It's just that they finagled a type of philosophy that says, oh well, humans have rational souls, and a lot of that they justified using pagan philosophers like Aristotle.
Yeah, I'm kind of dehydrated, you know, and I should go get some water. But you know,
Yeah, same here. Yeah, actually, I have
but
some
you
right
know,
here.
like
I'm just tripping.
yeah, like you know, like you know, if you think becoming is true, then evolution is true. But if you think just being, then you know, I don't know. Like that's yeah, that makes things tough.
Well, that's the thing is like becoming is more you know, you need becoming to have the progress thing.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
You know, so it's like,
but in the semiotic angle, you have, you know, as the technological progress increases, you have decrease of semiotic freedom, which correlates, which is basically the loss of biodiversity. So there could be different, you know, antagonistic progresses. Like one progress leads to the death of another. You know, like, you know, the semiotic freedom decreasing and the progress of the technology increasing. You see what I'm saying? Like they're inimical to each other, you know? Yeah. Like, but you
it
see,
seems that
Scribner would
way
disagree with
because
that too, though.
yeah, because cultural symbols have declined since you know the machine centered techniques. So it's just, you know, it seems like a natural consequence, right? It's like there's a way to, you know, lose touch with the symbolic, which is actually detrimental to the human, right?
Yeah, I mean, it leads to decline of everything, basically, like biodiversity, communal integrity, traditional, you know, yeah, those kind of things. You know, it has to evolve uh, different orders of logic and stuff, or different ontologies or something, or something. You know, but Scribner would agree with that. That Scribner sees everything as technological. Scribner sees everything as technological and stuff. So I don't think so, because from a semiotic angle, you know, you have the sign, and you have the object, and you have the interpretant. You know, and you know, like a slap can lead to a deformation, and then you have interpretation, and then the sign of something else becomes. I mean,
Yes. Yeah, but
yeah.
C.S. Peirce believed this, and he was also a panpsychist.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. Yeah, but the technology is not biosemiotic, though. It has no interpretation involved, except maybe machine learning or neural networks have some degree of interpretation. You see, because when you have the loss function in the neural network, and it's being minimized, and then you have back propagation, and it's fine-tuning the weights in the hidden layers. We don't know how the weights they're fine-tuning, like, you know, the weights numbers are changing. Like how it's like a black box. Like how can it distinguish a cat from a dog? Like you're training it, okay, and it's just like fine tuning all these arbitrary numbers, okay, and then somehow it's able to like classify a dog versus a cat. You see what I mean? And we don't know like why the numbers that all look arbitrary in the network, the hidden layers, like how that maps from the input to the output. Like we know the training process and avoiding overtraining and undertraining and making it classify unseen samples through supervised learning, but we don't know like why those arbitrary weights. It's like looking at the brain and asking why was our vision put in the visual cortex? You see what I mean? Why wasn't it put here? Why wasn't it put there? You see what I'm trying to say? Like it's the same thing with the neural network. You get what I'm trying to say? It's like a black box, you know, when you start asking the why. We created something we don't even truly understand how it works. Do you get what I'm saying? Like with the neural network, the fine tuning of the weights. That's the weights. WEIGHTS. So it's kind of like the brain in that regard, you know what I mean? It's kind of like the brain, sort of, but not exactly the same, because you know, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it has interpretation yet. Interpretation process. It's good to also, you know, look at these dangerous technology. You don't have to understand all the math, but it's good to understand, like, on a high level what's happening. Like, watch YouTube videos on neural networks. See, try to understand why they work. You know, like convolutional neural networks or large language models. I actually have not worked much with large language models. I work with convolutional neural networks a lot, and I worked with, you know, different other stuff. You know, Indians are like, you know, flooding that field. You know, what I mean, it's all Indians, you know, now. And so, you know, yeah, yeah. I get some water, and it's okay. I go get some water later. Uh, you know, you know, uh, you know, you know, having commitment to metaphysics is very hard because ultimately, you know, metaphysics is all unfalsifiable, and but you gotta like believe in it. Like it could be God, it could be Buddha nature, origin, whatever. You know, you gotta just experience it or something.
Yeah,
You know,
you got to
have
balance it with history and, you know, like politics. And this is the thing, because it's like, you know, since it's unfalsifiable, you know, you have to look at what's going on in the real world too. Like you said, like learn about the technology that's on the table and so on and so forth, right? To get around the problems that are right ahead of us. All right. So, you know, so this is also.
So I think history is important, but what politics, yeah, it's important too. Yeah, it's important. You got, yeah, you gotta do your best to dig through it, and so it can be hard, but yeah, it's pretty important. I mean, you gotta be interdisciplinary. It's hard to know everything, and so,
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you have to balance this, you know, you know, the science with metaphysics and the philosophy with history, right? Or else, you know what I mean?
yeah, it's a lot of interdisciplinary work. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I was drunk that night. You know, when Hyperborean came, I actually threw up a lot. You believe that? I threw up a lot. I've never thrown up from drinking. I'm not ever
Yeah.
gonna drink it ever again. I'm never ever going to drink ever again. Yeah. No, I'm serious. I have aversion to seeing any alcohol now.
Yeah,
I
that's
actually,
good. Yeah.
I grabbed my
Pray for
Buddha
the best.
statue. I grabbed my Buddha statue and I had a mental breakdown. I
Yeah.
accidentally broke the head of my Buddha statue. And I was, it got
Oh
cut,
man.
and
Yeah,
then
that's
I
a sign
had a
right there.
mental
Yeah.
had a mental breakdown, and yeah, and then I was like just giving a soliloquy about dukkha and what's the if anything is worth clinging onto in life, stuff like that. And I was talking about the sutras and other stuff. Oh, I should have just become a monk or something. I'm tired of thinking all the time. I just should have been a monk. You know, I want Soto monk or something. Or maybe a Rinzai monk. Yeah, I should have become a monk or something. Yeah, probably would have been better. Yeah. Have you guys ever wanted to become a monk? Like,
Oh
like
yeah. Yeah, I almost became one, honestly. I
it's
joined
probably
like
better.
the Naqshbandis. Right, almost. I would have been wearing like a white turban, white clothes, walking everywhere.
Yeah, it probably would have been better, I think.
Yeah, it might have been better. Yeah, yeah, I would have been learning classical Arabic, reading hadiths and stuff, and who knows? Become a religious figure instead.
Yeah. Do the Protestants have like any monks? Like, I know the Catholics do and the Orthodox do. The Protestants, I think they not as much, but they probably have a little bit. I'm
Yeah, I
not sure.
think they do have like like places you can go. But yeah,
Let me say this though, is that you know, uh, you know, have you ever had contradictory spiritual experiences? Like one spiritual experience leads you to think this,
oh
the
yeah,
other one leads you to
I've
think
taken
that.
a lot of mushrooms, so yes.
Okay.
I always seen like little blue guys, giant blue guys, giant green guys, all sorts of weird guys that I can't explain. But they can kind of be explained because of jinns, right? So jinns can literally take a lot of different shapes and forms. So, and
Yeah. Well, everyone's trying to find the truth in their own ways, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. But I don't think it's, there's two levels of truth. There's the spiritual truth, and then there's the worldly mechanical truth, or whatever. Not mechanical, but more worldly truth. I think spiritual truth is higher than worldly truth, or whatever. Definitely higher spiritual truth. Higher. This is when you start talking about like, the purpose of life, or the ultimate nature of life, or where we're all heading, that kind of stuff. Science cannot really tell you that. You have to like figure that out from spirituality and stuff like that. Can you go get some water, mate? Lorp, are you still there, or you went to bed? What time is it?
Nah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Nah, my spiritual experiences is often what keeps me awake at night. I've seen some crazy shit that I wouldn't want to put any of you guys through. I've experienced some terrifying shit that I wouldn't put either one of you guys through, and I've never had to do drugs to experience anything like that. So, even right now at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm shocked I haven't seen Satan standing at the foot of my bed yet. Wouldn't be the first time. So. We'll figure things out one way or another, whether we go throughout this life and see 1,000 UFOs or not. as random as what things can be, I do believe everything has a purpose, even though I may not have an answer as to why anything happens. So I don't know. Life is a crazy fucking crazy train. Shout out to Ozzy Osbourne, you fucking retard for worshiping Satan, but oh well. It is what it is. A lot of crazy shit. I think as amazing it is to be alive, it's a curse because I mean I didn't ask for it, just like none of us. But you know, it is what it is, and we're here. So
What made life difficult and what made me, you know, sympathize with Hyperborean, but I don't really subscribe to his views entirely yet. I still plan to read more books. I have more books to read. Is that we're born like not knowing what's true. You know what I mean? I think, you know, it seems like if people were born knowing what's true, then why is there so much diversity in our beliefs or something like so much irreconcilable metaphysics? And you have to just stick to your guns or inference or look at your own experiences. It's not, you know, it's not easy to know what's true. You know, I'm pretty sure some people would disagree with that. They say we're born knowing what's true. What do you think about that, TML? Do you think we're born all knowing God or no?
Yeah, I personally believe that. I believe something like anamnesis. You know.
Yeah, anamnesis. Yeah, but the thing is, when I do anamnesis, you know, like I just have like dreams of like stuff that look like Atlantean times or like castles and you know
Right.
like medieval stuff. Like I don't really see much. Yeah, I do. I just kind of feel like an anime or something. I don't like a medieval time period and like castles and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I think like nobody makes anything up. You know, like I think Superman and Bugs Bunny exist somewhere for sure.
Oh wow, yeah, that's cool. So that means that Garudas do exist somewhere. That means that Garudas do exist.
I believe they do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so, yeah.
I mean, well, we have the Barack, right? If that exists, then it's possible. Yeah, like you seen the description of the Barack?
So yeah, I need to go drink some water. You guys can talk. I'll be back. Yeah, I don't know if you want to go to bed now. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, there's like this thing like Barack, where like they literally the name Barack Obama, right?
oh, you're talking about the reference to the what the name meant or whatever. I'm confused here. Yeah. Okay, then yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's like some type of like dragon type of thing, like a fucking head of a man. It's like weird. But yeah. Yeah, but Yeah, like I wonder what like this word means. Sound like this is something that Buddha would know about. Deccan. Deccani. The
Yeah,
Deccan
that's a
region,
new one for me.
central India.
Yeah, yeah. When I was younger, I liked playing a lot of, platformers, and you normally play them as, like Crash Bandicoot or like Spyro the Dragon, and and it's just fascinating, you know, and also Clona and all these anthropomorphic beings and stuff like that. I'm not a furry though, but I mean it's just like, is that possible? Do they exist somewhere? Like, people want to see aliens and stuff like that. I mean, I do too, it just feels kind of sucks that it's just human beings killing each other and human beings creating technique and technology that destroy each other. Where are the angels? Where are the divine beings or non-human intelligent beings? I mean, I think animals are intelligent. I like learning about whales and dolphins and ravens, but uh, I don't think they have like symbolic culture the way we do. Like, where are the creatures that have symbolic culture and stuff? Like, I would like to see that, But I'm not saying to go around harming others. But the human beings, though, their cultures around the world feel so different and alien from each other, though. It's like almost looking at different species. Like, you look at, I don't know, China versus ancient Europe, they're very different from each other, you know what I mean? Or you look at an African tribe, they're very different. There's a lot of similarities too, but I don't know. I think people focus too much on the similarities nowadays. There are more differences too. I don't know, like, you know, like, you know, uh, a lot of similarities. Yeah, like, may God, why isn't he talking yet? Or, like, why isn't he making himself known? Or, I don't know, like, Buddha or something. I don't know. I mean, something should happen now, like, collapse the world, like, I don't know, cause another flood or something. I don't know. It's shit though, but yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I don't, it's hard to know what's right anymore. What's true anymore. Well, I just kind of went on. I don't know what to say. Sorry, I was just kind of rambling.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, sometimes I tend to be too impressionable, like, and I have doubts sometimes. I mean, I don't have full conviction in everything, yeah, I don't know everything, All I know is these times suck, definitely, yeah, these times suck. Yeah. And it's not the way human beings should live and stuff, the way humans should live. Yep, definitely not. Yes, it takes a special kind of psychology to be a grifter. None of us are grifters, 'cause, but
Oh yeah. Yeah, it takes like yeah, you gotta like not care about people. It's kind of weird. Yeah. Strange.
yeah, those are the kind of people that do well stuff,
Oh yeah. And you have to do a lot of self promotion. It's crazy. You gotta like, you know, that's the thing. I always feel a little cheap when I do that.
Yep. Yep. Uh, we covered a lot. I don't know what else to cover.
Yeah, Neuro's gone. It is what it is. He's not coming back. There's one comment here. Let me read this. Moontan. Well, that was interesting for sure. What are you referring to? What the fuck? This got into some crazy stuff. Yeah, I wonder what you heard. And what you took away from it, because it was like really weird. Like, what kind of weird conversation have we had? It's just been about nothing this whole time, really. So, I mean, this is a weird show. Because I remember like 7 hours ago when me and Neurojack started this, there was zero plan. So I remember like sitting there, like we talked to Reddington for an hour before the show started. And then just like, like me and Red sat here, we reviewed random shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think let me think. This is kind of a paradox, like not a paradox. Like you think it's bad to like uh uh I don't know what I was gonna say.
Just saying, dude.
You think it's paradoxical to be criticizing technology while using it?
I mean, the only way to defeat technology is to use technology. There's no other way to defeat it. Like the technology is the objective factor of power. You can't get rid of it just like, like by throwing like, like poison arrows, and it's not gonna work.
What about like playing games or watching anime? Is that bad?
I mean, as a sort of cathartic release when there's nothing else, happening, I think there's a lot worse things you could be doing with your time. Right. For sure. Like,
Yeah.
there's people who spend that time, you know, trying to, you know, destroy themselves or other people, right? By
Yeah.
either using drugs or, human trafficking or whatever. It's like there's some wild shit that's going on out there. I think engaging in video games, and I think it's a sort of secondary thing to like, it's like music, like video games. Like, I personally don't see much wrong with it. I think people that have a intense relationship with like music, video games, books, movies, like these people are, on the average more intelligent. Seems like.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they understand
Uh,
culture and stuff, So
but
people who are
let me say
totally
this
culturally
though.
inept, they seem,
I
something's
think
missing.
in a way though, it's inferior to what people in the past had. Like, imagine sitting around the fire and you're looking up
Oh
at
yeah,
the sky with no light pollution, and you're looking up at
yeah.
the sky and they're telling you a story around the fire, and you're all
Oh
taking
yeah, but yeah, but
shrooms
I
and
think like
stuff.
on like when I'm a kid, like if there's no more technology, like I will still tell my kids like about the Deku tree, and there's Lincoln, how he went through time, and he got the sword from the
You
temple.
played Ocarina of Time?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's a
Like,
good game.
like I'd say like there's this ancient Triforce is created. There's three goddesses. It's in the beginning of the universe, and there's the gate of time. It's only heroes. The hero is born through time. And he's reincarnated, and so is evil. Evil is reincarnated through time as a Triforce of
Yeah,
power.
Tears of
I
the
tell my
King.
kids this proudly.
Tears of the Kingdom actually has like some stuff that feel almost as if it's not predictive programming, but like it's leaking stuff about the true past because it has like an ancient civilization that had advanced technology, and you're using their advanced technology.
Right, the
Yeah,
Shikas,
and
right?
like yeah, and Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yes. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's
Yeah, I was thinking about making my channel, but I don't know if I should have a one focus, like I want to focus on multiple things. Like I want to also talk about mythology and games, so I'm gonna do that too. Just make it called Avian Buddha's Corner or something. Avian Buddha's Corner. And just
Yeah,
talk
I
about
mean, you should just get it up there, put all the videos you put before, and put the titles how you had. There's a perfect layout of your channel. Honestly, I couldn't have done it better myself. It was actually something a sight to behold. If I must say so myself.
Yeah, but focusing on one team is none. I think I just make it like Avian Buddha's Corner or something. I don't know if
Yeah,
it
you could
will.
do like tons of teams. Whatever themes you like. It doesn't have to be. Because we do very broad themes. That way we can fit everything in. You know. Like if you just say technology and spirituality, science and religion, let's find an intersection between all these things. And there's a lot to explore. Pretty much everything's on the table. What's not on the table? Religion, politics, philosophy.
Yeah, I think you should read Baudrillard. I haven't read him yet.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
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 thank you for amending. Yeah, for recommending. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we got to get up
my,
in that.
yeah. My friend talked about him a lot, simulations and simulacrum a lot in the past.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna do an intense study on the postmodernists. Um, and I may plan to do it. Um, maybe much longer down the road because there's a lot of stuff I feel like I got to work through before that. I sort of like to proceed in a sort of sequential order, so that's why I'm very very slow. Right, like, and maybe just get to like medieval philosophy. I'll be very happy, and then just die.
Well, maybe that's the better approach because the fundamentals or the basics always
Right. Yeah.
contains everything.
It does. Yeah, it does. That's what I keep finding. I find the simpler, the older, right, the critiques, the more you know, sort of prodigious, and they include depth of almost all subjects. And this is what I'm finding. I don't find in any way that modern man knows more than ancient man. Not 0% more. That's what he knows, dude.
Like, I can see why David Scribner and you argued a lot then, because I don't think he would agree with that though. But
Right? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, even though you don't agree with Hyperborean and everything, I think he would agree with you on that though.
Oh, I agree with him on a lot of things.
Yeah.
I agree with him against progress. I agree with him that there was a origin. This whole thing about the origin. I I agree with him that about Parmenides. There's too many things that we agree on. I agree with him about the traditional ideas, right? Going back to your home team. Right? I definitely agree with that. Right. So there's a lot there that I agree with. So if I had to pick and choose, right? I mean, see, this is the thing. Is like somebody said that each of the people on the uh panels are like tarot card versions of yourself. They're like, like you see, Hyperborean. He's like one tarot aspect of myself. And I see Avian is one tarot aspect of, right. So it's like what if there's only 4 people in the world, and every time you turn around they change masks. Right. So this is what we're experiencing.
Yeah, I do have some doubts over my views when I talk to a lot of people. I see try to get into their views. Like that's why I read some of the books they recommend. I have some other books to read. It's kind of hard to decide. But all I know is that the industrialization was a net negative and it wasn't very good. Like we talk about, and yeah, Okay. Yeah, I should think about what it would be like if I were ancient. Definitely, everyone should think like that. Like, how would I see the world? What would I think about it? So,
Yeah, and there's things I agree with Twilight on too, like
yeah,
this
me
whole
too.
idea
Yeah.
of nature and the archontic virus. A lot of his notions there. So it's but what's really interesting is that like the way I disagree with one person is the way I agree with somebody else. That's what I really get interested in. So then I want them to talk, right? But that sometimes never happens. So if I could do, my favorite thing, I would like to curate conversations between people, maybe moderate them, but nobody will show up. See, this is the problem. They don't want to give the platform to the machine lies. So this is the issue that we keep coming up with, right? Is that nobody will engage with our content, and so this is the thing: is like if we get enough people in there to talk about the ideas, we can curate some pretty great conversations, right? And go deeper into the issues. So this is what I hope, really.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because we need a whole new school of thought. Because the problems are too deep that there's no direction. There's people that don't have any direction yet they're doing a bunch of research. They come with a bunch of ideas. So what we need is a sort of school of thought where people can stamp out ideas and talk about ideas within specific problems that we've agreed exist, right? So this is the thing. So
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. You can hear me?
yes,
Mm. Yeah. What time? Yeah.
yeah. Don't let me keep your
No, it's okay. I'll be on like 10, 15 more minutes if you
yeah.
want
It's
to.
no worries. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Of
no,
course, I'll be
no.
here with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, is there anything you
I'm
want to
just
talk
gonna
about?
stay up until the the dawn now, so I can make my prayers. So I'm
Oh,
just gonna stay awake now.
what? Do you have any questions to ask me or anything you want to talk about or no? You can ask me any question. 'Cause I'm the one asking. But
Yeah, sure. You know, um, you know, um, so in terms of evolution, right? Um, you know, it was like a one-celled organism. Did it start out as chemicals forming into a one-celled organism, or
well, basically you have the bacteria and you have the endosymbiosis
okay?
between the bacteria and that led to the eukaryotic organism. You
So
know,
wait, so where did the eukaryotic organism and the bacteria come from?
the bacteria is a prokaryote. The bacteria is a single cell, like
Right,
a
right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, where did the cell come from? Where did the single cell come from? It was
the bacteria, you mean, right?
right.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They claim it. Well, I don't, except that I lean more towards you know, panspermia, but they don't know yet.
Okay.
But there's yeah, RNA world. They claim it came from an autocatalytic process of like lipids and carbon molecules, and then it led
So
to the
so the carbon molecules, something happened to them that formed into the bacteria, right?
yeah.
Okay. So what happened to the the chemicals to form them into
Yeah, they're
bacteria?
still debating that. There are different theories. There's like one theory that claims that it was from crystals, mud and
Okay.
crystals are trapped, and that led to lattice-like structure, and then you have water flowing down them, and then that led to like some kind of process that yielded the bacterium, or other ones argue that, you know, lipids in the hydrothermal vents, something in the hydrothermal vents, some kind of chemical process led to you know, the creation of the bacterium. You see, there are different arguments. You can look it up. I'm pretty sure
So that's
Wikipedia.
interesting. They actually don't know where the single-celled organism came from.
Yeah, there's still debates on that.
That's fascinating. So so you have the bacteria, and then you said you have another thing called a eukaryote.
Yeah, eukaryotes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so where does that come from?
That comes from the aerobic bacteria and archaea, but archaea
So
is
so
basically.
so where does the other? So wait, there's two bacteria then. There's
Yeah,
a prokaryote and a eukaryote, right?
yeah. No, eukaryote is the cell. You know, the cell we see, like the cell with organelles in it. Prokaryotes are the like bacteria and archaea. You know, archaea is basically like bacteria.
Okay, so
Yeah.
where did the eukaryote came from?
Yeah, two prokaryotes, you know, merging with each other.
Oh, okay. So two prokaryotes somehow combined and formed a cell with organelles and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Actually, when you
so
look at the mitochondria, which is involved in respiration, it's been shown that it's like the free-floating bacteria, you know, the mitochondria. So they have shown that. You know,
and they don't know when this entered the human cell.
like the human cell, it was like way after that, like, you know, but you know, like if you look at single cell organisms, like the like promisium, like what is it called? The promisium. The promisium is a single cell organism. Yeah, paramecium. The paramecium. Yeah, yeah. It does kind of. Doesn't look exactly like our cells, of course, but it does kind of resemble our cells. Like the paramecium is a single cell organism. It's not a bacterium. The paramecium. There are a lot of single cell organisms too. That's the like, paramecium is a single cell organism. What? Yeah, it's a unicellular organism. Yeah, there are a lot of unicellular organisms. Is what I'm saying. Unicellular.
So these bacteria, did they find them anywhere else on space?
I don't think so. Yeah, you have to look into it, but I don't think they found it yet, or something. They claim that one of the moons near Saturn it may have it, but I don't think they found
But
this
it's like, how do they know they didn't just take it with them, right? And it just survived, and you know what I mean, right? And
Yeah.
they're observing something they took with them accidentally.
I actually don't know much astronomy, but yeah, my astronomy background and astrophysics background is kind of weak. But yeah.
Yeah, because I heard like cyanobacteria, they could survive in extremely, like in very extreme conditions. I've heard, right?
Yeah, they can. Yeah. The cyanobacteria is why we can breathe. I think that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard
oxygen.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the phytoplankton too in the ocean. I think phytoplankton are unicellular also. I have to double check. I think they are unicellular.
Damn, that's one fat unicell. Like, that thing is huge. Like, it's like a pimple.
Unicellular? Yeah, they are unicellular. A lot of well, not all of them are, but a lot of plankton are.
Yeah, that's a pretty advanced unicell, like, honestly.
Well, yeah, phytoplankton. Not all of them are unicellular, but there are different types of them. But some of them are unicellular. Yeah.
So this bacteria definitely existed in the ocean, right?
Which one?
The first one, right?
Yeah, the first one most likely in the ocean, probably near hydrothermal vents, or yeah, most likely in the ocean. Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, one of the people though he argues, one of the arguments is actually it came from the crystals that were not in the ocean. There are different theories for it. This is abiogenesis. What we're talking about right now is abiogenesis.
Right. Yeah, it would have to be. I mean, there's no. I mean, I mean, there's no biogenesis in the beginning, right? There would have to be a biogenesis. How the fuck
Yeah.
else would it happen, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
According to the theory, you can't just, you know, yeah, so like somebody said they hit it with lightning. It's like in the cartoon you see.
Yeah, slime
It's like a
molds can be very fascinating. Like if you put a slime mold in a maze and you put like, I don't know, some food in that maze, they normally take the shortest route to get to the
oh yeah,
food.
yeah. I saw them find the shortest way around the subway tunnel. Yeah, this was the thing they did, so it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, regardless, I think nature is intelligent, like something panpsychist or maybe idealist, something like that.
Yeah, most definitely. That's why we were looking at that debate earlier. I don't know if you saw. Very poor, very poor performance. Physicalism. Good lord, they were arguing for and against physicalism, and it was just a horror show. One guy was arguing for dualism, and the other guy was arguing, you know, just for brute emergence. You know,
Yeah, that seems to be the case. You have any other question? Like, sorry, I'll try to answer by kind of time, but I'll just try. Any other question, or you want to talk about anything else? Like,
well, I'm just trying to get the basic thing, but I'm sure I'll have more questions when I read your paper. You know.
yeah, the slides. There are some slides that I wasn't that clear. I can explain it. I think the slides. Let me see here. That stuff is a little bit complex. The slides. Yeah, 11 through 13 are a bit complicated. Yeah, maybe I can go and ask more questions. That stuff is a little bit more complicated, but the rest is easy to understand. 11 through 13 is a little bit complicated. Yeah, there is one book about whales that seemed very fascinating, and I wanted to get it. It's not very popular, but it's about why whales sing, and they actually argue that the song of whales is more complex than what the scientists say, what they've been telling us, and so why whales sing. I'm just gonna
Right.
just
Yeah.
read it.
Very
I just gonna,
peaceful sleep when I put this on. I've never slept like a baby before, but like you put on like one day, right? You know, like my wife, she came back from the hospital, right? And she had muscle relaxants, right? And I took some of these muscle relaxants and then I put on a whale sounds. I've never slept so peacefully in my life. It was like just like I got up in the middle of the night and I felt like the sheets were like made of liquid, just it was so like I felt like I was just floating in the middle of space. I've never felt more peaceful in my life. It was so weird.
yeah, and the thing is, I don't like Darwinism. I don't think whales just sing because of sexual selection. I think,
Absolutely. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely
yeah,
not. Yeah, they're singing for aesthetic and spiritual like
yeah.
like they're like Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. It's like some weird shit, bro.
Yeah, and this book came out like last year, not that many months ago. It actually does argue against the Darwinian perspective that they're singing because they just enjoy it and stuff, because they just it's just engaging and stuff. Like it's their way of like, taking in the ocean, but also because they enjoy it, like that's
Yeah.
like the obvious answer, but the scientists have. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yes, but yeah, they are pretty cool. Yeah, whales are cool. Dolphins are cool.
Yeah, I heard like they observed the chants of the Brahmin, right? And they were like trying to like figure out like the meaning of it, and they said that they resemble bird song. I don't know if you ever heard that.
Yeah, I've never heard that either. I need to look into that. Yeah, but birds have been pretty important too. A lot of mythological and symbolic stuff in human culture, like angels have bird wings, and you see like lots of and the songs of the birds have inspired a lot of poets and a lot of theological stuff. Yeah, the chanting probably would be interesting. Yeah, the costumes of the Europeans and like 500 years ago, they look kind of bird-like to their costumes. But yeah, some of them. Yeah, but yeah, they've inspired. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the probably bird. I would like to read that article if you share it. That they're more bird-like, the chanting of the Brahmins. Yeah, that would be nice to read. I think
Yeah,
that
it's in that like the story of India by BBC, or whatever.
I
Like
think
I
that
started watching it because somebody said the guy starts like he goes to a market and takes soma, and then he just starts tripping balls like when he drinks and stuff. And they said like it's really funny, like you have to watch it. So I started watching this documentary to watch this white guy trip out.
I will say that appreciating stuff poetically and in a more awe-inspiring way is superior to the dissecting analytical way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that seems interesting. Yeah, the Indian one. Exploring India seems like tripping out. Yeah. 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 So yeah, I think. Yeah, I was talking to uh you think we're gonna have a collapse anytime soon? It kind of feels like it, like 2026 to 2028, or you think it will just go on, or there will be a
I
collapse on
think the collapse is like 50, 60 years away or something like that. Personally, but
yeah. Yeah,
I'd give it
maybe.
about like 50, 60 to 100 years, or something like that. Most likely, I think they got to like run out of oil, then they're finagle some other shit. Then they'll try to make it all digital and shit, and then people will start figuring out like, no, you can't actually keep the system running forever. And then there'll be massive riots, and then they'll create robots to kill all the people in the streets, and then and then we'll defeat the robots.
Do you think let me see. Wait. Do you think that peak oil is real? Because I think it's real. Chat Hag thinks peak oil is real, but some people deny peak
I think
oil.
it's real. I think it's very real.
I think
I
it's
think it's
real.
real. I think we're headed for it. I think it already happened, so on and so forth. And I think all this stuff that they're saying, the dollar's gonna collapse, blah blah blah, it's all linked to that. Right? They just don't want to admit it. The whole fourth industrial revolution is linked to that. Right? It's like it's linked to the peak oil, and they have to really restructure the entire civilization. Right? Once that happens, they're creating alternative fuels, they're creating alternative power. Right? These are all the things that they need, or they're gonna use, um, you know, they're gonna keep the technology running, but just have less people.
Yeah, I would say that's one problem with too much conspiratorial thought in general, because I see a lot of people deny peak oil is even real. They like reject it and stuff. Like, I don't know, I think it's real. I think peak oil is real.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does come from like fossils or like whatever in the earth or something. But some people claim the earth is literally creating oil. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that's true though. Like there's a limit to the oil, something peak or something.
Yeah, you don't have like even if there was all this oil, you don't have the resources to have the wells and to drill it all and to, poison the water table. Like, it's just
Yeah,
not gonna
looking at
happen.
the drilling of oil looks satanic, like when you look at the pictures of it, it looks like demonic, like a demonic invasion almost when you're drilling the oil. You know what I'm talking about?
Definitely.
Well, we saw that in Moontan's video. That was a very good video she shared of I remember oil, the oil drilling they were showing in that video.
Right, yeah.
Oh yeah. How many people you think are like us that realize these problems like in terms of percentage of human beings, like 15 or 5%? How many do you think? Or less than that, or what do you
It's
think?
probably like it's like 144,000 or something. Yeah, that's it.
That's less than 1%.
Right, yeah. It's probably less than 1%, yeah. Like 100,000 people, like that's probably it.
Yeah. I think
Like
most people know there's something wrong, but they think more technology can solve it. You see, that's the problem. They think more innovation can bypass these issues. But that's not how it works. It just creates new problems, new complications, and it doesn't really solve the root of the issue, basically. You know, the root of the issue is the preoccupation of technique and the kind of stuff Scribner talk about and all these other fingers. I don't think most people go that deep. That's the thing. I mean, what I said sound very simple, but I'm just saying most people don't seem to realize that and stuff. I think the true anti-modernism, like you're doing, is probably stronger than Scribner if the arguments are strong, because that's a way of like defanging or like just tearing apart the entire foundation of the modern order. You see what I mean? And because you're saying the ancients are superior, that's basically what Guanon and Evolo do, but in your own
right,
way.
yeah.
It doesn't make me think.
Yeah, I mean, we had a an uncle. He'd come from the village, right? And he had perfect white clothes. He had a perfect white turban. He had a handlebar mustache, right? And he'd like go take us to get ice cream. And I remember like his family's poor, and like I think like he died young, and then my dad put a lot of his family through like college and stuff. Right, but I just remember like this dude was the simplest dude. He was always happy. It was always fun when he took us. He was like always kind to everyone. He's just a guy from a village.
Yeah, I guess that's it's a way the best truth, the life he embodied and he
Right.
yeah, actualized and stuff. And maybe truth isn't really something you have to learn or in via abstraction, but something you have to live and
Right. Yeah.
manifest.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's about like living a simple life. Like, like I don't know.
It's not about arguing who is right or wrong, but
Oh
about
yeah.
yeah, living the simple life and expressing and manifesting that through
Yeah.
your aura.
Yeah. Falling in love, creating a farm. These things are real. Fighting for and dying for that farm. By picking up the sword. These things are real. Like nothing we do is really that important.
But wouldn't Heidegger be better for that in some sense? Like,
Oh yeah, I mean Heidegger is huge, like Parmenides type of guy. It seemed like.
yeah, sometimes I just want to go the Heideggerian route, to be honest, because something about Heidegger's route and the phenomenology just seems the most brutally honest. You know what I mean? Like I've been considering that, but I have to like read him and I have to get into him and stuff. I do plan to do that too. Yeah, I think Heidegger also was big among the Iranian intellectuals before the revolution and even during the revolution.
Interesting.
Like, you know, you make it. Maybe there's a way to do that. You gotta get into
Yeah,
parts
Khomeini
there.
is into some weird stuff. He's into like
Yeah,
Plato and stuff. He said Plato understood God and stuff. But Khomeini is a weird dude. It's like he's an Aristotelian philosopher that's combining Sharia law with communism. And so Khomeini is actually really, I've come to really dislike Khomeini's philosophy.
wasn't he Platonic though,
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
or Aristotelian, or like
Well, you
both?
can combine the two, right?
Oh yeah.
Like Neoplatonism is just combining the two, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he was a plant. You know, he was given BBC and also France. He was given a flight
Right.
from France,
Exactly. Yeah.
and he was given a
Right.
platform by BBC. You know,
That's right. Yeah.
he wasn't liked by all of the figures either. Like he was a kind of a renegade kind of figure, kind of guy, kind of shady.
Exactly right.
Yeah, but some people claim he was actually mixed with British. Like it's true, he's mixed, like a Kashmir mixed with British. Have you heard of that conspiracy? Like it was half
No, I haven't.
Kashmiri and half British. Like there is a conspiracy. It was half Kashmiri and half British. That's why the flag of the IRI, it kind of look kind of strange. It kind of look like a Sikh, or I don't know if that's.
Right. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like Khomeini. My dad doesn't like Khomeini either. Actually, one of the ideologues of the revolution claimed that the revolution failed and stuff. But yeah, he was mixing up a lot of weird stuff. Yeah, like I don't think a republic form of government really worked for Iran either. Like it's kind of weird and stuff. Like it should just stay a monarchy. There was this one guy named Nawab Safavi. He actually tried to kill the Shah, which is bad too, but he wanted to go back to the Safavid style of governments with a king, and then you have the mullahs advising him or something. And that guy, yeah, he failed with that, but it was the difference between black versus red Shiaism or something. But it's true that Khomeini mixed up a lot of like socialist stuff and communist stuff and his crap and stuff. Yeah, yeah, it's weird. Yeah, like, and also the weird stuff with transsexuals. Like, I don't get it. Like that's weird. You know what I'm talking about, the transsexual stuff. Like they force gay men to become Chinese and transsexual and stuff.
What?
Yeah, no that that's that like yeah, they're kind of stupid. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I
Oh
just hope the
hell no.
country I just hope the country doesn't split up. I don't like the mullahs or the IRA. I just don't want the country to split up. You see what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. Like, yeah, yeah. I hope it doesn't split up. That's all. But I don't like the mullahs and the IRI, the Islamic Republic of Iran. I don't like them. I mean, they're better than Saudis though, but that's not much of an accomplishment though. It's not much of an accomplishment to be better than Saudis or Israelis. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean you're good. You see what I'm saying? Like being better than them. It's not much of a I think the Saudis are very wretched, and so and it would be ideal for Iran to have a different government, but I don't know, the new Shah though, he seemed like a puppet for Zionist interests, though. Uh, the new Shah, the Reza's son or something. seems like a puppet for Zionist interests. So it doesn't seem like it will end. As well, regardless, I hope the country doesn't lose land, because it already lost a lot of land, what I mean, since the Qajars, since 1800s, the Anglos and the Russians got a lot of Iran's land, what I mean, they seized a lot of it, Armenia used to be a part of Iran and stuff like that, yeah, and other parts, Azerbaijan also, and some other parts used to be a part of Iran, and before the Qajars. It's complex, it's what I'm saying. Yeah, but yeah, the mullahs are very incompetent and stupid. Yeah. You think it's just a Freemasonic kind of Messianism, or is like really organically happening, or like what I'm trying to say, or
I mean, it's definitely not like a real thing. Like, I mean, like I don't know. I don't believe a lot of that stuff. Like some of Shia Islam looks like correct, but some of Shia Islam looks like too crazy.
oh yeah, it's
Yeah, like
it's like yeah, I mean
especially that type is like the type that Khomeini represents is kind of crazy.
well, he's not really true to the what I read about the Shiaism in the past.
It doesn't seem like it, yeah. So
Yeah.
it seemed like it's set up like some type of weird new thing.
Yeah, it's a new thing.
I mean, right? So it could be. Just like how they have, Wahhabism.
Yeah.
Right? They created it and supported it.
But yeah, I think the Islamic world has been a mess for a long time. No, since the Mongols, I think it's been kind of a
Well, I
mess.
think we're doing better than the West, honestly.
Well,
Look, look at the West. The West has created a system that's destroying the entire planet. Right? I mean, Muslims did not do that. So
well, let me think. Well, after the Mongols came, the landscape of the Islamic world changed a lot and stuff.
yeah, sure, but the Mongols, they were gone after Kublai Khan. Right? Islam is still then you have the Ottomans.
No.
Yeah, so that. Yeah, I mean, say what you want about them, but they fucked things up. They took over Constantinople. It's huge, right? The Christians still crying about that. Right? And you know how they did it?
What?
They built a giant gun. They built a huge cannon, which resembles a modern gun. They built a gun to take down the cities.
Well, the thing is, though, the Safavids, they did help the Europeans repel the Ottomans, and a lot of Muslims feel that Iran was always like against the Ummah or something, because they did help the Europeans repel the Ottomans on numerous occasions and stuff. So,
Yeah,
most of
but I mean, the Persians have been Muslim this whole time.
yeah. But I do come across many Sunnis claiming Persians are kafirs, or they're Majusi, they're fire worshippers. They call us Majusi, and so they're like
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. They're idiots, morons, bomba clat. That's the thing. The real Sunni will say that the Shia is my brother.
Don't you think but they do claim Shia engage in idolatry because of the whole Al-Qasid Imam stuff. Al-Qasid
Yeah,
Imam.
yeah, I believe that too. Yeah, I think that's idolatry. Yeah, you shouldn't praise the imams.
Yeah, then they are not brothers then in that sense, like cause like from what Well, most of them tell me they're not brothers and stuff.
I don't know. I think that's a small issue. They still pray 5 times a day. They still attend the Hajj. They fulfill the 5 pillars, so that makes them Muslim. And so I think you're wrong about that.
Yeah. I do think it would have been better if Iran remains Zoroastrian, though.
Yeah, but there's no going back though. There's no way to go back to Zoroastrianism is 2,000 years ago. Like Iran has been Muslim since since the Prophet, pretty much.
Yeah.
So I mean, nobody forced them to become Muslim and to stay Muslim. They've done it because they want to.
Oh yeah, this.
Yeah, because Islam is very rational compared to a lot of other religions. And it got a lot of power. Helped unify a lot of different territories and empires. And the Muslims were fierce warriors.
Well, I'll be honest with you.
They're
feel
still
like,
fierce warriors. They're still fierce warriors. The Muslims are still feared the world over for being warriors. No other people on earth is feared the way Muslims are. So I mean, it's crazy.
Well, I do think.
I mean, how is Zoroastrianism going to unify Iran to fight against Israel? Only Islam can do that. That's the problem.
Yeah, but the thing is that Pakistan or the other Arabic countries, they're unwilling to fully ally with Iran because they're of the Sunni Shia rift.
Well, why do they need Arabs? Why do Iranians need Arabs?
Well, because they're fighting to get rid of Israel, but they need help. They're kind of isolated.
Well, yeah. Well. See, here's the thing: is like the Arabs, right? Who are the Palestinians, right? Yeah, I mean they've been killed like chickens.
I mean that is true, yeah, and like
Yeah,
Gaza.
like Arabs in Syria, Arabs in Egypt, Arabs all over the world have been brutally murdered. I mean, Arabs in Iraq have been killed. How many Arabs died in Iraq because of Israel? I mean, it's just sickening and sad how many Arabs had to die for Israel. I mean, it's just incredible how much Arabs have suffered. And they've suffered more than any other people, honestly. Like we got to wake up and realize who's actually been fighting the war for you, right? They're like a wall of Arabs that are defending Iran. That just got killed like chickens, dude. Come on, dude. Be a little thankful.
Well, the thing is that Iranians did fight ISIS in Syria and stuff.
Yeah. Here's the truth: without those Arabs, Iran would be nothing.
Yeah,
Iran would be gone. It'd be taken over by Israel if it wasn't for those Arabs. They'd turn around and they'd take over Iran.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. But the Arabs are also divided among themselves. You know what I mean? Like they're not.
Yeah, but you're lucky they're there. You're very lucky they're there.
Technically Syrians are not, really Arab. They just speak, in ancient times, the Aramaic language was spoken by like many different ethnic groups, and same with the Arabic language. Arabic language is kind of like Aramaic. It has lots of parallels with Aramaic, and like Syrians and the Levantines, they're kind of different from the Gulf Arabs. They're very different. Same with Iraqis. Iraqis and Levantines, I see them as like they're not really like Arabs. Like a lot of them descend from Mesopotamians and like the different groups, Akkadians, stuff like that, or they just speak Arabic language. They don't look like the Gulf Arabs either, or something. Like I don't know, they're different. And Arabs are very tribal people. They have clans, and they have some clans are actually very educated. Like they're very studious and other stuff. They've been known as being scholars for like 1,000 years. They divide themselves up in clans, and then you have like there are different religious differences. Like you know, like the Alawites or something, or you have the
Yeah, there's incredible religious and cultural diversity among the Arabs people.
yeah
They're not a monolithic group because of Islam, and Islam is
yeah
not synonymous with Arabs at all. And this is
yeah
what I mean. You know, anybody who studies just a little bit of history and isn't totally a culturally inept barbarian understands this.
yeah 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 that's right. Yeah, I mean, Gulf Arabs are kind of strange. Yeah, the population boomed and stuff because the Anglos invested a lot into them, and the population boomed a lot. And the House of Saad is very strange. I don't know if the Hashemites would have been better, maybe if they had power. You know about the Hashemites, right?
Right.
Yeah, and they're like in Jordan, I think they're like Jordan, and you know, Iranians have a lot of different groups too, but they're more in Central Asia. Like you have the Yagnobis, the Pamiri, Tajiks. Pashtuns are technically an Iranic people too there, but I don't think they really see themselves like that. But they are like speak an Iranian language, you know. But the Tajiks and the uh Yagnobis, but the Yagnobis are very small. But Tajiks, I think, man, there are a lot of Tajiks. You know about Tajiks? And
Yeah.
so, yeah, you know, Iran used to have a very deep connection to Central Asia, I think. Yeah. Yeah, you have Turks that came, and the Turks were the ones who are really powerful in the region, like the Turkic people.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we should have split up from India. No, personally, that's my view. I think like, you know, like India was ruled by Muslims, right?
yeah,
So I don't know.
Mughals. Yeah,
Yeah, so this is the
Mughal.
problem, right? Like, they created, you know, this Hindustan, right? It's a modern invention, right? That's the problem. And Pakistan is a modern invention. We would have been way more powerful. There's already 3 million Muslims in India. We would have been way powerful if we just stayed in India. Honestly, and Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan were just one huge country. Where we all shared the resources, and honestly, yeah, it's sad what happened.
Yeah, you know, politics is a difficult thing, you know, geopolitics, yeah, difficult. Yeah, may probably would have been better, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, the guy there that came there, right, Lord Mountbatten, right, the guy Nehru, right, who was the prime minister of India, he was banging his wife.
Who was banging his wife? Sorry.
Nehru was banging the wife of Lord Mountbatten, writing her love letters and stuff. So these guys are so, they're going to take over another country. Meanwhile, some other guy's taking over his wife. Crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting history there. Yeah, Nero.
Yeah, it's like.
Uh,
Yeah, I think my cousin had like, he was reading like a book, the love letters of Nehru to Lady Mountbatten. Like, what the hell?
yeah. So, you think Iran done has helped the Arabs or not really? Like, I'm just curious about you. Like, like,
I mean, it's the reason why they helped the Arabs. Right? Why is Iran, or Indonesia or Pakistan the only countries in the world to say, oh yeah, Israel is doing a horrible thing. And the international community should deal with Israel for committing all these war crimes. How come no other countries in the world said that? Right, just Pakistan and Indonesia and Iran. Pretty weird.
Yeah. There's Pakistan supporting Baluchi separatists in Iran, or you don't think so? Like,
That definitely could be the case.
yeah,
That definitely could be the case, yeah.
yeah.
Because
Actually,
their secret service is really powerful, right? So yeah, like the Pakistani secret service does a lot of shit, right? So yeah, they're like extremely advanced compared to other countries' secret services, right? So yeah, so that's
yeah.
one thing we do very good is we gather intelligence.
I just hope the country doesn't split up because I feel like Russia and even Pakistan seems like they would like the country to split up or something, which would not be good. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I mean the Pakistani government doesn't like the Balochi separatists within their own country. So I don't know. Because there's Shias in Balochistan that like they're not really treated that well.
yeah. And then when you get into geopolitics, things get very complex.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think like the thing is that Pakistan gets blamed for a lot of stuff. Right? It gets blamed for like terrorism and stuff. Like India, like different countries.
You think those accusations are mostly true or false?
I think they're false.
Okay, false.
They created the terror cells that are invading Pakistan, and they're saying that Pakistan is a terrorist.
See.
So that's pretty fucked up, isn't it? They're terror cells created by the CIA, that are created on the Northwest Frontier Province, right?
It's kind of how like they funded the poppy fields in Afghanistan.
That's right. That's right. All that stuff bleeds out into the NWFP, the Northwest Frontier Province, right? And then they say, "Oh, it's Pakistan that's causing it," when it's like, no.
So how do you forecast what's gonna happen to
It's
Iran?
it's like how they say like Mexico's causing the drug dealers.
Yeah, I know, but
It's like
that's like
yeah,
conspiracy 101.
yeah,
That stuff is, yeah, I know, but like how the CIA finance and funded drug cartels. I know
yeah,
about that.
yeah. It's like all these Mexicans are, they're, they have, these complex operations. Yeah, right.
So what do you think will happen to Iran within like the next few years? Do you think it will balkanize? Do you think the Shah will get power? Do you think it will win over Israel? What do you think will happen?
And they're gonna have a fake like liberal revolution, and then the people are still not gonna fucking support Israel, and then they're gonna have to fucking do something else in the country.
Well, I don't know about that. The younger people are very brainwashed. They're not like me. You know what I mean? Like I look at like things more nuanced and more thoroughly. But they're not like me. Like they're like they want the liberalism. They want global homo. They want
Yeah, but
global.
that's what I just said though. I said they're gonna change to global homo liberalism, but they're still not gonna support Israel, and so therefore they're gonna still get fucked with.
I don't know. I think most of them will support Israel. Like
Really?
I'm an anomaly. You know what I mean? I'm an anomaly. Like when it
Yeah, I
comes to
think
my
I,
job.
I think they won't support it fully just because they just don't have good press. They know their forefathers fought against Israel. They destroyed the nuclear facilities. They killed the scientists. They killed their children. And they're crazy.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I don't think
hopefully.
they're likely to forget all that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, yeah, I guess they're gonna have a fake liberal revolution, and then they'll still be critical of Israel. So probably a bit more I don't know, accepting their
Yeah.
profane existence,
Yeah,
accepting
and
their
we'll have
profane
like Iranian, like tea here, open up, that's it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll have like all of a sudden you'll have Iranian products in the stores. That's pretty much it.
You don't think it will split up though? That's the thing though. It won't split up.
Probably not. Yeah.
Yeah. Something about Iran splitting up really bothers me. The idea of it, like a lot.
I think they're done with the whole splitting up thing.
Yeah,
I don't think
no,
they're gonna split anything up anymore. Yeah.
yeah, it just kind of bothers me a lot. The balkanization. I don't want to see something like Yugoslavia or something. You know, like yeah, about that wouldn't be good. So you think Israel is here to stay for the upcoming decades, unfortunately, or something?
Yeah, most likely, yeah. And I think they will be very central in ushering in like like the advancement of the tech. Right? So I think just as British island, right, because they were technologically advanced, they could rule the world from a small island. Right? This is going to be the situation again. Right? It's going to be a small country that controls the world because it's like they have technological power, right? And they already do have power over like the information and like the
You think
top
they will? You think something like
cybersecurity.
anti-Semitic laws that exist in Europe, like where you cannot question the Holocaust, you think that will come in America?
It already has.
Wait, it has? When?
Yeah, Trump signed the bill for it. And then they
Wait,
started deporting people in the universities because they were challenging Israel.
doesn't that mean we're in danger?
I mean, I don't think we're in any more danger than we were before. But yeah.
I know BDS laws, but I thought you can criticize Israel, like or like question the Holocaust or something. But you cannot do that in Europe. Like in Germany, there was this old lady who was questioning the numbers of the Holocaust, and she was put in jail. You believe that? An old lady. I think the 6 million number is an exaggeration. Most certainly. What do you think about the 6 million number? I mean, that's not a good thing to ask.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not a good thing to talk about online.
Oh yeah, it's not. It's
Like
not
you
good.
just said, that, right? So
Yeah,
this is the thing.
I
It's like
just said that. Yeah, I do tend to be kind of dim-witted about some things. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not very good with like being an agent or social and stuff.
yeah, I mean, I haven't been afraid to question anything, but I'm not going to continue to just put points out that it's to no avail. What's the point? What's the point, man?
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
let's get to the point.
I get the point. Yeah, yeah. Wait, do you think Middle Easterners who are not Islamic, they're kind of betraying their spirit of their region?
No, because remember I said Arab and Islam that these have nothing to do with each other.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Islam is destiny. It's it doesn't matter if Arabs follow Islam.
what about Islam attracted you more than Vendetta? Because I'm just curious. Like, I just want to know what.
Probably my parents, right?
Your parents, yeah.
I have a deep loyalty and respect for my parents.
Oh, okay, so that's it. That's the main reason.
Oh yeah, Additionally, it was, and then I fell away from Islam. I did start to study Hinduism and a bunch of other religions, right? And that's when I took a bunch of psychedelics and stuff. But then, when I sort of came back to Islam, right? I saw a lot of like just explanations, right? There's a lot of explanations for the way things work in Islam that I wasn't finding in a lot of other places, and also in Taoism and other places, right? So I went to a more simple direction, right? I went to the first things I was looking at, and it was kind of weird. I came up with like very little, political theories, like the Tao, like, and just a lot of Islamic stuff. I'm very thankful to like studying Buddhism, studying Hinduism, studying different philosophies, right? Learning about Plato, right? All that stuff. But I find good reasons to disagree with a lot of it, right? The thing I like about Islam is that there's very little there in terms of like there's like very little there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like one God, His commandments, and the what was that called? Shahada. The Shahada is pretty important in Islam.
Here's the opening lines. Right, it says, "This is the book. There's no doubt about it. A guide for those mindful of God who believe in the unseen, establish prayer, and donate from what we have provided for them. And who believe in what has been revealed to you, O prophet, and what was revealed before you, have sure faith in the hereafter. It is they who are truly guided by their Lord. It is they who will be successful. As for those who persist in disbelief, it is the same whether you warn them or not. They will never believe. God has sealed their hearts and their hearing, and their sight is covered. They will suffer a tremendous punishment. And there are some who say, we believe in God in the last day, and yet they are not true believers. They seek to deceive God and the believers, yet they only deceive themselves but fail to perceive it. There is sickness in their hearts, and God only lets their sickness increase. They will suffer a painful punishment for their lies. When they are told, do not spread corruption in the land, they reply, we are only the peacemakers."
Yeah, but the heaven and hell is eternal in Islam, right? Like, am I right about that? Like, the hereafter is eternal based on your faith and your actions and beliefs in the here and right here, right? Am I correct? Or
I think there's people who will not commit sins that cause them eternal punishment. They will spend time in hell and then they'll get to leave. So not for everyone.
the hadith say that, or the Quran? I have to double check.
Yeah.
So it says like, yeah, but some people will be in hell for eternity, though, correct? Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's hard for me to believe, for sure, but but I can imagine there's things that you might do in this life, or I've heard people do, cause the, put people through hell in this life, where they knowingly do that to people. And there's nothing wrong with them. They're not like crazy or, they're just doing it for fun. I do believe stuff like that exists.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the sadism basically. Yeah, we talked about sadism. Sadistic behavior
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but this line, it says, they are willfully deaf, dumb, and blind, so they will never return to the right path. Right. So it just says this over and over. Right. So, I mean, it's saying, like, look, there's people, right, who are guided, right, by a law to believe the truth. There's people who lie about it. There's people who claim they follow it and don't follow it. And there's nothing you can do to speak in the ears of those people who don't believe it. There's nothing you can do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, kind of compatibilist or
Right.
deterministic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It sounds
and
kind of Calvinist, though. Kind of. Am I right about that or not? Or
no, because we went over this yesterday. Right.
yeah.
John Calvin believed in a bunch of weird stuff that Islam does not line up with. Right. Like they believed in like sola scriptura, right? They believed in salvation by faith alone, right? Which does not match Islam because you have to do good deeds, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so no, it's not like that. If you study Calvinism and their basic precepts, it's no form of Christianity can really be tied to Islam. Right? It seems like very different. Yeah. But yeah, it's not much. Like I don't try to push my thing on anybody because it's like it's up for Allah to guide them. I'm not like trying to like, and so this is the thing is like what can we do? Like I'm not going to support somebody cuz they're Muslim because it says right there in the first few verses that people pretend that shit all the time. They'll say, "Oh yeah, I'm a Muslim, I do this." There's people who knowingly spread corruption and say we're the peacemakers. They knowingly spread lies. That shit is all over the place. Actually, the people who do the most evil in this world, they claim they're the peacemakers.
Yeah, I mean, most of my spiritual experiences have involved Buddha. Like I haven't really had anything that lead to Allah or something personally, but
I don't think you can experience that personally.
Experience what?
There's no Muslim I've ever heard that says they've had a contact or an experience with Allah. They don't go around saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, I talked to Allah in that dream there." It's not.
Don't they have like? I know, yeah, but
no Sufis. No, if Sufis experience Allah, they lose their fucking mind. They don't come back from that.
Master al-Halaj, though.
Right, he lost his mind.
Yeah,
he said, "The God you worship is under my feet," and they hung him high for that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So he's saying like, look, like you guys don't even like nobody knows God except for those who have direct experience of God. And what did the Muslims think of him? He said, "You're a fucking fool."
Yeah, saying that in Islam though is considered justifiable grounds to kill the person, right? Or like.
Well, I think the people who killed him fucked up, for sure.
Oh.
They made the wrong decision there. He was trying to be poetic. He's a poet, right? So
no, I think he was pretty serious from what I read. Though.
I mean, he was a devout Muslim. Mansur Halaj, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a devout Muslim. He was a Sufi practitioner.
Yeah, Sufi. Yeah.
Yeah, they believe in Allah. Yeah, they're followers of Allah. They pray like 5 times a day. They pray more than anybody else. You ever seen a Sufi?
Yeah.
Yeah, they pray more than anybody else. So yeah,
But aren't Sufi views closer to like Upanishads or like the?
No, my friend, no. You think Sufi views are closer to Upanishads than Islam?
because of the pantheism, the
No,
panentheism.
no, that's false. That's false. No. No, the Upanishads believe in all sorts of wild stuff, right? They don't just say there's one God. They're also explanations, right? I'm like all the Upanishads are explanations of the Vedas. Did you
Yeah,
know that? They're interpretations of the Vedas.
they are. Yeah, but
Yeah, so in the Vedas, there's the Vedas, you can't really tie a lot of that stuff to Islam, right?
yeah, you cannot. Yeah.
Yeah, like the cosmology is not there. Like you'd have to really make up your own cosmology, then tie it to Islam. Right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, let me think this through.
Like it's possible that cosmology exists within Islam, but Islam doesn't talk about that cosmology. So it'd be, you'd definitely be introducing something
that
new.
the Sufis are more like leaning towards non-duality or something. That's what it seems like to me. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them seem to lean
I mean, it's
towards.
just Islam. Islam is non-dual. Kulu Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad, wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. No beginning, no end, doesn't beget, nor is it begotten.
Yeah, that's like Parmenides.
It is exactly like it is parallels Parmenides 100% actually.
So my question is like, what would be the difference between someone going 100% the Parmenidean route versus 100% the Islamic route?
That you believe the universe is eternal.
But you don't in Islam, though, right?
Yeah. It's created, yeah.
I think the Parmenidean route, some of the Sufis, though, they do seem to be more towards Parmenides.
Oh, yeah, because creation doesn't really exist. Right, like one of the Sufi writers said, they said existence is in the shadow of the creator. And I tend to agree with that.
Yeah. And that's
right,
closer
because,
to Upanishads, I think so. A little
oh,
bit
yeah.
more.
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
But closer than what? Than Islam? No, because it is Islam.
So you don't draw a distinction between like exoteric and esoteric. You don't draw that.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't think those exist here.
And exoteric.
No. There's two sets of books. You got two sets of books, and you can trick a lot of people that way. You could read the same verse two ways. Esoteric, exoteric. It's two sets of books. It's trickery. It's mental jujitsu, genjitsu.
Well, if Parmenides is something you can arrive at through your own experience or your own, I don't know, introspection, but Islam requires revelation. You see what I mean? But revelation requires faith. Something like
I don't think Islam requires revelation.
You don't think Islam required Muhammad's revelation, or like he had like Gabriel, and like the he's the final seal of the prophets. That's right. Am I right? He's the final seal of the prophets.
Right. But according to Islam, he was just correcting the truth that was already there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, that's correct.
That's why Islam contains all these stories of, like what all these other people taught, right?
So it's a correction of what was already there, but then why not go to like Parmenides instead of Islam? But yeah.
Because that's a philosophy. That's a philosophy.
Yeah, turn it into a religion and stuff. Right.
Yeah, I don't think philosophy can do that. I don't think it can fulfill the role of religion. I think it help you work out certain problems in metaphysics and cosmology, but I don't think it could, supplant religion. There's no connection to God. There's no personal relationship, right? I think religion is a different undertaking, right? I think religion might be closer to art than, and philosophy may be closer to science, and that's the problem. That's why philosophy can never get to those spiritual places, right?
Yeah, what like how would you criticize the Buddhists, like the Mahayana Buddhists, or like the idea of original nature of Ning? How would you criticize? That's kind of close to
I have
Parmenides.
very little against that. Very little against that. I think Buddhism is pretty sound philosophy, right? I don't believe in dependent origination, though. And things like that, right? I think, like sort of, the sort of mereological, undertaking. I think, that's sort of separating things into parts. I find that illusory. I think things are
Actually,
whole.
when you get deep into Nagarjuna, I'm not sure if you've read him, but he actually
I
agrees
have
with
read
that.
some of it, yeah.
He agrees it is illusory. The whole point of emptiness is to end hypostatization and reification into
Right.
parts. Yeah, it's
Right.
not
So I
about
don't. So I don't like the parts. Right. So
yeah. Basically, there's a distinction between conventional and ultimate in Buddhism. The conventional is like the world of becoming or like the
yeah.
contingency. The ultimate is basically like Parmenides. It's like
Yeah. Exactly. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. See, I don't like that conventional stuff. Right. And convention is the atomism, right? So the atomism, I
well,
can't get with that.
but you still need the conventional in order to like be a doctor or help people. You need to like yeah, you need the conventional. You can't
Yeah.
completely.
They told me to become a doctor. I became a philosopher, right? Or just a
No,
bard,
by doctor I don't
right?
really mean by doctor I don't mean like surgeon or whatever. I mean like finding a herb to heal your sick grandmother or sick father or something like a herb. I mean like foraging or something. You need to. I mean that's what people did in the past. Like there were smart doctors in the past who probably knew more about herbal medicine than what we know today. You know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff. That's the conventional. Distinguishing the bad herbs from the good herbs. I mean that's conventional. That's the world of becoming and contingency. And I think that's still important. But the ultimate is above that. I agree with you about that. It's like more important. It's like the Parmenidean being. But within being, though, because there's no time and there's no change, it's an illusion. It can't really be distinguishing. Distinguish between this or that herb or this or that plant. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think some of these things will go clearer when we actually read into the Parmenides, because we're going to go into that next. We're going to be reading it. So we'll get to really look deeper into these questions and problems. But there's the way of truth and the way of falsehood, right? In Parmenides, right? And the goddess teaches him both ways, right? And the way of falsehood is the way of perception, right? So change exists through perception and falsehood, right? So
Yeah, but you see that, there even in the mundane existence, the lower plane, we still have perception. But in the higher jhanas, like in the Pali Canon, one of the highest jhanas is neither perception nor non-perception, and that's
well, that
before
makes sense,
the
right? Because perception is duality,
yeah.
and that duality is basically like, the beginning of falsehood, right? You could create within the world of perception, right? There you create a false world. right? You deal with the false world, right? You can create within truth, right? And you create with what is there.
Okay.
You know, and that's why I think the Tao says use what is not there for what is there, right? Because it's saying don't make anything new, right? Meaning don't change the world. Get it?
But let's say, someone has a headache, okay, and or someone has a digestion issue, then you give them a herb that helps alleviate that. So
Yeah,
you're
that's fine. There's
changing.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But
Yeah,
that
because the
is,
herb came from the world,
yes, it did. Yeah.
right? But it trying to change that herb into something that doesn't resemble the human body and then introduce that into the human body and say you've healed the person, right? When you've just created a biological depletion in another area because there's no biological free lunch, right? So you've taken this piece of energy and put it out and exchanged it for this piece of energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You're
but
robbing the person. You know what I'm
what
saying,
is
right?
that thing called with the bowl and the little thing you smash things into again? I forgot what's that called. That stick. You smash things into the bowl and you like grind it. You know what
The
I'm talking
whisk?
about?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, but basically you take the whisk and the bowl and you can smash the herbs. Isn't that in a sense the same thing as like changing the composition because you're smashing it into like fine dust and you're grinding it with the whisk or whatever. See what I'm trying to say? It's not to the level of science with the extracting the chemical compounds and then isolating it and crap like that. It's like similar in principle.
Yeah, I mean, if you take one and then use the herb and there's enough for more to grow, right? It's almost as if you've not taken anything, right? But if you take the entire bushel of herbs and start breaking it down and your goal is to create this final product, right? But yeah, there's a way to extract herbs from nature and more will grow and you haven't done anything.
Yeah, but I mean, like sometimes you gotta get the herb and whisk it, and then you mix it with I don't know, like juice or something, and you mix it with juice and then you drink it. That's like it's not on the level of science, but it's still within becoming. You know what I mean? It's like 'cause you're
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I mean it's not becoming, right? Because what you created, right? You didn't create anything new. Right? I mean, you just took herbs, broke them apart, mixed them with something else that's already there. Yeah, you mix things, right? Things either merge or they collide. Right? When they merge, a part of it becomes part of the thing it merged with. Right? When it collides, right, they forever alter each other's course.
isn't that closer to Empedocles though? Like the whole merging and colliding.
Well, there's no separation between the two things.
No, it's not separated.
Yeah,
Okay.
everything happens within one. Is there another universe outside of this?
I do think there could be.
Yeah, I think that's false. I think this is the only universe that exists. It's perfectly unique, and there's nothing outside of it. That. I could be wrong about that, but that's I'm pretty sure.
If there were, that means the metaphysics is wrong though. If they did find something like that.
Yeah, that would be a defeater for my metaphysics. Yes, if they found that there was multiple universes, right, that would be a huge defeater for my metaphysics.
Isn't a dream in a sense like a different universe?
I mean, unless it exists here, right?
Yeah.
Unless we're stepping into a realm that exists around us, I believe that's what's happening, right? I don't believe we're flying into a world that's in another place. So it's like truly non-local.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with metaphysics. It's difficult.
Yeah, it's like imagine like there's a realm and we enter it, right? And it's so like translucent, like thin. Right? So you could like merge with this table, right? You could get up and go through the air, right? You could change your face into another person. Other people can change their faces in other people, right? But it's here. It's all around us.
Yeah. I see it.
Yeah, because I think like people have entered the dream world not only while awake, but able to change the real world by altering things in the dream world. But I think
Yeah,
like
but
the dream is the real world. This is the
but
fake world.
but one thing though in Parmenides though is that God, Allah, and Islam, he's separate from his creations, and but in Parmenides it's just one.
I think that's false. I don't think Allah is separate from his creations. And
Wait,
I think
but
that's where the Sufis are right.
oh, I see it. That's most Muslims would take issue with that actually.
Well, I think the tablet of destiny exists with God, right? So creation is part of the tablet of destiny. It exists with God before time. So how would they solve that one? How they solve the concept of the Kitabul Mahfuz, the preserved tablet?
I don't know about the tablet actually. I don't
Yeah,
know what that.
it's mentioned all through the Quran. There's a tablet of destiny, the preserved tablet that Allah used to compose the world. So his creation exists with him in the tablet. There's a throne, there's a tablet, there's all sorts of things that exist with God, right?
Is Lucifer in the Quran? Oh, I forgot.
That's shaitan. That's the same thing.
So Shaitan and Lucifer are the same thing in the Quran.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, they're not two different guys. That's made up by the occult.
Oh, okay. Wait, you sure about that? Cause like in the Old Testament, wait, no, it wasn't. Like, is it more in the New Testament? Like more
Yeah, the Old Testament they changed it, right? So the Quran says that the Old Testament that the Jews wrote it. They wrote parts of it.
Yeah, why don't you ever argue this stuff with the Luciferians then? You seem to just remain quiet or so.
There's nothing to argue. I want them to explain their belief systems the best way that they can, and I want them to promote it.
I see.
I want everybody to talk on their own terms. I don't try to push my beliefs on anyone. I don't try to show people what I think. Nobody knows to this day if I support Heraclitus or Parmenides based on the way I've presented them. I allow people to come to their own conclusions. And I don't think I'm right about everything. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I think you got kind of annoyed by me.
No. No, I love you, my friend.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. No, not at all. I'm just like, I'm just passionate. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I'm not annoyed by you. We have been up for a long time, so I'm just like a little bit just. I'm really annoyed at Neurojack for leaving me here every day, but yeah, you know.
Life is complex. You have to talk to people and you have to read a lot to figure out what's true.
Yeah, but on the show, I try not to push my beliefs. I try not to, like Luciferians, like I'm fine with them. You know what I mean, right? Like the thing is that they have to get like into their own thing. So I love those guys, right? I think they're just figuring it out. I don't think they're bad guys or anything. So this is the thing. Is like I'm not right about everything. So I do the thing. Oh, you've been listening, huh?
Yeah, I would just say that, you know, uh, I'm gonna be honest. I respect your beliefs, but you know, I just think that Buddhism is right. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell you any of this stuff if you didn't ask me. See,
Yeah.
that's the thing. Right?
Yeah, I think that you know, uh, I was Soto Zen Buddhist, but I think Rinzai, I have to pick between those two, but I just lean in that direction. Probably
Yeah, it's a
Rinzai.
beautiful tradition. Yeah, we're gonna go
Rinzai.
over the deeper
Yeah, I
aspects
guess
of it.
ultimately I wish I were Japanese or Chinese. Yeah. No, no, yeah. Yeah, I guess I would be more accessible. Yeah, I was going around telling people I wish I was Nordic, and now I'm saying I wish I was Japanese or Chinese.
Yeah, I've always wanted to be a Samoan.
Well, next week we'll all want to be Ravens, so we'll be all right.
Yeah, I've always wanted to live on Samoa. I think my destiny is to live on Samoa and just next to those big giant head statues. That's where I've always wanted to go.
Samoa. Yeah, where's Samoa?
It's like Polynesian.
It's like the furthest you can get away from any mainland area,
Yeah.
basically. Yeah.
French Polynesia.
Oh, I see. I know. I saw those head statues. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I've always liked their kind of style too. Like I used to talk to a lot of people who live in Hawaii, but they're all like Tongan and Samoan, and
Yeah,
they
that's what
always
I
seem like the
want.
coolest people for sure.
That's what I want to be. I've always wanted to be a Hawaiian. I've always wanted to be a Samoan. It's something about that lifestyle, just the
Like
understanding. Yeah, just
you jump up on a board, you go like spear fishing and
right.
cook it on the beach, and yeah, I've always thought that would be like the coolest way to live.
Yeah, that's my thing. So
I should have been a beach bum, or
oh yeah, those
the
times
story of Christmas Island, what's that, or Easter Island? That story is very interesting. Like,
yeah,
there's a bunch of little islands, like the Canary Islands, and all these different places where like people showed up and lived like
it's
generations,
paradise.
and nobody knows what happened to them all. They
I
just
have one more
disappeared.
question for TML. Do you think reading the Quran in Arabic is better, or like English translation is sufficient, or you have to learn Arabic? That's my one.
Yeah, I don't think the English translation is the real thing, right? So you would have to learn classical Arabic to read the Quran, right? So the translations, although I think the translations, if you look at 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 translations, you'll realize they're not that different. So yeah.
So then that means that you know classical Arabic?
No, I don't. No, but I think to decipher the Quran, you would have to learn that, right?
Oh, yeah.
The people who translated it, that's what they figured out, right? So
Yeah.
no,
Probably tough to learn.
yeah,
We'll
we
just
don't
like
consider we don't consider the English translation to be the text of the Quran.
Have you been planning to learn classical Arabic, or
Not yet. Yeah.
not yet? Yeah, it's probably tough to
maybe
learn.
if he moves to Samoa, he'd have the time.
Right. Exactly.
But I mean, I think you could say the same thing for Christianity. Like, really, technically, you probably have to read it in Greek or something.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, most scholars know that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Hebrew, you can't even read it in Hebrew because there's no Hebrew from before like 900 or something. So,
right.
So it's kind of weird, I mean, I just say that. Like, I used to think that the King James version was like the only version, and then the more I learned about it, I was like, well, it was built on the principles they built that Bible upon was just not correct, so can't. I mean, it's beautifully written, but I would never say that it's like the definitive version. But I do like the ESV version because I think if you're going to try to read it in English, I think the simpler you can read it, the better. Like That's kind of my general. I think most people they read the Bible and they like overcomplicate it, right? So I would imagine, and I say that because I would imagine that the Quran would be the same, and probably the only way you could do that is in Arabic, if I had to guess. I don't think because like I've tried to read the Quran in English and it didn't really make any sense to me. I was like, this is kind of nonsense sounding, so I just stopped reading it. But I didn't say that like that means that the Quran's nonsense. I just thought I was like, well, maybe I can't really read it in English. That's kind of what I thought of it.
No, some of it, if you start up at the wrong, sort of, part, it could really sound like it's like if you pick up a random part of the Bible, start reading it, and you're like, what? You're like, it doesn't make any sense, and right?
Well, it's I don't know. Like I think it was like I think I tried to read it from the beginning, but I think it's like it kind of seems repetitive from what I read. So it's like
Yeah,
repeating,
here's
repeating,
one.
repeating.
Here's one surah, right? It's called Purity of Faith, right? This is the one I was saying. It says, "He is God, one and indivisible, God the sustainer, needed by all. He has never had offspring, nor was he born, and there is none comparable to him." Right? Now I want to read a different one. This one says, "I seek refuge in the Lord of humankind, the master of humankind, the God of humankind, from the evil." Oh, wait, no, this is the wrong one, actually. Here, sorry. Oh, yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is chapter 103. It says, "By the passage of time, surely humanity is in grave loss. Except those who have faith, do good, and urge each other to the truth, and urge each other to perseverance." So it says, "Surely surely mankind is at a loss. Surely by the time man is at a loss, except for those who have patience and do good deeds."
Seems pretty accurate to me.
Right. Saying like things aren't going to improve over time. That type of thinking is fucked. All you can do is be patient. Oh yeah. And make sure you are good to each other, else you're fucked.
But what I like about that is like you could almost see it being like a Bill and Ted movie, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong. Remember Bill and Ted? It's like be excellent to each other.
Right. But it wouldn't say urge people to the truth and do good. Sadly.
Yeah.
Sadly,
Well, I
Bill and
mentioned,
Ted never enshrined
but
that one.
but I mentioned that for a reason because if you really pay attention to the Bill and Ted movies, they are
Yeah, I think
very
they were trying
deceptive.
to invert the like golden rule with that in a very like sort of, honestly seems sort of Luciferian or
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it definitely is, especially the latest one. But even in the first one, where okay, who do they pick up? They go pick up Socrates. They pick up Abe Lincoln and
Napoleon,
like Napoleon and like
Billy
Einstein. I
the
think
Kid,
Billy the Kid. Yep,
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan. Damn, you got a good memory, dude. I haven't seen
Oh
that
yeah.
movie in so long. I haven't seen that movie in such a long time. So, but yeah, it was very particular. And then when you watch the other one where they go and like play a game against death, I thought that was a really interesting movie. And then the latest one is very like extremely Gnostic or something. It's very
I didn't watch the other ones yet.
oh, it's definitely it's actually worth watching because it's not like a good movie, but it's a very
Yeah.
like sneaky philosophical
Yeah, I
like
watched
shit.
Lucy, and the next thing on my list is Animatrix. So this is the thing. So I just wait for my baby brother to come around, and which is like once every 2 months now, right? This kid like moseys in, you know, and whatever they're doing the rest of the time, trying to chill with girls and get high and do all the rest of this crazy shit these people do. They're fucked up in the head. The kids these days, it's really a mess.
Yeah, when I see the way people talk about what they're doing now, I'm like, I actually get really sad because like there's this guy I knew, he was living in Thailand too, right? And he's like a young guy now. I think he's like 21, something like that. And he was like trying to be like, oh, he's like, oh, I'm gonna go and start a business and do all this, and then like he ends up doing the same thing all these guys do, where they just like, let's go do a bunch of drugs on some random island and try to get laid every day for like 3 months straight or whatever they're doing. It's like, it's just, it always leads to the same bullshit, and it's just like really sad because you see all these people, they're just like, I mean, I think they're totally fucking their lives up, because like, where do you think like drugs and all this shit's going to lead to? It's not going to lead you to enlightenment. I can tell you that for sure. Like, it's just going to lead you to a bunch of
That's the thing, like,
retardation.
yeah, that's the thing. Like when I was a kid, like I was an immigrant, right? So I was socially awkward when I was growing up, because we were like I was like fucking like 9 and like 10 years old and shit, trying to speak to white girls, and I just came from Pakistan and shit. So like, obviously I was getting made fun of a lot. All right, but the place where we lived, it was kind of like Hicksville. So there's just a lot of like, just rednecks.
Like baby Andrew Wilson's there.
Yeah, like pretty much. Right? So it was just pretty funny, right? Like talking to all these kids, and then like and then so I mean, in terms of my little brothers, they're way more social than I am. Because they like grew up here. They have like lots of friends, right? So, I got saved from a lot of that when I was a kid because I was very socially awkward, right? So like I had no choice but to like, and then I never really, did good in school, which sort of caused because with like Pakistani like parents, it's kind of like you have to do good in school. Right. So like we were pretty poor when we were growing up because like my parents were like, like having to be immigrants and shit. And my dad like really couldn't get a job as a doctor until he like passed all the American exams. Right. So he had to just work like weird ass jobs. Right. So like we kind of grew up like not having that much. But my little brother's younger than me, like my dad still made sure like we had all video games, like all the shit that like all the rich kids had. Right. But all you had to do was like get good grades. But I just never did good in school. So that's when, I was really socially awkward. I was going to college and I was like, I have to prove to everybody how smart I am. I'm saying, right, this is my last chance to prove to everybody how smart I am. But then all the teachers I met were fucking weirdos. They were like, what? You think life's about being successful and doing all this? It's like, no, life's about finding the truth, man. I found all these guys that were like, no, like one of my teachers, right? Professor Dowd, right? This guy was one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. Right. And he fucking, he pointed to this one kid in the class, right, who was like wasn't paying attention, and he pointed at him and he goes, a dung beetle is more beautiful than you. Right. And the kid goes, what? A dung beetle? I'll smash it. Right. I said, a dung beetle can't do anything to me. I'm indestructible compared to a dung beetle. Fuck dung beetles. I hope every dung beetle, perishes and so on and so forth. And he goes, a dung beetle knows its true purpose. And he says, what were you made for? And he says, beauty is knowing your true purpose, what you were made for. So that's why a dung beetle is more beautiful than you. And I was like, that is badass, man. I was like, that guy knows something deeper.
Right? I wish I had a professor that cool.
Yeah, so like, so I thought like, and I had already read the Tao Te Ching. I'd read Machiavelli. on my own, right? Not because I was like, I actually don't know why I read those things at a very early age. Right? It's like but one of the main reasons was because I listened to a lot of rap music. Right? And there was a rapper, right, named Machiavelli. Right? And I had this album by Machiavelli. Right? And I looked up the name online and it said Machiavelli was an Italian philosopher. Right? And the rapper took the name Machiavelli. Right? And I was like, that's interesting. Right? So I read the book. Right? And then I was obsessed with the Wu-Tang Clan. And the producer of the Wu-Tang Clan, named the RZA, he quoted Lao Tzu in an interview that he did. And he said, a leader follows a leader follows his flock. He leads from behind them because he wants to keep an eye on all of his flock. Right? And I was like, that is actually a really wise thing to say. I was like, that's interesting. A leader follows his people. That sounded a lot like Machiavelli to me too. Right? So then I went to go read Lao Tzu, Tao Te Ching. Right? And when I went to go study philosophy in college, it was like really interesting, honestly. I was like, I first started with political science and then I moved to philosophy because I found a lot of the political theorists were actually philosophers. Right? Like John Locke and Plato and all these guys, they were actually philosophers. Right? So I was like, that's interesting, So I wanted to know more about what philosophy was about, right?
Social engineering.
Right.
Yeah, I was and for some reason this is like making me think of that Stefan Molyneux thing. Like I was getting tripped out looking at Stefan Molyneux because I started looking at his page while you guys were talking. And it's kind of spooking me a little bit in a sense because like he was such a big influence on me, and then like when I look at him now I can see like how all these like the entire time he was basically just like there to socially engineer people. I mean, he's just one of many, of course, but and it's so funny to see like all the blowback that's happening to him, but also all the influence that he has, although it's not apparent, right? But he's definitely influenced so much of what I would consider you know guys like myself, right, who are looking for answers. And you know it's just crazy, like we were talking about that debate earlier. And but that's the power of this shit, like where somebody can just write all these ideas out, speak into a camera, speak into a microphone for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and just cause huge shifts in the way people think, for good or for bad. And
Do you think it's TML? Do you think it's possible, like, to take the biosemiotics, but like make it more Parmenian, or you don't think that's possible? Because
Yeah, absolutely.
maybe I can try that.
like, can you repeat that one more time? I didn't catch your whole thing. So you said biosemiotics what?
Make it more Parmenian or something.
Well, just to be clear, it's like I was telling Hyperborean the other day, right? I think Heraclitus and Parmenides are both more sane than Plato and Aristotle.
Are more sane, you said?
Oh yeah. Like I think they both make way better points. Right? Like I was explaining to him that like like Heraclitus idea of becoming, for example, right? It still doesn't go into all sorts of problems like the telos, right, thing that Aristotle is describing. Right, because there is no final cause, right, within the Heraclitean notion of becoming.
Well, do you think that they chose Plato and Aristotle because it's easier to socially engineer and psyop people with?
Right, because they tied their, metaphysics to political theories, right?
And
Yep, I agree.
the David Scribner is definitely on Heraclitus' side, right? He's definitely like from what I read.
Yeah, but he wouldn't. Yeah, but he wouldn't deny that Parmenides has some good takes.
Yeah, he wouldn't
You know,
deny.
so it's kind of like, like I do the same thing with Heraclitus. I think Heraclitus has some pretty sound takes. Like his rejection of orders, right? His rejection of, like time, right? Even though he has a notion of becoming, it has no final product. The universe is both eternal and one for Parmenides and Heraclitus. So there's not much you can do with that. But yeah. But it's still way more, comprehensive than the dualism that Plato presents. And also Aristotle. Right? Their dualism is like untenable.
Yeah, it's in a way I'm kind of making the same dualistic error when I try to reconcile Heraclitus and Parmenides. I'm making the same error. I try to reconcile that. Like,
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah,
yeah.
that's why maybe just read some of Plato.
Maybe what? Yeah, a lot
Have
to
you read
read.
any Plato?
Not yet. No, not
Yeah,
yet.
I would put that at the top of the list of the readings for now.
Well, first I'm gonna read the pre-Socratics more deeply, though.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I think Plato would definitely top of the list.
Yeah.
Well, I think the reason he's saying do Plato first is because then with the lens of that, you'll see how
He
the
merges
metaphysics,
the two, right?
the metaphysics merge into the politics, and then when you read history and politics and all these things, and then you go back to the pre-Socratics, you can see that there was like an evolution from like observation into like, well, applied social engineering, right? And I think that's kind of like,
Well, that's what's so interesting is that the pre-Socratics, the people who studied them, they didn't get up and say like these are the greatest guys on earth. It was the Greeks who were telling us about these guys. So it was literally Plato and Aristotle that are telling us like Thales and Heraclitus and Parmenides and Democritus and all these guys were like great thinkers. They're the ones who are selecting who was a great thinker back then.
and they were actively going against like the traditional view of things, like, and you said something earlier, Machine, that stood out to me, because you're talking about how like the Pythagoreans actually had points, and you seem to be implying that like maybe Plato and Aristotle and had kind of like hijacked the Pythagorean stuff for their own ends rather
It
than just
hijacked like this concept that like, like that like, you could have a comprehensive system, right, of both metaphysics and spirituality, that doesn't have to get into the affairs of, like politics and all this stuff, and try to change like society, but just talk about nature. Right. So this whole introduction of trying to mold like human nature into the higher type of being, right? That starts with Plato, right? And that is like, as you said, it's
Yeah.
social engineering.
What would be your answer to the Epicurean paradox? The Epicurean paradox.
Yeah, this is something Hyperborean loves to talk about, right?
Yeah, I knew about that too. Yeah, in Zoroastrianism, Ahriman and Ahura Mazda, there was the debates about this, but like in the doubt removing book of Mardan Farooq, it claimed that they were independent spirits, and then through their combat of
Yeah.
Ahriman and Ahura Mazda, that led to the creation of the world. So it
Yeah.
started from materialism.
Yeah, by the way, I think God created evil. I have no problem saying that. And so
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah,
Well,
so
really quick, what's the Epicurean paradox? What is that?
yeah, it's all about like problem of evil. Like you can't say God is totally good if he created evil. He allows evil to exist. But I don't think God needs to like solve evil and create a perfect world. And I don't think there's any proof that the world that we're currently a part of is not perfect, right? In terms of,
Yeah,
yeah, like in
I agree.
terms of like we
If
have
it's
no idea
perfect,
that, yeah.
then why bother bettering things? Just like don't bother with it. Like why
Well,
why
well,
bother?
well, that's the problem is people are trying to better things.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, and that's why I think the whole, I don't know if this is a Christian adage, but the whole like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, I think Christianity is basically based on that as well, where it's like, you know, you strive to be good, but you also realize you can't be good, and so that's kind of the whole thing, right? Like, yeah, no one is good. You can't just, only Jesus and God is basically good. So trying to compare yourself to God is ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I think like good and evil is created as a test for humans. You can't say natural things are evil. Like
Well, it's like the whole sex thing or whatever. Like, and this is one thing that I struggle with the Christianity, where people are like, "Well, sex is evil because we're in a fallen state and blah blah blah," and like maybe before we didn't have to have sex or whatever. I'm like, yeah, but what even if you want to argue, like, okay, we're in a fallen state or transitional phase, it's like, well, yeah, obviously God sees it as a necessary stage or something, I mean, and maybe this isn't like Christian doctrine, but I think there's some gray area there where it gets pretty murky because if Jesus came back to right all the wrongs, forward, back, and up, down, and every direction, right? um so obviously, you know Adam and Eve did whatever they did, here we are, and then we're on a certain path to reconciliation, but I don't necessarily think that's going to be because humans are like going to do anything in particular, right? But at the same time, like, I don't think that like trying to accelerate the hastening of Jesus's return is like what God wants us to do either. I mean, I think that's kind of like, I think people are doing that for whatever their purpose, whatever their reason is, but I don't know. That's where it gets kind of weird for me too, where I don't know. I think it's it's hard to describe because
yeah, like well, here's another thing, right? If a butterfly flaps its wings and it causes a hurricane, then how can you change any of the factors in existence to create a better world? You couldn't possibly plan a better existence than we possibly experience because you don't know all the factors that went into creating the world that we experience.
right. Well, and that's where people say, well, like, bad thing happened, therefore God is evil. It's like, well,
Right.
that's a ridiculous thing because as you said, like, you'd have to take into account like every, what do they call it? Like the when like the spin of an electron or whatever. Like, are you going to go and like measure every spin of every electron in the universe? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean,
Well, or what's better to live and to experience some evil, right? Or to not exist at all. then most people would choose existence with evil rather than non-existence. I think most people would.
Well, and as you said, I mean, I see it like you said as it's a test, and people say, "Well, I didn't ask to be tested." It's like, okay, well, so what? It's like, here you are, you're being tested. So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
like nutting up. You know?
yeah, and I think that
Well, you
that's why there's so
consider
many.
debating Hyperborean, or you're just not interested. Be interested to see you debate him. Or say,
Sure. I mean, there's like I said, there's significant agreements, right? So I don't know.
Doesn't seem like it to me. No way. No, there's not. There's not significant agreement.
Yeah, I think there's more differences between somebody like Twilight and somebody like Hyperborean. To be honest.
No, there are lots of differences. Yeah. Hey,
I mean, but the thing is like I've heard enough of Hyperborean to know that like if his metaphysics are like I'm just going to change my metaphysics at my whim, then there's really not much to debate, is there? I mean,
no. I read the book. He has a very robust metaphysics. He's a polytheist. Very advanced kind of polytheist.
he says that we both exist and not exist at the same time, so I don't know how
No,
sophisticated it could really be. I mean,
no, I don't. No, it doesn't. He says you're the spirit. Spirit is
Yeah. See, I believe that too. Right.
yeah. But it goes from the origin, which is as like a polytheistic.
so right, so he just replaces the word God with origin, and then says, "Okay, we're spirits and we're living in a material world." It's like, okay, I can listen
Well,
to Sting too, though, right? So
Right.
no,
Like
there was
whatever he calls origin, we just call it Allah.
yeah. I'll just give
Right.
you
And
my
then
review. I have a
we're
good read.
spirits
You can
that
read my
exist
good
there.
read and stuff. Yeah, you can just read his stuff. I reviewed one
yeah,
of the
I mean,
books.
it's basically like Christianity, like you just call it Luciferianism and then throw some
Yeah,
like
I don't think.
Freemasonry in it or something. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think all ideas have to be compared to Hyperborean's ideas. I mean, you know what I mean?
But the
He's his
thing
own
is,
guy. Yeah.
I know. I've been struggling with those
Yeah, you've
views.
been sort of like comparing everything to Hyperborean, and he's his own guy. I don't know. He can
I know,
defend himself.
but the thing
you
is,
might as
okay,
well just make up your own Zen Buddhist metaphysics and then go with that or something.
no, I'm just working out the, you know, just something about monotheism just doesn't sit
Well,
right with me.
it's like debating a woke person. It's always going to lead to like eternal regression, where you're just going to like infinitely regress into like more and more like nuance and
Yeah,
more
the only thing that
whatever.
the only thing that I would say to Hyperborean is that nature is not evil. We've talked about that, right? I don't think that nature, with a capital N, I think it's the same concept as being with a capital B. Right? I don't think they're two different concepts, right? So, also, I believe that the origin that all the spirits emerge from, that is a kind of one or a kind of monad, right? So he's saying it doesn't
Yeah, but
exist,
let
but
me
it
say
does.
this: if nature is being, then that means Buddhism, the Mahayana, or
Right.
the Lankavatara Sutra, and is the closest to truth. But that's basically pure Parmenian being, or
Well, I
maybe
mean,
Advaita.
Buddhists say non-being more.
Well, maybe Advaita Vendetta then, of the
Yeah, because
Advaita.
this is the thing is like the main thing in Buddhism is just non-being, right?
Yeah,
So
Atman and Brahman have a strict identity, and Advaita Vendetta, and then you see everything as the Parmenian being, where all becoming is an illusion. Adi Shankara. Have you read Adi
But
Shankara?
but don't you find like if you just keep reading like Tibetan Buddhism or something like that, like don't you find it's just like leads to like ultimate autism where there's just no answer to anything because it's just so analytical, like overly analytical.
that's
No,
the
I
thing.
feel.
Like if you read the Bible, right? I think you'd be interested to note how much of you know that whole idea, right? That we were beings that existed in some heavenly realm, and then we fell to this world of becoming. That is basically very biblical. It sounds like the Old Testament, right? So I think if you read the Bible, I think you'd see it's like very like it's saying it's not a Yahweh type of thing, but I think it kind of is. Right, so that's another thing I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick to Buddhism. I'm gonna just stick to the Chan or Mahayana or because Platform Sutra, that's the main one I stick to, Platform Sutra. And may I go to
Oh yeah, it's
Mexico?
beautiful. Yeah,
So
it's beautiful.
yeah,
Yeah, let
yeah,
me see.
yeah. The Senko should spread, not the Uma. That's why I want the Senko should
I'm
spread.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that a lot of people are getting hung up, and I think there's like a fine line because it's like, I think it's really like the whole syncretism thing versus,
Yeah, yeah. The
you
Senko
know,
should spread. The Senko, nothing else. Just the Senko. And everyone should become Buddha. Or
say what now?
I just want the Senko to spread. You know what I mean? The Senko to spread. Senko. Now, the Senko is a special word for the place where you practice Buddhism. Senko. Sangha. Senko. Buddha, Senko, Dharma. Those are the three jewels. Just yeah, and that talking about with you guys has made me realize that uh, it's better not to mix things too much together. You know, and just stick to Buddhism. I read
Well,
the sutras.
it's not that I don't, I mean, I would say, yeah, probably not mixed, but I think you can still reconcile things without mixing them, if that makes any sense, right?
No,
Like,
some things cannot be reconciled. It's just best to make it simple and just not be overly impressionable and stuff. That's the problem with modernity. It's people you get overly impressionable and
well, I think it's simpler than that, though. It's almost like you just worship intellect, or you worship like knowledge, or you worship information, or something. And not you, but I'm just saying, like, I think a lot of people fall into that trap. I mean,
yeah, I
look at the
fell into
average
that.
woman right now who's like seeking knowledge, and they think it's going to make them smarter and happier and more money or more, friends or whatever they think. And then you see them at 45 and they're like, I have like cats and like, bitterness, and that's about, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I see happening. But
Have you read Huang Po?
Yeah, no, but Hank Paul, I read some of his poetry. He liked to get drunk a lot. Wait, not that guy, the other guy, the one mind guy. Yeah, the one mind guy. Yeah, Hank Paul was the one mind. Yeah, one mind. I remember. Am I right about him, or is Hank Paul
Yeah.
the? Yeah, that one. Yeah, I haven't read that one yet. You know, I've read a lot of the sutras and other stuff, but not Hank Paul yet. But I have read a lot of it, but I haven't completed it, but I did read a lot of it. It's kind of ties to Yogacara, kind of, but not entirely, but it's kind of closer to, it is close to it's Chan, it's Chan, yeah.
Yeah, I
Hank
love that
Po,
one. Yeah, Hang Po is one of my favorites.
yeah, I need to read that one too. Yeah, I plan to read, I'm going to read that one soon. Dang, you read a lot. That's uh,
Yeah, I have a Platform Sutra here. Read this here.
like Red Pine's translation. Jan Polsky's translation is not bad either. Yeah, I read both
Yeah,
of the translations.
let me see what translation. Hmm.
I always come back to that sutra when I have doubts, and so I always go back to that sutra.
Yeah. Well, I have the complete one here. So yeah, we'll see how much of this we can get through. It's been a while since I read it, but I have a
Oh,
bunch of stuff highlighted. So,
you did read it?
oh, of course, yeah,
You read the Platform Sutra?
of course, my friend. Yes.
Well, how do you have time to read when you are talking a lot and stuff?
Well, this was of particular interest to me. Zen is particular interest, right? So I took a whole, thing on this. But yeah, it says here when the sixth patriarch arrived at Paolin Monastery, Magistrate Wei of the Xiao Chao district, along with local officials, went to the monastery to ask him to deliver public talks on Buddhism in the Ta Fan temple for the benefit of all who would attend. When the patriarch took his place, the audience included the magistrate, 30 other officials, more than 30 Confucian scholars, and more than 1,000 Buddhist monks and nuns, Taoists and laypeople. They all bowed, wishing to hear the essentials of Buddha Dharma. So the patriarch gave this talk.
Dang, it's so late. I feel like I'm about to pass out or something. Yeah, his poem about the mirror on the stand, that one was very good. The mirror stand, the one that cannot collect dust and stuff, and about the original nature and it cannot collect dust. Like the Parmenian being or the one's true nature can never accumulate dust or is immaculate. It's not possible to sully, and basically, and it's kind of like how you know, nothing can corrupt the one's true nature, which is beyond all time and stuff. Let me see here. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Kind of tired, kind of late now, like 6 a.m., 6:26. Yeah, good talk. Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of.
for sure.
Yeah, kind of develop, kind of understand your perspective better now. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have everything figured out. Yeah. Yeah. Let me. Yeah, I need to make my own channel again. Make my own channel again.
Yeah, definitely.
How can you stay up this late and not get tired? And so like.
Yeah, something's wrong for sure. But yeah.
I feel like because we're talking about deep stuff and
Yeah, I have a problem. I have to lay down like a very like half hour to an hour. Sometimes I'll lay down for 2 hours and I won't fall asleep, so I'll just get up again. So yeah, it's kind of fucked up. But yeah, so I have a problem with that sort of thing. But yeah. So this is what he said. He said, "Good friends are enlightened self nature is pure and clean, and it can be used to understand and attain Buddhahood. Let me tell you something about my own life and how I came to understand the Dharma of Zen school. My father came from Fan Yang, but he was dismissed from his governmental post and banished to become a commoner in Sinchao. Unfortunately for me, he died early, so my brother and I lived in poverty and distress. We moved to Nanhai, where I sold firewood to help support us. One day, a customer bought wood from me and requested me to deliver it to his shop. He received the wood and paid me, but as I left the shop, I saw a man reciting a Buddhist sutra. When I heard the words, my mind immediately awakened. I asked him what was the name of the sutra, and he said it was the Diamond Sutra. So I asked where he came from and why he chanted these words. He replied, I came from Eastern Meditation Monastery in Huang Mei district in the province of Qi, where the master is the fifth patriarch of Zen. He has more than 1,000 followers. The master tells his disciples to read the Diamond Sutra in order to reach their own essence of mind and attain Buddhahood. It must be due to some good cause from one of my former lives that a customer for my firewood gave me the silver tails for the upkeep of my mother and advised me to go seek out the fifth patriarch. After I made arrangements for my mother, I left 30 days later, reached Huang Mei, where I paid reverence to the patriarch. He asked me where I came from and what I wanted. So I replied that I had come from the commoner from afar to pay homage to him, and that I asked for nothing but Buddhahood. The patriarch said, quote, "You are a barbarian from the south. How could you expect to become a Buddha?" I replied, "There are people in the south and people in the north, but their Buddha nature is the same. As a barbarian, I may be different from you physically, but what difference could there be in our Buddha nature?" The patriarch was ready to speak further, but he stopped because of the presence of the other people around him and ordered me to join other followers at work. I replied, quote, "May I say that wisdom arises in my mind, and since I do not stray from my essence of mind, I'm in a field of blessings."
Yes, that's exactly why Buddhism is superior, because it is true simplicity. You don't need anything beyond your own Buddha nature. You see, if you have people coming to you telling you, oh, this is right or this is wrong, and they're taking their doctrines and they're telling you this or that, the fact is they're pointing outside your Buddha nature, kind of, trying to make you believe this or that. But if you something like Buddha nature is preconceptual. You see what I mean? It's preconceptual. This is why, the Buddha nature cannot be clung to. It cannot be like, I don't know. It cannot be confined, in any dogmatic or ideological system in some sense. And that's what makes the Zen powerful. And so, that's true simplicity. You see what I mean? A man who lives alone in the woods or just farming, he could become a pratyeka Buddha. He could just awaken to his Buddha nature, just naturally and without compulsion. You see what I mean? Without, it's like non-doing. It's just naturally and effortlessness, spontaneity, no, no compulsion and stuff. So then, what's the point of, legalist systems or whatever? That's not true simplicity. You see, the point I'm making is that in claiming to have a commandment or conveying a commandment is already the beginning of technique, and that's where things create and stuff. So that it's inevitable.
Well, I think he's made a considerable amount of effort. Right, like he's already went to go seek out the patriarch, where he's figured out that the teachings are being transmitted by this one patriarch, and he's traveled far and wide to go meet this person. And they have their own, hierarchy, right? So he has to go talk to the guy who's in charge, right? Who got there's first patriarch, the second, and third. So it goes in order, right? So they have a system of how their teachings were transmitted.
Yeah, mind-to-mind transmission is in fact no transmission, in a deeper level. Like, it's very
Right, that is
symbolic.
what is claimed. But I'm saying, like, they do have a system for who, like, I get
The
it's not
system itself is
legalism, but
deconstructive. It's not constructive. It's deconstructive. You see what I'm trying to say? It's deconstruct, and that ties into maybe Derrida in some sense or something or you see what I mean? It's deconstructive. The system, and it can, yeah. It seems like he's traveling in some sense, but that's like just seeing it from the impaired view. In a deeper sense, he's not traveling. So, because his Buddha nature is always there. It cannot move. It cannot change. It's just something you awaken to. It's just always there.
right. But then, what need does he have to go meet the patriarch?
Actually, that was the question that made Dogen, take very dangerous trip to China that almost cost him his life because back then taking a boat through the ocean to China was dangerous. He asked what's the point of practice if everyone already has Buddha nature, if everyone's effectively
Right.
like, yeah. And his answer was that just sitting, just sitting shikantaza, just actualize, the what's always already there. So just sitting is the teaching of Soto Zen. Soto Zen is so simple. It's just sitting. That's what Soto Zen is, just sitting. It's like, the non-doing. Zen is about non-doing. The art of allowing things to unfold naturally and spontaneously
Right.
without contrived effort. It's unforced spontaneity, right, that ultimately embodies the Buddha's heart,
Right,
which
but
is
they have to
liberating.
eat and also shit. So the thing is like they do get food, and like have you ever heard the line the Buddha is a shit stick?
No, yeah, probably. I know koans like that.
Yeah, there's a koan that said the Buddha is a shit stick. It's like the thing that they wipe their ass with, right?
Yeah.
After they take a shit, right? They have like a stick, right? So it's just weird that they go on eating, drinking, shitting, but they do all the stuff that everyone does, right? So they need a order, they need a like sort of craft, they need a livelihood, right, in order to keep the monastery running, right?
But is that done with compulsive, goal-oriented thinking?
Oh yeah, the goal is sort of to keep the monastery running, right? Like you got to grow the tea to have the tea ceremony, and the cycle continues to sell the tea in the marketplace, to fund the monastery. Even all these things had to be done. But yes, it's a beautiful way of thinking for sure. Um, and it says here, you know, yeah, he says, I don't know what work you would have me do, right? Since like I've already attained this, the essence of mind, by it says the wisdom arises in my mind, and since I do not stray from the essence of mind, I'm in a field of blessings. I do not know what work you would have me do. The barbarian has a sharp mind, said the patriarch. Go to the backyard and speak no more. So I went to the back of the monastery and worked, splitting firewood and pounding rice. So he got punished for saying that. It says more than 8 months later, woof, patriarch came to see me and said, I know your understanding is very deep, and I've been considering what to do. Ah, I've not spoken to you in case some evil men might do you harm. Do you understand? Yes, I replied. And to avoid having people take notice of me, I haven't come to the main hall, he said. One day, the patriarch summoned all of his followers and said to them, quote, the question of birth and death is a most important matter. All day long, you seek out only your own blessing instead of freeing yourself from the sea of death and rebirth. If your self nature is diluted, blessings will not save you. Yeah, that's very true. Go seek for wisdom in your own minds. Then write me a stanza. Whoever understands the essence of mind will be given my robe and teachings and become the sixth patriarch. Oh, what a task. Go quickly and don't linger, for thinking and reasoning won't help you at all perceiving your self nature. The person who can understand will perceive it even if engaged in battle. What a crazy line.
Yeah, exactly. The self nature, seeking the self nature, even in battle, non-abiding awareness, the non-abiding awareness.
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
said he said blessings will not save you.
blessings.
That's pretty beautiful, isn't it?
It is beautiful. That's true simplicity though, because it's just the non-abiding awareness. You don't need anything but your own mind. You know, that's true simplicity. Yeah. There's no progress there. It's just chop wood, carry water kind of stuff. Uh, the poem C right is very good too. Yeah.
After receiving these instructions, the followers withdrew and said to each other, quote, "There's no use in us concentrating our minds to write the verse for His Holiness, since the head monk, Shen Su, is our instructor and is certain to be the winner. It will only be a waste of effort and our parts to try to write the stanza. Let's follow Shen Sui." Shen Sui himself thought, quote, "Since the others would not submit a stanza because I am their instructor, I must certainly compose a verse, for if I don't, how can I know if my understanding is deep or shallow? If my purpose is wisdom, my motive pure, if I desire to become the next patriarch, however, my mind is worldly, because I'm trying to usurp the rank of a holy person. Yet if I don't submit a stanza, I'll never achieve the Dharma. How difficult, how difficult." Indeed. Put this guy on the spot. In front of the patriarch's hallway, there were 3 corridors that were to be painted by the court artist Lu Chen, and images images from the Lankavatara Sutra. These words would depict the transformation of the assembly and genealogy of patriarchs for veneration by the public. Shen Sui composed a stanza and tried several times to submit it to the patriarch, but every time he approached the door, his mind became so perturbed and broke into a sweat, he simply did not have the courage to present it, despite trying 13 times over the course of 4 days. Finally, he thought to himself, "It would be better to write it on the corridor wall and let the patriarch see it. If he approves, I will come and bow to him as a writer of the verse. If he doesn't approve, I will realize that I will have wasted many years here receiving the reverence of others. How could I then practice the Dharma?" At midnight, Shen Sui went secretly with his lamp to write his stanza on the south corridor wall, posting the following verse to present his understanding. "The body is the tree of enlightenment. The mind is like a bright mirror stand. Time after time, polish it gently so that no dust can collect." After writing this, Shen Sui returned to his room without anyone seeing him, but again he worried. "When the patriarch sees my verse tomorrow, if he is pleased, I will be ready for the Dharma, but if he says it is unfit, it'll mean that I must have bad karma from previous lives. So I am not qualified. I cannot guess what he will say. In this matter, he could neither sleep nor sit with ease with himself. The patriarch already knew that Shen Sui had not entered the door to perceiving his own nature. The next morning, he sent for Lu Chen and went with him to the south corridor, where he unexpectedly found the stanza. He said to the artist, quote, I'm sorry to have caused you this long trip, since there is no need for you to paint the wall now. As the Diamond Sutra says, all forms are transient and unreal. We will leave this verse here so that people can study and recite it. If they put its teachings into practice, evil realms can be avoided and great merit will be the result. Then he ordered incense to be lit for all his followers to pay homage and recite the stanza so that they might come to realize the essence of mind. After they recited it, they all said, "Excellent." At midnight, the patriarch sent for Shen Sui to come to the hall and asked if he had written the stanza. Shen Sui replied, "Yes, I do not dare seek to be patriarch, but I hope that you will tell me if my verse shows even a grain of wisdom." The patriarch said, "Your stanza demonstrates that you have not perceived your own nature. You have reached only the doorway, have not yet entered. To seek for complete enlightenment with such a mind cannot succeed. For to achieve supreme enlightenment, you must instantly understand your own fundamental nature and essence of mind. This fundamental self nature has no birth and death, and at every moment you must realize the essence of mind. Once this suchness is known, you will be free from all delusions. Suchness is absolute reality, and when it is perceived, you are in a state of enlightenment. You don't why don't you go and take a few more days? And submit another stanza. If this verse shows that you have entered the gate of enlightenment, I will transmit you to the robe and the Dharma. Shen Sui bowed to the patriarch and withdrew. For several days he tried his best to write another stanza. He could not, because his mind was uneasy, agitated, as though in a nightmare. He found no comfort in walking nor sitting. 2 days later, a young attendant was passing the room where I was pounding rice and chanted the stanza by Shen Sui. As soon as I heard it, I knew that the person who had composed it had not perceived his own nature. Even though I had not been taught about it at the time, I already understood the main idea. So I asked the attendant, "Whose verse are you chanting?" He replied, "You barbarian don't know about it?" The patriarch told his disciples that the question of birth and death is a most important matter, and since he was ready to transmit the robe, the Dharma, to the successor, he ordered his followers to compose a stanza, submit it to them. He said that whoever understood the essence of mind would become sixth patriarch. Our head monk Shen Sui wrote a verse in the formlessness on the wall, south corridor, and the patriarch told us to recite it, saying that if we put the teaching into practice, evil realms can be avoided and the great merit would be a result. I told the attendant I wished to recite the stanza so that I might gain some merit in a future life. I added that I had been pounding rice for 8 months and had never been to the main hall, and asked him to show me the stanza so I might pay homage. The attendant took me to the corridor. I asked the verse. He read. I asked the verse be read to me. Since I could not read characters, a low-ranking official from Chang Chao named Chang Chi Young, who happened to be there, read it aloud to me. And I said, "I have a stanza too. Would you write it down for me?" The official exclaimed, "You have composed a verse? How extraordinary!" I replied, "If you wish to seek out enlightenment. Don't despise a beginner, for the lowest rank of person may have wisdom that the highest ranking people ignore. If you slight others, you commit a great sin. The official said, dictate to me your stanza, and I will write it down for you. But if you acquire the Dharma, you must liberate me. Please don't forget, my stanza was this. Enlightenment is not a tree. The bright mirror has no stand. Originally there is not one thing. What place could there be for dust? And it says, note, in the earliest version of the text, the third line reads, Buddha nature is always clean and pure. But the third line, as given here, has become celebrated in Zen. Interesting.
Yeah, that is probably I think the highest conveying of the highest teaching that.
So let me read it again with the original line. It says, enlightenment is not a tree. The bright mirror has no stand. Buddha nature is always clean and pure. What place could there be for dust? Whereas the other guy said, time after time, polish the mirror so that no dust can collect. That is very beautiful, right?
Yes, yeah, that's definitely. Yeah.
So remarkable, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I keep referring to the platform sutra.
Yeah, and he's like, he's affirming that there's no change, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we're definitely going to read it again on the show, so. But that's in a long time from now. We got to go through a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, I always keep coming back to Zen, but Chan, but I don't really think about the Tao Te Ching that much. I think more about the Platform Sutra and the Diamond Sutra. I need to read the Lankavatara Sutra. I actually read like half of it, but I need to finish it. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Lankavatara Sutra is probably harder to translate. Like when I read it, I can tell that it's not easy to translate. Like yeah. But yeah, the Diamond and Platform Sutra go well together. The Diamond and Platform Sutra, they're like coupled and stuff. Well, I think I'm gonna go to bed now. It was nice talking to you. We talked about a lot of stuff, and it was nice talking to Neurojack too, and everyone else. I hope you have a good night. And,
Yeah, of course, my friend. Yeah, talk to you soon.
talk to you soon. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings. All right. Well, we're doing a show tonight, 7:30 p.m. Be there or be square. So that's in 12 hours from now. So blessings to all the people. I greatly appreciate your time. And I don't know if Neuro will be here to shut this down, so I guess I'll just leave. Unless he shows up in like 2 minutes.